قريبا على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
قريبا على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the Global Esports Games 2023, happening right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as we embark on this journey to the pinnacle of esports competition from the 12th to the 16th of December. I'm Bara Abdallah, along with the very amazing and talented Atiq. كيف الحال? What is going on?
Thank you so much Bara. I'm so happy to be here with you on the stage. أعزائنا المشاهدين أعزائنا الحضور أهلا فيكم في Global Esports Games لسنة 2023 هنا المقامة معنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية اللي راح نشوف برضو فيها منافسات عظيمة لأن جمعت معنا 56 دولة من كل أنحاء العالم راح يتنافسون معنا ابتداء من اليوم وحتى 16 ديسمبر يا براء.
يعطيك العافية عتيق. You got that right. So ladies and gentlemen, 5 days, 5 tournaments, and 5 nations and territories will be raising that trophy at the end of this amazing championship. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, with 56 nations and territories participating in the GEG 2023, I guess we're ready for the first match for Dota 2 Open. Atiq, you ready? جاهز?
Yeah, of course I'm ready for the first match. أعزائنا المشاهدين عندنا المباراة الأولى اللي راح تكون لدوتا 2 المفتوحة. راح تكون معنا منافسات كبيرة من منتخبات جونا برضو من أماكن مختلفة من العالم. فعندنا منتخبين الآن راح نرحب فيهم على المسرح. نبدأها مع المنتخب الأول معك يا براء.
يعطيك العافية عتيق. So ladies and gentlemen, for the first match and for the first nation, let's hear it for Malaysia.
منتخب ماليزيا جانا من بعيد ينافس على هذه البطولة لكن في نفس الوقت عندنا منتخبات كثيرة جت من أماكن بعيدة والآن معنا المنتخب الثاني. أعزائي المشاهدين أعزائي الحضور سمعنا تحية لمنتخب تركيا.
And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Malaysia going against Turkey. What's going to happen? We'll be seeing that in this coming match. Atiq, the excitement is on. شو إحساسك؟
أكيد كلنا متحمسين ونبدأ هذه البطولة في مباراة عظيمة تجمع بين منتخب ماليزيا ومنتخب تركيا للعبة دوتا 2 المفتوحة للكل لأن هذه المنافسات ما راح تكون عادية ونبغى نعرف تفاصيلها أكثر كلها مع أخواننا في الاستوديو التحليلي.
You got that right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to go on with more excitement and details, we're going to pass it on to our amazing talent. So, fire it up. Let's go.
Let us go indeed. We are here for the Global Esports Games to witness the first matchup in Dota 2, Malaysia versus Turkey. A bit of a mismatch here, but we're going to be getting into the nitty-gritty of it in just a moment. My name is Snare, and I'll be your host for the next couple of days. We'll be here on the STC Play Analyst Desk to break the games down, let you know exactly what to expect, and of course, present you with this wonderful Dota 2 action. Fortunately for you and me, I'm not alone on the panel. I'm going to be joined by B-Carb, by Black. Gentlemen, welcome. How are you feeling today, boys?
Feeling pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, I mean, we got our workout in. We got lots of food in.
We
lots
did
of
get a
dessert.
workout in. We were up at like 7 a.m., got the blood flowing, got it ready to go. I don't know if these teams here are the ones working out as well, if they're early risers or if they're just, sometimes you wake up 2 seconds in. All right, I'll boot up some Dota. Here we go. Or sometimes, you got to get that breakfast in, the mental energy, and get on into it. But the two of us, Jim, ready to go, ready to see some great Dota. I'm excited.
I can guarantee you, though, Black, that these guys are actually ready to play the best Dota of their lives because as we arrived at the arena, these guys were already scrimming. Teams are already getting prepared, getting themselves into that mentality. You've played a lot of these tournaments in the past, right? So talk to us from that perspective. What makes a team prepare well enough to win a championship versus only slightly being able to compete?
Yeah, well, usually I mean, when teams are practicing just before tournament, it can be one of two things, right? Either you're like really nervous, you're like, we didn't prepare enough at home, or you're like, yeah, let's just get some warm up in, because I do think it starts quite a lot later than a lot of tournaments. I think we're starting at 2 p.m. today. Most of the tournaments where I play, we start like 8, 9 a.m. You don't really have much time to get warm up in. On that note, though, I did speak to a couple of the Turkish players, and they said they're very confident in actually taking the whole thing home. So, I mean, against a team like Malaysia, Malaysia is really strong. Probably one of the favorites here.
Yeah.
Alongside Serbia, I'd say, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to beat them. But when I spoke to them, they were like, yeah, we're really confident. Should be no problem. Let's see what happens.
One of the things that makes it a little bit more tough here, B-Cop, is not just the fact that when you look at the roster of names on the Malaysia squad, it's stacked, right, from top to bottom. But they also have land winners, people who've competed at the international level, not just in national teams. Moon was part of that epic Miniski squad that won a major at the very end of the day. So if you're Turkey, right, yes, you're confident, but do you think they have some special strats prepared to try and deal with a team that looks as stacked as Malaysia does?
I really hope so, because when I also think about Malaysia, I'm wondering how much chatter is going on between the Malaysian team now and the one that also played during the Asian Games, because the Malaysian team in the Asian Games played really well, and I wonder if there was any talk, because there hasn't been much change to Dota since that point to this point, how much the national team is kind of talking to each other, those players kind of giving advice to each other and how they're going to play. So I think Turkey they've got to come out of the gate gunning, and it's going to be tough because Malaysia's no joke.
It will help a lot, though, Black, that they have Waiter, who's coaching them, right? And Waiter spent a lot of time, for those of you who don't know, playing in the Western European DPC, the most stacked region, the most difficult games. So he's going to be bringing them some very good experience in this regard. Honestly, how much is it going to help having played up against the best of the best coming into a tournament like this?
It's very, very valuable information you can share with your players, of course. But if the players didn't experience it themselves too much, it can still be a little overwhelming, because the quality of play they will experience here should be very different than from what they're experiencing when they play against these quote-unquote lesser teams. And we'll see how they can adjust to it. I personally hope that, as you said, they have some strategies prepared, because right now there's one of two things, right? Either you go with the tank meta, or you try to break that tank meta with like a lot of damage coming through. But outside of these two strategies, we haven't really seen a whole lot. And yeah, if you just play the meta against teams that are on paper stronger, most of the time you're just going to be on the losing side.
It's going to be interesting to see exactly how the different strategies and styles come together in Dota 2, because, as you mentioned, Black, it's been a little bit homogenous across the world, but fortunately, we have an opportunity here with so many different territories, so many nations across the world who could bring us some very intriguing Dota. The bracket, though, is going to be very interesting. Saudi Arabia, of course, found themselves getting a bye in the first round. We could not be joined by the Brazilians. Everything else, though, doesn't look like any easy matchups up. South Africa taking on Kazakhstan. Shout out my SA boys. Good luck, have fun, guys. Violent is not an easy guy to play against. The Australia versus Serbia matchup, though, B-Cop, I find that one fairly intriguing, because on paper, Serbia should win that one, right? They have the names, they have the pedigree. But Australia, this is a region we don't necessarily hear that much about in Dota, which also means not that much information available on them.
Yeah, there wasn't much available on this Australian iteration, but when we were here for another event with the Australian team, they were playing in a group with Jordan and Saudi Arabia, and they played pretty well. I was kind of liking what I was seeing from that team and kind of hoping we'd see a little bit of an evolution from then to now as well. So I mean, it's Serbia. I think we're all kind of in the consensus here that it's Malaysia then Serbia who we think are the favorites coming into this event.
Yeah, definitely.
So you have to start with an upset, and it's single limb, right? So you really just don't have any available area for mistakes. You have to come out perfect. And that is so much pressure when you're going up against a favorite like Serbia, and I think it's going to be tough for Australia. But again, I liked what they showed when we were doing IESF here just a couple months ago, so we'll see what they bring to the table on this one.
I want to quickly touch on my South African boys, Black, because they have to take on Kazakhstan. Now, I've watched a lot of these guys grow, come into their own, getting better at Dota, but they have to play Violent, right? I think, personally, he is, in this tournament, the best carry, right, just on paper. Would you agree with me? And if so, what is it that makes Violent such a good carry player in his position?
I mean, I think we've also previously casted him. And it's just, when you look at him, he's a little comparable to Yatoro, who I think is the best
By
carry
far
in the
the
world
best,
right now. Yeah, like not even close.
Yeah.
But their playstyles are very similar, where they have this very quick decision making. Should I be here? Should I not be here? How much can I allow myself to do in this team fight? You know, how deep can I be? How far back do I have to stay? When do I have to initiate? I think his quick decision making is very good, which for a carry player is super, super important. Because, of course, if you wait, say you're Manta style or you're BKB, suddenly you can't really initiate anymore. And I think he's really good at item usage, especially.
Yeah, item usage is obviously going to be very important in the upcoming match. Though, let us look towards that game. We do have Malaysia and Turkey currently preparing in the booths. Malaysia is the team that we are all favoring, believing that they're going to be able to come out on top. Lonely Chucky, Ponyo, Moon, Gan, and Zeal. Zeal, big up, let's talk about this boy. Start of the season, you know, he joins LGD. You were not a fan. I remember we had a couple of contentious conversations about it.
Yeah, we did. That was it didn't get heated. I think that's the wrong adjective. It got fun because, I mean, the two of us have been talking China Dota for a long time, and I think that LGD time is certainly something to look at, and unfortunately for Zeal, they're now with Niu on LGD, and I think he's a very good offlaner to maybe take some kind of like style from. I think Niu is one of those guys who's been very stable in China, so I'm ready to see what Zeal brings, but his hero pool is not exactly massive when it comes down to the play we've seen from him.
Yeah, unfortunately, not probably going to be seeing a lot of Pango from him, these Beastmasters, you know, the usual fare that we can expect from Zeal. But if he plays consistently, then we can expect good things from Malaysia. Of course, they're taking on Turkey today, young upstart team who don't necessarily have that pedigree, don't have that history, but Black, like you said, they are hungry. So talk to me about this, right? If you're a young player that doesn't have that pedigree, doesn't have the experience, doesn't have the accolades behind them, right? What is it that can drive you to feel so confident about winning anyway?
Really, I think it's going to be a lot about the first game in particular. Like, if you can come out in the first game and really show what you're made of, like the strategies you have prepared, or maybe even just your individual skill. Because truth be told, if you're, yes, of course you're playing for Turkey, but you're hoping to just have an amazing individual performance too, so you can break out into the big stage eventually. And this could be a very good springboard for that. Because you're playing against a team like Malaysia, as you said, who are very strong in this tournament, especially. And if you have a good performance against them, maybe somebody scouts you, and then from there on, maybe you get your big shot in like a tier 2 team, maybe even a tier 1.5 team, you know. Never know what happens from there on out, but yeah. As you said, they're not super well known, but again, if you have that much confidence, there must be something behind it, right? Like they actually must think that they have a chance to win, and they probably do, because this meta is very figured out. So they should, yeah, I don't know, probably not 50-50, 30-70, around there.
Yeah,
something like that.
I definitely agree with that. Whoever buys hard first.
Whoever buys hard first. We're blaming it first before that, though.
Yeah, sorry.
Hard. Let's go.
I misspoke.
I mean, there is one thing that we should talk about with Turkey, right? Turkey, what we've been seeing this year, right, is that there has been an increased focus, not just in places like Turkey, but the entire MENA region as a whole.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of superstars have been coming out of this region, right? Amar, for example, before he started bursting onto the scene, nobody really knew about him unless you were playing pubs against this guy. And now here he is, all of us can agree, like at least a top 5 offlaner in the world. So there's a lot of undiscovered talent in this region, B-Cup, and this is probably one of the best places to be able to showcase it.
Yeah, it's a region that now has qualifiers in, you know, the whole ESL bracket, right? So I think that gives a lot of opportunity, like you were saying, for players to kind of have that chance to get to a 1.5 or a tier 2, or maybe even, you know, get scouted tier 1 team, right? You have this whole region to kind of see what happens with. There hasn't really been much of an expansion to it, and I think, you know, those slots and those qualifiers are kind of there for the taking, and if you make your statement now, maybe we see you come next qualifier for whatever event has a MENA qualifier coming forward.
I also have a theory. So obviously we all know Miracle, we know Amar, we know GH, and they all came from this region, right? And my theory is, obviously we all know their ping isn't great. They always have to play with like 100, maybe even more ping. So they're basically training with ankle weights on. And then when they actually get a chance in like an established team, they suddenly just burst out. No ping, you know, they make all their fancy moves around the map, especially with the GH and Miracle being the top contenders for that. And they just love doing their flashy plays all over the maps. It could be similar with them, you know, now that they play on LAN finally, maybe they're gonna feel a lot more comfortable in their plays and in the ways they can make plays happen, because even if it's just 100 ping, you do notice it quite a bit in Dota, of course.
Was that initially Piccolo who drops the weights in like the OG Dragon Ball?
I don't know if it was
He has a
Goku or
cape.
Piccolo.
Piccolo had that cape, that big cape.
And then it drops and it is
And it destroys the ground.
Yeah.
But the Rock Lee one is a lot better. Rock Lee one is like, okay, so it's in between, right? We could either just have those little 1 kilogram ankle weights, or, you know, Rock Lee's gonna come through, Gara's gonna get defeated. No matter what, though, it's definitely gonna be a fun game of Dota.
It should be. One of the things I actually want to harp on, because you were talking to the Turkey players, right?
Yeah.
Last time we were here, every team was picking Black's brain for what they could do. He was having consultations with teams during meals. They'd come over and just
unpaid.
yeah, unpaid. The teams were coming over and like, wow, we wanted to play Necro, we wanted to do this because it was the Saudi Arabian Necro mid, right?
Yeah.
At that time, and like they just wanted to know what works. So I'm ready to see how many consultations with Black do these teams, especially when they move on, are there going to be?
I keep a list for you.
Yeah, we
this
need to
team
know.
at 3:15 p.m. asked about this.
right
I mean,
before their match or something
You need
like
to take
that.
lists because you have to send invoices out afterwards, right? Say
True.
consultation fees. Speaking of heroes, though, because that is where a lot of action right now in Dota happens, right? So many games have been won or lost in the drafting phase.
Yeah.
One of the heroes I'm expecting to see quite a lot of this weekend, Black, is going to be this Lycan hero. Please tell me, do you have a solution? How do you deal with Lycan? And worse yet, that Lycan Grimstroke lane, man. It feels impossible right now.
I mean, Lycan is, what can I say? Every time it's a Lycan patch, the patch feels a little unbearable. I hated it ever since it started. But, I mean, truth be told, it's really just the same way. You've always dealt with him. You kind of got to kite his ultimate, which is super hard because it's like half a minute now. I still remember the good old times when it was like 10 seconds, you know? You actually had a chance of kiting him, but now it's just so hard to kite him. He even got buffed in the recent patch again, a small buff. I think it was just agility gain. But still, like, he was already strong. He got buffed again. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him pop off in this tournament again, like we have so many times before.
Yeah, and with the Grimstroke, now that you can pop the stun, like
Anytime.
Yeah, it just feels like if the communication's there, you could chase anybody down easy, right? You run at somebody, pop, stun, kill, gone.
I mean, this combo has
Simple
been
words.
very strong for a long time, right? Because, of course, you have these invis wolves, and you just stun someone out of invis, and they're like, well, I'm
Now
stunned
what?
for 4 seconds, I'm dead.
There's just nothing you
Scaring
can
me
do
for my
about it.
pubs.
Yeah.
You're just like, well,
It's really nasty. It's a very nasty combination. 100%. But what do you do about it? Leave the game.
or you just ban it. I think that's the best thing. Like, Lycan
Yeah.
should be very high up on the ban list, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just tough, right? Like the changes in picks to bans, I'm not a huge fan of the way it is right now.
Or 3 bans and 4 bans, 1 pick and 3
Yeah,
bans.
I'm such a anti-one pick phase. Like that one pick right there, I'm so...
What is it about the one pick that bothers you so much?
I don't know. I just don't think teams are... I feel like we see the same picks out of that one pick all the time, and it's almost inconsequential. But I don't know. I want to see like 15 bans.
15 bans.
20 bans. Ban half the hero pool.
Yeah, you know what? We should just start doing professional Dota is random draft. So you've got access to some heroes. If you get the ones you want, you get to play Dota. If you're
That would be epic, though.
yeah, I think
would be
games
really
would
good.
be amazing.
Yeah. Like, teams cannot prepare strategies anymore because they have to make strategies up on the fly. And
Yeah.
that's when the quality of the coaches comes into play, quick-witted thinking. Suddenly you have to say, Sao 8, he's like, I know everything.
But the coaches
I'm
can't
gonna
sit in the
draft this.
room. They
True.
can't be there.
That's-
No
yeah.
6
But
players.
we're going to change that at some point because in CS they changed it that it can be in comms.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's
why
right.
don't we change it in Dota anyway? We should. We should have a long time ago, actually. We should send a petition in.
I love seeing the coaches in the rooms,
Right.
especially in CS.
They're so engaged, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
What do you guys think? Like, so one of the reasons why people have always talked about not having the coaches in game, right, is two reasons primarily. Number one, they always say, well, how much concentration will people actually have in the game? How focused are they going to be? But I think a bigger reason is applicable to this tournament as well. Not every team has a coach, right? So
Yeah.
is that a fair thing to do in basically punishing the squads that don't have that additional voice in the game?
I think the coach would be best in draft, right? Like in game, I think no coach. I think in the middle of games, no coach. Because
But in CS they have it.
Yeah, and
yeah,
CS
but
is like
their
the
their
entire
comms
game.
are off until pauses, right?
Until the attack board, but they can hear everything, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hear
they
everything.
can
They can
hear
also talk.
everything, but I don't think they can talk anymore.
They can talk, right? Can't they?
Some tournaments
I
they can talk, not
Yeah,
every
and
tournament.
some of them. So
Yeah.
I think they're experimenting around and more are allowing it. In Dota, I think it would be massive because literally the players...
Timings.
They
You don't have to worry
to
about anything.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about timings. Like, they look at the minimap all the time. They're like, careful middle, you're going to get ganged. Careful bottom, you're going to get ganged. They're like, all right.
Yeah, but if it's anything like my pubs, those guys don't listen anyway. They're
Well,
like, look at the map. I put wards here. There's 3 guys running to mid, and, well, all right, my mid lost. Great.
Well, in that
Cool.
case, the coach is going to be a bit mad, but yeah.
As mad as I get when I see my mids just drop like that.
But he brought up a good point. Do you think it would be unfair
Oh, 100%.
for teams that wouldn't be able to afford one?
I think
essentially?
coaches during draft, fine. Coaches in game, no.
Let's actually talk about coaches a little bit. Black, you've played with a bevy of coaches in the world, right?
Yeah.
What do you think is the biggest thing that a coach enables, especially young players like this Turkey squad? What's the biggest change to their gameplay that a coach can help mold?
So what I realized over the years is I mean, a coach, of course, helps a lot with draft, with figuring out your bad habits, improving upon those, which is a massive help. Yeah, but outside of that, a good coach really knows how to take performance pressure off players. Because especially if you're younger, you're playing on a stage, even if it's a smaller stage, it is still a stage, and there's a lot of fright, people get nervous, they don't play as well as they do at home. And I think a good coach is very good at taking that away from players. There's even a couple of instances where I think Bulba is a pretty good example. Like, of course, the community likes to, blame him for everything, but he actually doesn't mind because it takes away all the pressure from the players. Instead of, like, let's say Arteezy makes a mistake, but it's like, oh yeah, it's Bulba's fault because he had a terrible draft. It's like, yeah, I'll take it because Arteezy doesn't have to deal with all this pressure that comes out from the outside, So I think that's probably the most important part of a coach nowadays.
Yeah, like you had it was QQQ who coached.
QQQ, yeah. That guy's amazing at everything.
Yeah.
I mean, he's also really, well, I don't want to say really old, but yeah, he's almost 40.
Yeah,
But that's not old. Can we stop?
He's vintage.
He's vintage gaming.
I mean, back then in esports age, it was pretty old. But nowadays it's a lot more common. But he was so mature as a person, I come there, I'm like 18, 19. I'm just like a boy. And he's like, what are you
the
doing?
boy who plays anti-mage.
And he's like, he's so mature. He talks to me in a really calm way, and where my teammates never spoke to me that way. Like he explains things in a much better way. And yeah, it helped me massively. Like I went from no one to one of the best in China at the time. I wouldn't say solely because of him, but very high percentage because of him.
Let's actually speak about age a little bit, because one of the things that we were talking me and some of the Arabic talent yesterday, right, about in particular young players and how they approach these situations. And one thing we kept thinking about is how, you have this Malaysia squad, super experienced, guys that have been playing in tournaments for a long time, right? Even the newer players on the team, they can rely upon the experience of the veterans in the squad. With the Turkish crew, yes, they don't have that, but it also means they're not experienced enough to have fear of their opponent.
I don't know if they don't have enough experience to be fearful. You fear the unknown, don't you?
Yeah, not always. If you're young, if you're young, you don't. You don't care.
That's true.
You're just playing Dota.
Sorry,
It's
I'm
the only
not
reason why I
young
went to
anymore.
China, man, because I didn't fear anything. If I had to make this decision now, today, no way. No way, dude. It's so scary. It is so scary.
Yeah, you were one of the only international players to go to China like that, right? Like you, Ice.
One of the ones that played on the Chinese team, because we did have that LGD International, the Pikecat squad that went over to China first, but they were an all-English squad that just happened to be playing in the region.
Yeah. So, I always look at you as like one of the only international people on a Chinese-speaking team. It's cool.
That was fun.
I got to watch him lift a trophy in New York.
Yeah.
It was great.
Long
The day I
time
said
ago.
I wanted to be a caster.
Really, on that day?
Yeah, it was a cool event. I loved it.
Damn,
Fun time.
On that particular day. Well, we are now, gentlemen, about to get into the nitty-gritty, the most important thing of this Dota 2 matchup. We have our first draft underway. Malaysia versus Turkey. Turkey have removed Beastmaster and Slaughter. Malaysia making the right decision by taking out the Primal Beast. No Lone Druid, no Nature's Prophet, thank God. And there is no Invoker either. I'll be honest though, the Invoker ban is a little bit interesting to me here, boys. What do we make of it? Because I kind of don't feel like this hero is going to be first phase anyway.
It's gotta be player specific, right? You're not taking Invoker out in the first phase like that with things like Grimstroke still in the pool.
I do know though, like in recent qualifiers, especially SCA teams, they struggle a lot against combinations like Faceless Void and Invoker. So I don't know how much they speak between each other, but it really felt to me like in the past month, Invoker has kind of been an SCA bane. Like whenever they play against Invoker, they don't really know how to handle him in the mid lane, and then post mid lane, they don't really know how to pressure him well enough, so he doesn't get into a mid late game stage where he's completely broken. But yeah, he's not going to be here. Grimstroke, of course, yeah, nice little Wraith King as well. We see this guy in every position now.
Yeah.
And so greedy too. They go off lane, they just go Radiance off lane.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that they get away with that.
It's so insane. Offlane gets so much gold these days.
Yeah.
Everybody gets too much gold these days. It's really just like obnoxious. And you could farm so much. Like the skeletons that you just summon, as long as you've got good vision around the map, it's like, oh, I'm taking this one camp, but why I do that? My skeletons took this creep wave, then it moved over to this camp, and I have Radiance. Okay, cool, and Blade Mail.
I mean, fortunately for that, though, they do have the Grimstroke, right, which can help with the D-push against these Skellies. That's going to be quite nice. There is still also the option of the Lycan lane. Thank goodness that Malaysia will not have Spirit Breaker Grimstroke. That would have been way, way too much.
Is it still Team Spirit Breaker in game?
Yeah.
ESB?
Yeah. I miss when they used to do that for like every other tournament. Just change the hero names. That was cool. That was good times. So Malaysia thinking through their next ban, being very, very careful about this one. We don't know just yet where this Wraith King is going to be going. They take out the Morphling. Are we going to end up with a Muerta here? I often see Muerta being picked up when the Morphling is removed from the game.
Treant too. Yeah, I mean, Muerta, I just never want to see it, right?
The hero's so strong.
It's so versatile too. A lot of heroes that just, I think in general that are popular are versatile, right? Like they just allow you to have these open drafts. That's my favorite. There were a couple teams that were really good at that. In SEA, I would say, keeping drafts open till the last pick. You're like, oh well, every hero can go somewhere, and
that's Muerta territory right here. Like against partner, Muerta is for me almost an auto lock.
Yeah.
Like you decrepify a guy and he's just dead. Nothing you can really do about it. Tusk is a pretty interesting choice. Of course, he has had this, well, it's not recent, it's been a while back, where his tag team passively slows movement speed. So against heroes like Treant, they almost don't hit anymore. You know, like their attack speed obviously super slowed. But do I like the response of partner? I guess they needed some sort of tower pressure against the Treant armor. It makes sense. And you guys like partner in general as a hero, right? You said it very strong.
yeah, all of it. I mean, I'm with you with the fact that they definitely need some tower push against Treant, because Treant locks these games up, and we saw it a lot in Western Europe when we were covering that earlier this year, where it's just like, all right, well, if you don't get the tower, like the timing just shifts so massively. You're not taking towers at 8-9 minutes or tier 1s down at safe lane. You're taking them maybe 13, 14, or sometimes even later than that. I've seen games with Treant where like the mid tower is still up till 28 or something insane, and it means you're just not getting any map pressure. Your farm's hindered because of it. Like, it's really rough.
I'm wondering where this Tusk is gonna go. I kind of feel like it's gonna be a core Tusk, because usually a support Tusk would make a lot of sense.
But with Wraith King in the lane, doesn't feel that strong, right?
It does not feel strong at all. Like maybe like a mid Tusk and he goes like for a fast axe and you have these kick plays.
I would like mid Tusk, off-lane Wraith King, right? Because then you have the dual hyper tanky heroes jumping forward, and then Pugna can just keep chain healing them up. And you just elongate the team fight forever. And you still have Wraith King ultimate. But this looks scary. We have... Okay, so this is interesting here, Bcop, because Moon and Zeal both play Magnus as well as the Pangolier, so they actually haven't revealed that much despite getting an atrocious amount of teamfight right now.
I don't think they've revealed much with the draft on paper, but I think just in general, Pango mid's just so much better than Pango offlane.
Yeah, Pango offlane gets bullied quite easily, and just a combination. I'm assuming it's going to be a 4 Grim and a 5 Treant. So
that's what I was thinking.
The Inkswell, then you get pulled in by the wave. It's pretty much a guaranteed stun.
It's not bad too with the Magnus. Inkswell early with like Shockwave and the Skewer under tower, Inkswell stun him. Like you have opportunity for killing that kind of off lane with Grimstroke. I like it.
But just look at this lineup in general. They have Treant ult, Pango ult, and Magnus ult. Their teamfight is locked down forever.
Insane.
Yeah. Like how do you actually teamfight into this? You can't.
To make the matters even more difficult now, Turkey, we were talking about carries and how some carries that people pick are a bit fragile. What carry do you want to play into Grim Mag lane? There's nothing in the game. This just seems like it's going to suck no matter what. So Turkey going to have to figure out something very special to lock down their laning phase, because even team fight is already bad enough, but even the lanes don't necessarily look that strong if it is Tusk 4. If it's Tusk core, I think that can change things a little bit. We could still have another hero that can lock down the lanes a little bit better.
I would love Tusk middle in this game in particular, because we are expecting a Pangolier, so there probably as well. And then it's pretty much a free farm lane, and then you can match the Pango's rotation, or maybe make rotations happen yourself, because of course you're operating on very low cooldowns. But Muerta. Now I was about to say they covered all the bases with the Pango Magnus, because Muerta doesn't feel very comfortable to play against Pango at all. He just rolls on you. You can't kill him because he takes reduced magic damage, of course, in his roll. I mean, it's a strong hero. And of course, if you jump on the Pango first, you get the silence on him, you can kill him fast, but it's tough. They have overgrowth, they have RP to go through your ult. It's not an easy or free Muerta game at all.
It doesn't necessarily need to be Muerta core either, right? Like they still can
it could be I've seen a bunch of 4
or 5, like Deadshot's just super good, and
the silence is pretty good as well.
Yeah, the calling's really great. It's a hero that, like we were saying earlier, that's just super versatile to give you whatever you want.
I mean, it's always with me, but this looks like a really good anti-mage game. Truth be told, against Pugna, Muerta,
so
Tusk,
many times.
Wraith King.
And you have Magnus on your team already
Exactly.
to give it their power.
I actually think it's a very legit anti-mage game.
So you make a very interesting point, B-Cup. I think actually you're right that this is going to be the 4 Muerta because they still want to pick their carry at the very end, right? They don't know what the matchup is actually going to be like. They want to see the final round of bans. Malaysia, though, does seem to believe that this is a position 1 Muerta, removing the Dazzle and the Timbersaw. So they're still uncertain as to exactly what Turkey's up to right now.
You could go the Erica route and just throw the Wraith King safe lane.
Please don't.
Why not, you know? Yeah, the Luna ban makes sense to me. That hero's getting a lot of popularity. And when we were seeing it earlier in the year, it just felt like, all right, you pick Luna, we pick Slark. You lose. But I don't know why this it just seems like, all right, everybody's on Luna now. But that's the final ban for them. And it just...
They have a lot of problems to answer.
Yeah, and you have one hero to check so many boxes. I'm feeling like you might just see, like, off-lane Wraith King, 4 Tusk, 5 Muerta, or whatever. Switch them if you want. Pug to mid. Try to take an early mid tower and just pressure them out and push them away. So pushing. So now you need a pushing hero that is your last pick.
Is it too complicated though? Putting a Muerta on 4, it's not your traditional 4 that can initiate and everything. You know, I feel playing Muerta 4 actually requires a lot of finesse. So it might be easier to just throw him on 1 and pick an actual initiator on the 4.
It'll be fine. We're going double blink on Wraith King Tusk, man. That's where our initiation's gonna come from. Well, we have a third
mid?
Blink Dagger hero now with this Earthshaker.
Could be a mid shaker.
It could be mid. I think it is mid shaker, 4 Tusk, 5 Pang or Pugna.
I really hope not, man. Like Tusk, Wraith King, man.
Doesn't Earthshaker do well against Pango mid?
He does. But I'm just very worried about his Wraith King lane. No matter where he goes, he's gonna be in so much trouble. Like, you don't want to lane against Triumph, then you definitely don't want to lane against Pango, against Grimstroke and
that's the benefits of Wraith King though, right? Like, you don't have to stay in lane too long once you get a decent level on the skeletons and everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
You can just go to the jungle and there's just so much room to farm north of your lane.
So we need a carry hero, I believe, for the side of Malaysia, unless they're going to be playing this Magnus.
Medusa.
I wanted a range carry.
Pure
Medusa, pure tank, very hard to kill. They already have the Treant Protector behind it to help out. They have Inkswell as well to keep her alive a little bit longer.
And the team fight with the Stone Gaze now as well.
This seems a little bit scary. What do you make of this lost pick, Medusa? You know, I've never actually heard you be a fan, B-Cup, once in my life of a Medusa lost pick.
Okay, so that's personal reasons, and that's because every time I see a Medusa, I mean, especially with you, how many times in a row did we just have 90-minute Medusa games? So it's personal vendetta that I don't like Medusa, but I think who really jumps this Medusa and makes him uncomfortable in this game? I don't really think Medusa's going to have a bad game at all.
Yeah. Lane is easy. They don't have a good counter at all. Like Muerta against Medusa, it's not bad, of course. Muerta bursts many heroes, but into Stone Gaze it's actually a lot more tricky. And we already said they had a lot of boxes to check, and I don't really think that Shaker did that too well, because they have so many counter initiations. Yeah, you get like a 2-3 man echo, suddenly you get RP'd, or Stone Gaze comes out, or Pango roll, Overgrowth, whatever. They have so many answers. I think it's really hard to actually play against the Malaysian draft. Like, come mid-game, these team fights are almost impossible.
Yeah,
5-man echo, that's the way.
5-man echo? All right, Benji, it's on you. And need some hopium. What does Turkey need to do to be able to come out with a W in this particular situation?
I think, like you said, the Wraith King's got to have a good lane. Because if you have the availability to go back into the jungle and get kicked out of that lane, and I think if Earthshaker has a good matchup against this Pango, like, you can really make things happen and pressure and push through what Treant's bringing to stop these towers from going down. But if it just takes too long and you're not getting your timings, you're going to struggle. This Medusa is ready for the late game since the start, right? That's what you're aiming for. So it's really tough, but I mean, it's the basic thing to say, but it starts in the lanes.
Rolly starts in the lane. Black, before we get into the game, this Malaysia squad, what timings do you think they need to reach in order to make sure that this game goes as smoothly as it looks on paper?
So Malaysia, I think they're going to be winning 2 out of 3 lanes. They have a potential to win all 3 lanes. And from there on out, I think Magnus is probably just going to build some tanky aura items for the Dusa. Then from there on, you just farm 2 items for Dusa. Once that's done, you get the Aegis. That's probably a time you just almost end the game, I'd say.
Yeah. Okay. I'm very worried about them because whenever I see these Wraith King drafts, I'm always very concerned about lack of mana. They have Stone Gaze. They're going to have a Pango with the Diffusal Blade. Malaysia have all the tools they need to get this W. But Turkey, obviously, are not here to play around. So let's see if they can fulfill the wishes and get all the way to the finals by getting through Malaysia. And to find out, we send it to our casters. We have Jeeves. We have Nomad. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Snare, B-Cop, and Black. Yes, indeed. We're very excited to get into this one. I'm very excited to cast the first game here at the GEG.
I think it's definitely going to be a banger. Both teams are looking ready to roll out and and do their business. I really like the Turkey draft. I really like the fact that you got the Pangolier save, which is really good versus all of the team fight potential that's coming out. You know, all 5 heroes could be in that snowball potentially, dodging the RP, dodging the overgrowth. Snowball? Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
And then they have Wraith King, like he gets 2 bites of the cherry. If he does go down, he's coming back immediately afterwards. He's still going to fight. Pugna can be incredibly annoying to deal with the Decrepify. I think they've got a lot of potential for making play. I think the draft was actually really good. It's how Turkey can. How they can make the play. Can they play the draft?
Yes.
Can they deliver with what Vierter has put together here for them?
Yeah, that is the kind of question I have as well. You know, like this draft, it can be played. It's not the easiest. I'd actually prefer it if the drafts were swapped around because I feel like Malaysia have a lot more room to kind of relax a little bit and, you know, fall back on their Medusa. You know, they can play the game if they want to, but they can also just kind of play a very checkbox style. I don't feel like it's the same for Turkey, but there are still ways to play it out.
Malaysia's execution path is way easier, and even if it goes wrong in the early game, they have this late game Medusa, which they can kind of bank on to pull things into that late game and maybe draw the game out. Also, they've got way more experience on stage, on land. You know, their players are way more well known, and it's kind of like it's maybe an advantage for Turkey though, because they haven't been able to be as hard countered as, you know, maybe you would like to ban specific heroes versus you know, I know this guy spams like 6 heroes or whatever. I want to ban 3 of them, but in this particular case, I like the draft. I think Turkey has got a chance. I don't think it's as cut and dry. Obviously, Malaysia have to be one of the favourites coming in for sure. They are down, you know, with a few players down, but with Southeast Asia being and Malaysia in particular having such a deep talent pool in regards to players, it's not that hard to. Well, I mean, you're not going to replace them, but you can definitely get somebody to fill in, get someone to cover it. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with Turkey.
Ooh,
just to make it, you know,
just start things off spicy.
I think you're going to go Malaysia. I think Malaysia's a safe bet.
I mean, we've got Zeal, we've got Moon, we've got Ponyo. Like, how can I not go for Malaysia? And this draft as well, you know, like these guys can lose every single tower, and I'm still going to feel like they'll have it in the bag. You've got Magnus, you've got Zeal, Magnus. I feel like it's very difficult for them to lose. Even if they're defending tier 4s, I'm still going to be like, well, someone might be having a dip in that fountain due to that Magnus, and that's even if they get to that stage, of course.
I mean, hypothetically speaking, let's say Earthshaker pops off in mid. Wrecks the Pangolier. It's Pangolier mid, right? Pops off. No, I mean, the matchup's really good for Earthshaker.
Okay, all right.
Like, since the change to Enchant Totem, he puts the beat down in mid, no problem. There are very few heroes will you know, give him the business. So let's say Earthshaker gets a super strong start, gets that early level 6, makes the rotations, and then starts to help to win the other lanes. And that's where Malaysia could fall down a little bit.
I mean, his name is GTI, so, you know, I'm expecting him to play fast. I promise you Jeeves would be laughing here if he wasn't sorting out his microphone. That was a banger.
That was a great joke.
Thank you very much. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, is when that skill difference comes into play, you know, like, how well is he going to do? Okay, like, yeah, usually Shaker does well in the middle lane, but then when you're playing against a big skill matchup like this, we might see it kind of going the other way. It's super scary, man, honestly, and yeah,
you have to believe, though. You can't just go in here and be like, it's Malaysia all the way to the final. But I mean, versus Saudi Arabia, obviously, who are going to be there.
I mean, even though like when Shaker was like super monstrously overpowered, people would still put Pango into it because it's a hero which can just survive through any lane. One of the very few that can do it. Let's see. It looks like we might have some early aggression here. They've got the ward down though on the side of Turkey, so they are going to be able to see this one coming. Ponyo not going to approach for the time being.
I like what Ponyo did there, though. He's on the cusp of things. He breaks the smoke. He sees the smoke breaks, and the rest of the team just kind of back it off to, you know, try and play for this side of the, you know, of the lane. And it's really unusual actually to see both teams go 5-on-5. Normally they kind of try and trade off, you know, 2 runes each, try and avoid each other. But we'll see whether or not there's going to be some initiation here. 30 seconds before the whistle.
Oh, Ponyo, he's playing with them right now.
He wants to deward it, gets it.
Yep. A little bit of hesitation here from Turkey. I mean, they set themselves up in this area, but they see that Malaysia are all kind of gathered up, and they're not willing to take that engagement. Are you surprised by that?
No, I think it's perfectly fine. I think you don't want to like start off with like two, a first blood and another death, boosting their lanes. Fall back, get your two starting runes, and play the lanes that you intended to play, rather than going in there with a disadvantage on top, middle, or bottom. Here we go, they're going to challenge a little bit though.
Yeah, this is very brave from Ponyo. He's taking a lot of damage here. Might just be the first blood going to the train. He will go down, but GTI is in trouble now as well. Will be traded off here. Interesting trade to start things out. The mid laner gets the first blood and then immediately dies.
I think it's fine for two reasons. Like, one, if you do go into that fight, you're putting in a lot of resources. You're not going to have to use any of those resources. You can simply just TP back to the mid lane. He's not going to miss any creeps. He gets the first blood as well, which is going to give him a little bit of an early juicing, to get him started. And the kill goes on to the Treant Protector, which isn't ideal, but also it's kind of good to get it on your supports, the very early kills on supports, just because it gives them a little hand up in the lane.
Yep. Bit more bullying, especially from some of these big boys in the side lanes. So we'll see how this middle lane kind of ends up going, because that, of course, starting up with the bottle is very nice indeed. My God.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of first blood, of course. The bottom lane here, it's Wraith King versus Wraith King plus Pugdot versus Medusa and Tree. So one range, one melee each, round the other way. Ponyo, he's having a little go here.
He certainly is, yeah.
Trying to keep this calm. Oh my God, they're going to go in quite hard on him here. They shouldn't chase too far though, right?
I don't know. The Pugna puts out a decent amount of damage, but Ponyo will be safe for the time being, healing himself up, leaving Mr. Chucky alone in the middle lane. Meanwhile, up on the top side. So yeah, it is going to be the Muerta Tusk lane. What an interesting switch up here from Turkey. I don't think anybody saw this one coming.
Tusk 5, right? So,
yeah.
They're going to take that easy.
Charging it,
He's still alive.
It's going to survive through that. Just about. I mean, Zeal, once he's uses spells, he doesn't really do much. The right click's just not going to be enough, especially under the tower there. Dingo will be okay.
There was a little bit of tag team action used there by Stoic. I don't know if you noticed, but that basically slowed Zeals from being able to finish the kill, I think. Pretty nice usage of it. And Muerta Kari's still very strong, of course, versus a melee core in the lane as well. It feels pretty good to be that Muerta. As you see there, even though he dived on him, he was fine. But maybe once they get level 3 on the Malaysian offlane, things start to get a little bit more difficult there. But then, that's why you have Tusk there, right? Because he can just pop the snowball.
Pop the snowball, save the Muerta, and then the tag team plus the gunslinger later on is devastating. It is such a good combination. Like, sure, early game you're not getting a ton of gunslinger procs, but it's still, she's still a great base attack time and everything, so it's still a really nice combination. And sometimes when that comes through, the damage is way too much to handle.
Mid lane matchup going kind of how we expected, 12 and 6 versus 9 and 2. Not really a vast, difference. It's basically like a creep wave of deny versus, CS wise. But GTI certainly he got the benefit for sure of the early first blood.
Oh yeah, 100%. Rocking up with the bottle straight up, feeling very good.
Honestly, I feel like Moon should be losing this lane a lot harder, given how good of a start GTI had.
Yeah, coming into with the bottle straight off the bat. I think he actually got the first blood, immediately bought the bottle, and then died.
Brilliant. Yeah.
I'm assuming that was the case anyway. I can't see how it would work otherwise.
But Moon obviously very skilled mid player, so he's using some of that skill to offset the lane damage for sure.
Yes, sir.
And then, Dingo, he's actually performing pretty well. They're 18 and 3 versus 15 and 1 on the Magnus, as you'd kind of expect. And the off lane, the 14 and 4, the safe lane for Malaysia. So pretty much ahead, counter for counter, hero for hero. Only Magnus ahead of the Wraith King. Magnus, I assume he will have a 1 point in Empower at least at level 3, maybe.
I mean, we did see him skewer earlier, so perhaps not.
Yeah, he went for the skewer in as level 1. That was his first right?
Right.
And then I think because of that big team fight, I think he kind of had to scale that way around.
We shall see. Meanwhile, 4 minutes in, and GTI and GT coming across as well onto Moon here. Will they have the damage to actually get through him? Not with the swashbuckle up to the high ground. So Moon does grab that bottle.
And here's Gan. He's coming in to get a little bit of a counterplay going on here. They actually used a blood grenade there, which feels pretty annoying when you don't get a kill off of it, especially if you're the support. It's like 50 gold down the drain.
Oh, bottom side though, they'll be losing Mr. Luck. The support leaves, and Ponyo and Lonely Chucky waste absolutely no time in getting that offlaner killed off.
And that's not what you want, is to give early kills to Medusa because of her snowball potential. And that's got to be like one of their weakest lanes. And they certainly discussed this in the draft, right? But that was where they thought it was going to be Wraith King plus Tusk. Whereas here they have the Pugna, but Pugna made the rotation away. But I think he was back by the time. But I think while he was away, probably Wraith King took quite a bit of damage.
Bottom lane, no mana left on the Medusa. She should be going down here. Well, it's going to help out a bit, but not enough. Lonely Chucky will die. Rotation through the portal. Very nice indeed. Meanwhile, GTI going to speed his way back to the fountain.
I'm okay with this. He has TP, so he can come straight back out again. He's actually bought himself another TP. He's going to pick it up, so he's not going to be down. But yeah, so he's walking it back. He probably misses maybe half a lane. Pango's taking the opportunity right now to rotate to the top lane here, and we'll see. Oh, he's coming. He's coming, right? No, he's gone back. He just took the bounty rune. He just took the bounty rune back. Yeah. Or he was looking for it, maybe.
Maybe just seeing this aggro isn't really in a super ideal place for him to make a rotation up to the top side. So.
Look how much his lane has recovered, though, because of this retreat by GTI.
Like, yeah, I mean, you get both the water runes, right?
Oh, initiation.
Yep, coming in here with the silence plus the Inkswell onto the Tusk. Is it going to be enough? Oh, Zeal fishes him out from under the tower with that skewer, and down he will go. A kill for Zeal.
Interestingly enough, Tusk has no points in Snowball yet.
Okay, all right.
He's gone 1 in tag team and 2 in shards, so pretty curious actually. But yeah, nice cheeky rotation to make it happen. Big stacks happening, stacking and happening in the jungle here. Get one on the Ancients and one on to the Crepet of the Region Cup.
Dingo up on the top side will finally go down. 3 heroes hanging out here long enough. Dingo doesn't respect it and will be killed off.
Yeah, it's always really annoying as a safe laner, you know, when you're getting 3 heroes just basically camping your lane, and you're like, well, what's happening bottom? Exactly. This,
yeah,
you know,
well, and we've got a Wraith King.
They did get the Medusa kill. They did get the Medusa kill, but still, I feel like Medusa is having a pretty okay lane. And is quite happy with this, you know, GZ's away up top here to try and break the siege. No, changed his mind. Oh, they've dived forward here onto the Magnus.
Yeah, he's stuck, and there's that combo coming out. Another little synergy there between the two of them, where you can throw out those ice shards, get him caught inside the calling, and it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I feel like that was a misplay by Muerta though. If she gets the calling slightly further ahead, he can't skewer away. Because he's silenced, right?
I'm not sure if he has time there, but he did manage to get himself out of that one.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
The radiuses are a little smaller as Ponyo running for his life here. Did he get that Wisdom Rune? Let's see. He's getting himself to safety. And Missalot won't be able to chase him down. I mean, just not a ton of kill potential, unfortunately, coming out from this Wraith King at this point. GTI looking for a rotation here. I mean, it's really hard for him to get anything done by himself. Still a long way off that Blink Dagger, so we just won't be able to really turn that double damage rune into anything.
Yeah, I think we're looking at like maybe a 9-minute Blink Dagger at least. Depending on how the next couple of minutes go, obviously he might get it a little bit faster. But unfortunately, he gets a double damage rune and then isn't able to really do anything with it. Isn't able to kind of capitalize on the double damage. I mean, Pango's nowhere to be seen. He's like, I'm having nothing to do with that. I'm just going to go and chill over here, clean out these Ancients.
Stacks, yeah,
clean out the Ancients. And did he see that when he went over there? Because Earthshaker was all up in this area, right?
Yeah, Shaker walked past the hard camp.
And we're getting another set of stacks here on the Ancient camp just now. Ghana's doing the pool. They already killed off the other camp, so he could kind of hang around here, but I think they're kind of saving up for the cores, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I imagine these Ancients will go to Medusa. We'll see. Maybe the Pangolin takes him. Maybe he's a greedy sausage. But,
no, Medusa's having such a good... Like, the Mystic Snake is so good versus Ancients, because they all have mana, of course.
Of course. We'll see what they decide to do. So tempting, though. I mean, Power Pangolin running through the mid-game with an early defusal.
Runa's bottom.
Yep.
Unfortunate. Great for GTI, though, but obviously if he gets something decent there, Ghana's ready to throw the Inkswell on him, and then he can just go and do some damage with it, but he's going to be disappointed, and maybe now he is going to go back and look at those Ancients. He's thinking, maybe I could do them.
It's for me?
Well, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. You are so kind.
Indeed. GTI, man, well, I mean, regen rune, it's not the most impactful rune you're going to see, but he's just going to use it to farm up, and honestly, kind of what you want right now as a Shaker.
It feels, he's going to try and force the Blink Dagger, trying to get it on a little bit early. Here's another initiation up top. You're going to get grabbed, pulled out under the tower. Zeal with the actual RP, used the snowballs there, but it's a little bit late to the party. Now the Echo Slam return.
again, he might be going down to the sidelines here. Moon, though, he's coming to help out as well. They will lose their support as Stoke just being beaten down by Ponyo and Zeal on the sidelines here. Jesse trying to help out as much as he can here. Moon, he's got no health, but he's still trying to make it happen here. But they just won't be able to run him down, so
difficult to finish that Pangolier off. But did you see GGI beat the actual living daylights out of him? He went from like 90% HP, and he just gets out. Maybe once he has Blink, maybe once he has like a little Crystallis on there, we'll start to see it. But the problem is, though, I talked about earlier how, Earthshaker has a good lane. He rotates, he rotates, he wins the other lanes. That hasn't happened. Okay, he did have a good lane, but it wasn't a good enough lane. Moon is kind of like broken it down a little bit.
Be a bit better hero. Though. That said, rotation comes in from the toss. The supports trying to get it done by themselves, and they are able to do so. What a kill here onto Moon. That is not what you expect.
GTI did put a Fisher block down.
I mean,
you got to give him his due.
I will not have you take away the support skill like this.
All support glory all of the time, of course. Level 8 now on the Shakira, and he is so close to this Blink Dagger. 10 minutes. It's a little bit later than I was thinking he might get it, but that's good. I think that's pretty good timing for him, given the way the situation's gone. Going for another big stack on the Ancients, but they see this overgrowth potentially not available because it's still level 5 Jeeves. Good point.
See you later, buddy. Down goes the Tusk, and well, I mean, just a casual kill on the river. Just trying to secure a rune.
Pretty happy if you're Moon in that situation, just walking by and getting a free kill.
It's a nice recovery, isn't it? I accidentally died, and then a little freebie to get me back into it. All's good. All right. But yeah, I mean, we're mentioning how it feels a little weird from Turkey, how they're struggling to match what Malaysia kind of like bring into these big fights, and they're doing fine, but it's because they got a Wraith King just kind of chilling out in the bottom lane. He's not coming to any engagements. He's just farming. He's just making skeletons, and he's not got much to show for it, to be perfectly honest. He is pretty low on net worth, so
as an Arcana completed Wraith King, I'm feeling kind of seen right now.
Absolutely. Doing what they usually do in the off lane, but in comes Chucky, rolling on in with the Fear with the help of Moon and Ponyo, and GC, well, he's going to buy himself a little bit of time. Swashbuckle will finish the job. GTI, though, hanging out nearby. He's got a Blink, he's got an Arcane. There couldn't be a better time to get involved. Blink in, slam. It's only really landing onto the Grim. They'll take him out immediately, but now he's silenced up. It's hard for him to get everything more abilities here, and the team are coming in. Zeal moving on across, and GTI goes down. Big return kill from the side of Malaysia.
Absolutely not worth. Did not get the Blink initiation that he was quite looking for. Like he certainly Blink initiated, but like you say, only kind of landed on the Grimstroke. He did bring the kill down, but it puts you in an incredibly vulnerable position. Once you have Ags, maybe you can make that play, but before then, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Yeah, and usually it's fine, because you've got someone to play with, but you're looking at this Wraith King, you're like, oh, I'll throw you a stun. Maybe I'll spawn some skeletons too. Great. Thanks,
well, we're supposed to see a lot of tower pressure coming in. I think B-Cop actually touched upon this in the draft a little bit, and he was saying, oh, the Treant Protector is going to stop them from being able to take like this 8-minute tower, and it's like, they haven't even looked at the towers yet, and the Treant's done nothing about that. The Treant's not helped in that situation. It's just literally Medusa lane versus Wraith King. Wraith King's just having a nightmare.
Yeah, and now we'll see the Medusa move around a little bit, and the Treant will take up guard on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, another day, another kill on the top side. He gets a shield rune, though, which is going to help Stoic just a little bit. But Zeal, he's not giving up the goat here, and now he just comes in for a free RP? What is that? GTI, unfortunately, did not read this play correctly, and now he will be going to the grave.
He didn't have Echo or anything, though. Maybe just a little bit of nerves, just trying to be that playmaker. But the thing is, every time he's doing this, he's losing more and more of that initial momentum that he had. And it's beginning to look a lot like Malaysia are just going to cruise through this in 29 minutes or 30 minutes or so, before Medusa's even really supposed to be online. Because look at this clear on this Ancient stack. She's already got Yasha, she's already got Falcon Blade, got the recipe as well for Manta. She's 1,000 gold short.
I mean, this changed so quickly. We had Shaker just owning, gets his Blink Dagger at great timing. We're like, hell yeah, let's go Shaker. And then blinks in, dies, oopsie poopsie, respawn, blink in, die again. Oh no. And now Medusa was there for both of those kills. She's now just farming up.
Magnus as well has got a few points in the old, Empower, and he's on 6.2k net worth, second from top. And then Pango, who's had like probably the worst lane out of everyone, he's top of the busted net worth now as well.
Yep, he's been getting the kills, and he's been getting empowered up as well, and we'll see him just take down another freebie. There have been a lot of support deaths in this middle lane, which I think might be something for Turkey to focus on.
Wait, no, look, Wraith King did a thing.
He did do a thing, and they're doing a couple more things here on the side of Turkey, as they are going to be able to bring down Ponyo as well. So a tower, a kill, that's going to help them out a little bit. Can they build off this momentum?
They got 15 seconds before the next Wisdom Rune's up. What I want to see is some sort of a snatch and grab type situation going on maybe. Maybe get both of them, try and get these supports kind of back into the game after all this early feeding. Pugna, who's position 4, by the way, bottom of the net worth. He has just had an absolute nightmare being getting caught out over and over. Zeo, he's actually pocketed here a little bit.
Yeah, this is a really nice block actually coming out from GTI, and
beautiful.
Slam comes through as well.
Really nice play from Dingo.
Juicy.
Like the Fisher block was good and it set things up. Like he was greedy though, right? He could have left. He could have skewered away. Murat turns up, make sure the kill happens.
Silence comes through. Very nice. And again, just kind of showing that they've got the skill here.
Echo Slam on 3, potentially he's waiting for the Scream end.
Yeah, Mr. Luck just kind of doing what he wants to do here and absorbing a lot of harassment. Actually, GTI just puts the Fisher down and says, no.
Nope, we're not doing this. We're gonna back it off, which is fair enough. You know, Mr. Luck, he's willing to. He's got his armlet finished up. He's willing to go in there and lose his life, his first life. But GTI, he's putting the brakes on. He's like, no, we fed them too much. Let's try and make sure we get. I think it's a problem because I think that was a really good opportunity. Like I think
I agree.
Had 3 of them really close there, and I think he's kind of like second guessing himself now after those early deaths.
Yeah, 2 blinks, you die.
Defusal up on Moon, by the way, no shard on Mr. Luck, so
yeah,
see whether or not this is going to go the way. But Moon's a little bit deep here versus 4. He's a Pango though. Fisher block, shard block, keeping them away from the follow-up, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see either the Fisher or the shards connect onto the Pango there, maybe set up for something. I mean,
but between the two of them, they could have just trapped them in a shard. You know?
Make him a little cage.
Just jump out, obviously, but still, it would have looked cool.
Still thought that counts.
They have to be quite happy to have actually taken the bottom tower, though, because Treant Protector was just going to sit there and heal it.
Yep.
And, you know, they got it. They're trying to push mid now, bring the Skelly Bobs to there, but I know.
I mean, it's good reads. Like, they're showing that they have this. Now, this is a team that's practiced, right? Like, they've clearly come with some very good ideas. But obviously Malaysia is just a very good team. There's the middle tower will be falling, and Mr. Luck comes in from the sidelines here, and does look like they're going to be able to bring down the Tusk at the very least, so 1 return kill. Mr. Luck, he's in deep, he gets a kill, he's gotten the tower. I mean, I kind of feel like he's happy with whatever happens from here on out. Misses a swashbuckle. He's got a TP.
I was a little bit worried that they were going to get the Shaker there because Mr. Luck was focusing on the tower rather than going for the team fight. But as it happens, it works out okay. They trade the Tusk for the Grimstroke. Tusk actually worth more than Grimstroke, though. Unfortunately, but it's fine. It's fine. They get the tower on top. So a little cherry on top for them there. And, you know, that's 2 towers. Oh, hello. Hello, Gold. What's he building anyway? BKB? No, he's getting his Axe first. Axe first, yeah. That's fine. They got some stacks to work through here. That's pretty good. He's cleaning them up. And only 1 tier 1 tower remaining for Malaysia now, and that's that top tower, which generally kind of just to stay up for quite a while anyway.
All part of the plan, Jeeves. They don't want these towers. They don't want any towers. They want to see some Zeal fountain hooks, skewers. Apologies.
Oh really? You think Malaysia don't want towers, or
yeah,
Turkey
Malaysia
don't
want. No, Malaysia just want to put Zeal. They want him to get in the fountain. That's what they want. I'm telling you.
Yeah, bring them back.
Medusa's not going to do it. She's going to sit onto tier 4s. She's not going to play the game.
Just throw a Mystic Stake from time to time.
Yeah, make sure you get that XP so you don't get abandoned.
That's their participation. You know, does a little bit of damage. Okay, so 13-8, Malaysia 2, well, down to 1k net worth up now. They're going for the smoke play to go hunting, but Earthshaker and Muerta are already kind of done with clearing out these ancient stacks. Muerta's still in there, so it could be a little bit
Skewer back, they get the Tusk. It's not the biggest prize, but it's certainly one they will take. And a kill this deep is always very good indeed, making a claim on this map. GTI is still showing. They got to be tempted.
Yeah, it's a shame that Turkey weren't quite ready to counterplay there because they were a little bit far forward of everyone else. You know, I mean, there's only about 3 heroes. They did smoke up, so obviously Turkey are not aware, but, you know, fortune favors those who are just kind of hanging out near each other, I think. But they didn't get the Muerta and they didn't really get the Shaker before they were able to clear out all these stacks. So I think overall, Turkey kind of got a pretty good trade there. Even though they lost the Tusk, it's still 1k net worth difference. Muerta has actually managed to recover significantly. She's just below the Medusa right now. And once Muerta gets online, she's a really scary hero to deal with, especially if you got Pugna backing her up.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Grabify into just crazy, crazy damage. They've actually caught this Medusa out. Can they keep a stun locked? I mean, looks like it. Punch is there. The Magnus Stress is going to be immediately stunned up by GTI. The RP comes through. Not enough to save the Medusa, and they do kill off Zeal instead. Now, Malaysia, they're trying to make something out of this, but I'm not sure there's much more to be done. They're just keeping GTI with the sucks. They're keeping him alive, DZ, like a mother penguin, feeding GTI health and keeping him alive through it all. Moon forced to back away. Ponyo deep behind enemy lines right now. Sure, they're low on Turkey, but they lost nobody in that.
Beautiful initiation from Turkey. Medusa just a little bit too far forward. Magnus tries to correct the situation, sort of makes it worse, and then Jeezy with the double suck, keeping the Wraith King and the Earthshaker alive. That's going to feel pretty bad. Wait, Ponyo, he's actually found Dingo here. Wraith King's in there. Could lose his first life, maybe.
Does he have the mana for a second life? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. He doesn't indeed, but he's going for it. He's running at Ponyo right now. Ponyo, he's got the moves. He's moving through the tree lines.
He's got the shard, more importantly. And they just don't have the dust available, unfortunately, at this point. Wraith King, let's have a look and see here. He's got level 2 ult. I always feel super bad to die the first time, when, before you get level 12, because the timer is so long. It doesn't really get much better these days, though. It used to be like 40 seconds, and you'd be able to go again, once you're level 18. Now it's always still like a minute or so.
Yeah. Yeah, still a bit of popularity on the hero, though. Still see it popping up every now and again. Definitely in a reasonably good place, but yeah, not like the Wraith Kings of old, who could just run into every fight with no worries.
Yeah, I think he definitely is very heavily into this Heart Blade Mail meta type situation. I've been spamming him a little bit just to annoy my 5-stack, to be honest. Hope they're not watching. There, that'll be fine. But yeah, I just the other day I got my Undying kill for up to 102 on the Arcana. Obviously, there's like 4 or 5 heroes that are just almost impossible to play against this Wraith King, and those are the ones I don't have, obviously.
Well, good luck with that, but here you can see our lovely stage where you can see all the players' items as well, which is pretty cool as well. And most important thing here, I believe, would be this Medusa. I mean, just died, and that's going to slow down the butterfly, and getting caught out at one of these key timings of Medusa is the absolute best way to make the game go a little bit in your favor, stop her just being a raid boss, catch her out before she finishes that butterfly, before she gets that evasion, and now you stand a pretty good chance on kind of continuing that pressure. But how much pressure do they want to put on the side of Turkey?
The problem with the butterfly here is Murta already has fully finished Mjolnir, so she has the hit chance coming through from the Maelstrom element.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
It's not enough, but it's probably enough versus Butterfly. It wouldn't be enough versus like a PA, but it's probably enough versus Butterfly just to offset things. A lot of the damage coming out, other than the Wraith King, obviously, I'm not sure how he's going to deal with the Medusa situation, because he's screwed versus Butterfly. He doesn't have the Radiance or anything like that you would kind of see, generally speaking. Is he going to build a Monkey King bar later? I don't know. Doesn't feel like a great item on the hero, to be honest.
Yeah,
in the position that he's playing. Like, it's fine if you're playing like a core Wraith King maybe, but as an offlane, doesn't feel great. But they do have an awful lot of magic damage, plus the Zuck on top from the Pugna. That means that they can actually shut this Medusa down, even if she was like super evasive. But still, yeah, I mean, as you say, the timing is going to be an issue. What do you want to see? What do you want to see coming out of the Pangolier next? Does he go into like a upgraded Blink? Does he go for Greaves, or what's the Pango play here?
Yeah, let's go the Arcanes. I don't imagine Greaves is going to be the option here.
It's way too soon for Greaves, for sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what we usually see from coming out from Pangoliers. I mean,
maybe some more damage or something.
Yeah, could be
Basher?
Something along those lines. Basher, I think that's, Agus Basher, I think, is probably what we're looking at here.
Could be a pretty decent counter initiation option.
I think the Ags is really important as well for him, actually, because you're going to be looking at long fights. You've got a Medusa, you've got a Wraith King, you've got heals coming out from one side. So likelihood is you're going to be looking at long fights. You can't really avoid it. You're going to have to just kind of scale into that, and we'll see exactly what they can do. Also, as we mentioned, or as the panel mentioned, that obviously not a disarm anymore, but the attack slow, very important for that Muerta. When she pops that ultimate, if she doesn't have the BKB going, then you can cause her some issues there, which is really important to try and kind of answer, because I don't know, haven't seen a ton coming out from the Muerta yet. Like, she has been able to kind of turn up and deal the damage when needed, but at the same time, haven't really seen that big, impactful bang team fight from her.
Yeah, we've not really seen the big team fight for sure yet. And I think that's okay though. While he's farming, I think he's like, oh no, I got more items.
Yeah.
You know, oh no.
What a shame.
You know, like, oh, we're going to go back into it. Another thing I noticed as well is the harpoon is nearly finished on Magnus. He's about 1,000 gold off, not even. So that's going to give them another mobility option, another catch option.
Yeah.
Make things it's just annoying for like the Tusk and the Mirror and the Earthshaker. You know? But, yeah.
And I just caught a glimpse of the Muertas quick by there as we see GTI and Moon having a little bit of a scuffle. Well, might be turning into a bit more than that. They've got the Inkswell upon him with the skewer back as well, dragging GTI out of position and getting the kill onto that Shaker. Another death on the power runes. I mean, Dingo being able to kill Ponyo, who cares?
So he turned to go for the Fisher block instead of just running or blinking. And he obviously wasn't thinking that the whole team is waiting for me. But I think we talked about the potential of Lycan plus Grimstroke, right?
Yeah.
With the Wolves and the stun. But you put the stun on the Pangolier while he's rolling through, and you could detonate the Inkswell now whenever you want.
Yeah.
So you can choose the moment way better, and the combination is definitely a little bit underrated in this game. We haven't really seen it being pulled off.
It's not like one of the best combos, but since that change to Inkswell, it's made it like so much better.
It's way more
made it pretty
executable
good.
for sure. Yeah.
And we've seen that quite a few times already, although nothing huge. And here we
There you
go,
go.
jumping in again. Blink Initiator. Plus
Very
the
annoying
Inkswell.
for GZ. Even if he's got his Decrepify, he puts his totem down, but he can't do much about it.
Stares at him. Like, all right, you're decrepified. You can't be decrepified forever.
You're taking extra magic damage from my Inkswell. Enjoy. My shield crash.
The true damage dealer, Inkswell.
Ponyo getting all the information
Setting up
here.
around Roshan here.
Oh, they're going for it here. There's the harpoon usage. They go for the skewer back. The way Mr. Luck getting a little bit low here. Goes for the armlet toggle. Snowball forward now from the Tusk. Gets the shards down. Here, this Pango's in a little bit deep, isn't he? GTI trying to look for some kill action. Does find the kill. The overgrowth from the tree and protector turn things around. And the Gaze is doing so much work as well, but they haven't lost anyone on Turkey side yet.
No, they have not. Zio coming in, gets off the up here at the last second. They're holding back the Muerta. She can't get off her damage. Mr. Luck's going to end up going down. And Dingo just staring at little lonely Chucky here. And it is going to be the Medusa who is the queen of this fight. GZ just running himself away, trying to hide behind the tree. Moon, Ponyo again, all hunting him out here. And they are going to be able to bring him down eventually.
Oh, they had such a good start to that fight, Turkey, but I think they pushed their luck, and then Magnus was kind of, I mean, he did, Magnus died, but he did manage to come in,
He got
turn
the
things
RP.
around a bit. The
So
overgrowth
close.
was super clutch, and the fact that the Wraith King goes down without getting a second life, just an absolute kick in the, oh, no, wait, did he use his life?
He did use his life. He's got the shard now, so
I never saw him coming back, though.
come back for round 2. I mean, he would have had to because he's got the shard, right?
Yeah,
Either
he
way.
did use it. He did.
Yeah.
Full mana, he's got no ult. Yeah, but yeah, it just felt like it did nothing. Like, or they killed him like second time round so fast. And they get the easy Roche off the back. This Pangolier, of course, just the absolute dream for doing Roshan. He's got minus armor and disarm. Roche is basically just a big kitten in the in the pit, even getting ready. Aegis on Moon allowing him to play very aggressive here, and you know what?
I like it.
Chucky's just like, I don't need it.
Yeah, I got my Manta, I got my Butterfly after that fight. I'm going to be steamrolling into the
Skadi's halfway
Skadi.
finished, and I'm just going to come in and I'm cool. I've got all the items I need. But it really allows Moon to make plays that are, you know, aggressive all over the place. Oh, free GTI kill.
Yeah, that's not really where you want to be hanging out. Slam comes down as well.
I don't know about that Echo Slam. It was questionable at best. Oh, Snowball initiation in. Awkward. That's going to be a free kill for them going the other way again. Yeah.
All right, Meals on Wheels.
I think Turkey may have lost a hold of the old rope that the tug of war has been going on here, you know?
Indeed, indeed. Whoever's at the back has slipped and is being dragged across the floor, but now it's time for somebody else to stand up and bring a bit of calm into the Turkey lineup, all right? Yeah, it's scary. It's a difficult game now. It's a very difficult game to come back into, but there's no such thing as an easy game. Well, there is, but it just sounded cool in the moment.
I think honestly, it's so difficult now from this point forwards. Yeah, 22 and 13, 4K net worth for Malaysia. Item timing's being hit here. Zealkar grabbing a hold of Easy here.
Whoa.
Using the RP for a support though.
Seems very angry at GZ. Not sure why, but nevertheless, they're going to be able to bring him down regardless.
I'd say GZ's definitely been one of the standout players for Turkey so far. He's had a lot of pretty sweet moves.
Yeah, some good plays, definitely. Some nice life drains. Some good aggression. I've been caught out a couple of times as well. Ooh, blink away from Mr. Luck. Slowly Chucky comes throwing out snakes in the middle lane. Just sending GTI back in. Yeah, this is kind of what Turkey need to be doing, right? Like, sure, support dies deep on the map, that's fine. Just get out deep, get lanes pushed.
I think they need to wait for the Pugna smoke up and try and get a kill, but you're at the point where Malaysia are just kind of like going as 5. And getting that pick is going to be it's a lot more difficult, I feel, for Turkey to get the pick than it would be for, say, the Magnus to go in and get the skewer out. You know, he can maybe pluck somebody from the pack. Not always that good of an idea, though, because you're pulling them back into a potential Echo Slam. Here we go, though. The smoke up, exactly as I said. You don't have the Pugna, but he will be making a move across here, across that top lane. As they go hunting. They know someone's in here, so Ponyo going to break the smoke. Beautiful. Beautiful shard usage.
Alright, they're going to go for it. They'll take the tree kill at the very least, and that'll be an easy one, but immediately Malaysia coming in and trying to get a bit of revenge. They're going to go onto the Zac. Slam comes down there, they take down the Aegis and Seal straight off the bat. Medusa just hanging out on low ground. I mean, they're not that healthy on the side. They're absolutely fine. Come back onto the Pangolier, take him down. Turkey showing major life here. TP out, though, is successful for the Medusa. So she will get herself to safety, and looks like Gan's going to be able to run himself away on the sidelines here as well. But still, huge win here for Turkey.
Perfectly executed. Just as exactly what they needed to do at that point in the game. And shaves a little bit of net worth difference off there. You can see double the damage done over on the side of Turkey. No one died as well, so they're getting a huge injection of XP. Is it going to be enough to be able to propel them into maybe taking this top tower, maybe looking at another objective? There's nothing on the map at the moment. Obviously, Roche is going to be down for another 4.5 minutes at least. So what do? Go Tormentor of the enemy, maybe? In order to do that, they need to take this top tower, so it doesn't feel that great. I don't know if they're going to be able to get much off of this, you know, other than set up for another smoke gank.
Yeah, it's a neutralizing play, right? Like, you get them off your side of the map, you get rid of that Aegis, you buy yourself time, now you hit this Radiance on the Wraith King, you find yourself another way back into this game. It's...
Okay, Radiance on the off lane, okay. I mean, it gives them options to fight the Medusa for sure. Also, you can break it down still to make the Nullifier. Don't know if you'd want to do that, but later on, maybe. Right, they're going to go for their own Tormentor.
Yep, time to Terminate. Nice easy quick one. That'll be a shard onto Pugna. And a nice little multi-suck on that Death Ward. Of course, we've been seeing GZ use that mostly defensively at this point.
I thought he already had that because he had like 2 sucks going at the same time, but I assume he must have just changed targets. Yeah, he's just that good.
He's got APM through the roof.
Yeah.
Quivers for both carry. A little bit better for the Muerta, of course. Another way just to
rather happily being able to punch straight through her, you know, through her evasion for sure. Yeah,
one shot at least. I mean,
the range is really
between
good
that
as well,
and between the Silver Edge, you know, okay, you got 2 shots coming in here. Unfortunately, most likely going to be used together. So, you know,
that's a good point actually.
We make do.
They do have a sentry here, so they could potentially find the tree and protector. I've not really seen much dust coming out though. And versus a tree, you would think, like, why not just have it? You know? Just walk around, smoke breaks, pop dust. Surprise, we see you.
Yeah, it's been a thorn in the side for sure.
Double damage. Hands the ball to the Medusa to make sure they get the perfect usage of the double damage, make sure they're going to use it at the precise time that they want to, rather than starting the clock immediately.
Yeah.
And they're aware though, so smoke on smoke action is Turkey trying to get something out of this, but this could be a fatal mistake for them.
Yeah, moving on to the Pugna. It's a great target to bring down, but he's got the Yoga Seal plus supports up to get himself away, but immediately Medusa's coming in, but they've only managed to really catch the supports at this point. They want to fight this. The moment the call ends from the Medusa, they're jumping on in and just trying to take it down. That evasion, though, doing so much work. They're not really doing enough to the Medusa right now. She is doing so much back then. Muerta coming in, though, trying to deal the heavy punches here to the Medusa. She's got no mana left, but Diongo's dead as well. Dingo, he's dead. Oh, no, that is brutal. They try to go for the fight. They play it so patiently, Jeeves, but it's not quite enough.
The fatal move, miss move that we were talking about. Just the fact that they get the tusk before he's able to snowball out. You know, before he's able to get that snowball off, and just faster on the fingers. And the Echo Slam felt like it wasn't really optimal. It was okay.
Yeah.
They did what they could, but now a little bit of a slow siege from a Medusa who's on the low ground, just chucking away at this tower here.
I mean, I'll be honest there, pretty much every ultimate was kind of pretty bad in that fight. Like,
Yeah, both teams actually. There wasn't
Both
like
of them were bad. The gaze was kind of useless, like it just delayed things, but it didn't really matter. It came down to the punches, it came down to the target selection, and ultimately they couldn't kill the Deucer. And they really need the Moist to be on the right target there.
He thought he was going to be able to TP out, but Ponyo, of course, with the shard since God knows how long in the game, like 14 minutes or something, or 15 minutes, he just punches him, stuns him, stops the TP away, and now 11k net worth. Malaysia feeling very, very strong indeed. Roche up in 1 minute time, but can they take a set of racks before then? Nice little play by GTI, but the blink forward actually from Magnus. He goes in real deep. Tries for the Harpine Skewer, but it's not going to happen.
No cares, this Magnus.
I know, like he's trapped on the other side of the
What are
Fisher
you gonna
block. He's
do?
like, I'll just wait while the tower pounds on me and does literally nothing.
Yeah, he's a bit of a beast at this point, and Turkey, just obviously not going to fight 4v5. They don't want to start that. So.
No, I mean, especially when Wraith King's quote-unquote their initiation. But, you got an Air Shaker plus a task.
Yes.
Has he even got Blink Dagger on the Wraith King? No, right? He doesn't have one?
He does, yeah.
Oh, he does have one. Okay.
Yes, the whole blink, stun one target, and kind of hope that they look at you strategy.
Well, ever since they moved that talent to level 25, the one where you explode and do the stuns all around, that was a great talent for initiating with. You could just blink and kill me.
yeah, if they were down for it, for sure.
Look at you all day.
Yeah, I mean, Malaysia, they're just happy to slow play it. They're not going to force any high ground here. They're not playing 3 patches ago. They're playing this patch, and they know what to do.
That's right. Build a 40k net worth lead before you go high ground.
40k? You're feeling modest today, Jeeves.
Oh, smoke up. Looking for
a
little grip here. Hello there. Oh, GTI showing in the lane. Immediately gets RP'd. Push back into Medusa Skadi. And that's 50 seconds on the sideline for Mr. GTI with no buyback available. Jeepers, look where his net worth is right now. He is, practically a support at this point.
Yeah, it's a tough time, but if you're not making plays on this Airshaker, and you don't really have the space to farm due to your Wraith King and your Medusa, I mean, what else are you going to do? You have to farm these dangerous positions. That's unfortunately his position in the game, and why we've been seeing him get picked off so much is because he's the one who has to go and take this risky farm each and every time.
Yeah, I feel like they could have stacked more. Stacking at the start worked out really well. The problem is it's so dangerous versus a Magnus. It's so dangerous versus a Pango and a Medusa, who at this point in the game can all just clear your stacks. Do you know what I mean? You're basically stacking for the enemy. I can understand the logic, It's gone a little bit longer than I was expecting, though. I was thinking maybe like 30 minutes, and Medusa wasn't really going to get to do much before the game was over. But I feel like now maybe we push into the later game, and it's maybe another 15 minutes or so, depending on how frisky things go. GZ getting grabbed again. Pulled in, nice little ex-wife sent in on top of GZ, and he will not be able to get out of that.
Absolutely not. No, Zeal brings him down. Another death here for GZ. I mean, again, I mentioned the last time he died here, but it's kind of okay. You're going in pretty deep. You're forcing some heroes back, pushing out waves. That's what you want to be doing if you can as a support in this game.
All things my position 4 says as they feed for the 18th time.
Absolutely.
I'm making space.
Roshan time, I believe, is what the clock is saying.
Sure is.
28 seconds.
They're downtown. They're waiting for Roche to spawn.
All right, Turkey. Now's your chance. Are they going to go and contest this rush? Because they should know it's up if they've got stopwatches.
I mean, it's difficult to remember.
It's not looking like it right now.
It's difficult to remember everything in the situation. No, I definitely think Shaker's going down there for a potential Echo Slam. They throw the scan out now as well, but no one's in the pit actually because Roche hasn't quite spawned yet. He's 2 seconds away, and this is just serendipitous timing. Do you know what I mean? If it was like 5 more seconds and these guys headed back to the pit, and they got them with the scan, then things would be a little bit more... oh, somebody's got a gem as well. Ponyo running the gem here. Of course, he's in Viz most of the time, so it feels okay.
Whoa!
Yep.
Blinking in the way, then, well, there you go. RP is there. Whole team is waiting, and they'll be able to get a kill onto GTI.
I would immediately fall back and do Roche here, but it seems like Malaysia are feeling bold. They're going to go up to the high ground. Maybe they don't know about the buyback on GTI though.
Nice snowball as well to dodge out the harpoon. One thing harpoon doesn't penetrate apparently.
They don't have much available, right? Only the song, the overgrowth, the Pango roll.
I mean, surely they have to fight this. Surely they have to go. And there's a buyback coming in from the Earthshaker. Initiation from Moon. He has been caught by a very nice shot. He's able to bounce his way out of it. Moon in some trouble here.
Oh,
Slam comes
Slam.
in. I mean, sure, they've isolated the Medusa. Can they do anything about it? She's still got mana left, she's still got health, and she's still got that core coming on out. She's just blasting down the heroes. Aghanim's on the Wraith King gonna allow the Shaker to do a little bit more, but I mean, how much are we really talking about here? The Tusk, the Shaker, they will both be falling, and meanwhile the Medusa's gotten away absolutely fine. Medusa just taking out everyone
on the back line and decimating Turkey here, and they've just crumbled here. Like the last 3 team fights, Malaysia have been firing on all 4 cylinders except from the Alps, and yeah, they have nothing left in the tank now. They're just going to try and throw some bodies, but at the end of the day, that is going to be game 1, pretty much done and dusted, with Malaysia taking it with a fairly easy to execute draft in about the timing that we thought they would do it, you know.
Mr. Luck kills Gan, Gan kills Mr. Luck. You know how it goes with that Wraith King axe. But yeah, I mean, Jeeves, he's putting in the work.
Very low, yeah.
But I'm not calling it yet, Jeeves. I'm not calling it yet, but...
Neither are Turkey. They believe in themselves, which I think is the best thing you can do in these situations. Double damage on the river. Roche obviously spawned. We talked about the danger of going high ground without the Aegis. Turkey are so far behind here, though, they weren't even able to punish that hard. Yeah, they get the Magnus, yeah, they get the Grimstroke, but it costs them literally everything.
Yeah, yeah. Shaker buyback, you know, you surely managed to hold on to a couple, but I mean, you lost Rax. Now, your base is in tatters, and we're basically just looking for one more Hallelujah play. I mean, part of me believes, you know, we saw some cool stuff coming out from Turkey earlier when they were behind against that Aegis. Honestly, first Aegis, I was like, all right.
I think in order to win this game at this point, they need to break them on the high ground twice and then take like Roche and like a team fight after that before they can even potentially threaten a tier 2. And I think that is a huge mountain to climb. Are there a lot of big mountains in Turkey?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe
Yes,
they've
there
got
are mountains
the
in
maybe they're you know
That's skiing in
acclimatized.
Turkey.
Yeah.
Did you know?
Yeah. That's a huge country.
Yeah.
There's got to be some parts of it there.
It's big enough, it's got to have skiing. Roshan starting to fall. Yeah,
Oh,
this
here
is...
we go though. Turkey with the smoke up. They're going looking here. Ponyo in the position once again to break it though.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my god.
This guy, so annoying. Trian's getting banned next game, I'm telling you that one for free.
Well, the biggest surprise for me this game was they had got the Grimstroke through, and then they completely ignored the Lycan.
Screw Lycan.
You know,
We're here to play games.
I know. But just the panel were kind of like this heroes and like, you know, whatever, and they just nobody even, you know, paid attention to it. I'm sure you might make an appearance though today at some point.
Hope not. Good old lonely Chucky running it down the top lane. Team behind him, smoked up in the trees.
Lonely Chucky. He's here completely by himself.
Exactly.
There's no one anywhere near him as he goes up to the high ground with the cheese, by the way. Aegis is... Where is the Aegis?
Aegis is on the Pangolier again, my friend.
Oh,
As
sure
he's
is.
just going to come rolling on in. He sniffs them out. He knows where they are. And he's going to be able to scout them and tell them absolutely everything. And once again, it's going to be the Pugna being dragged back into where everybody are taken on down here. Punch out onto the Magnus. Magnus, he does get off the RP, though. He's going to be able to hold them both down. And the Medusa just partying through it all. Doing so much work. GTI trying to do his best, but he's just melting. Chucky punching through it all right now. There's some Werta trying to fight up into everyone. Sure, she can get off the damage. Gets off the ultimate along with the... Oh, hello, Cheese. It might not be enough. It might not be enough. The BKB is still there from the Werta. Werta, she's shooting. She's doing it. No way. No way. The heal's coming out from the Pugna as well. Magnus trying to fight up. Trying to bring down Werta. No more ultimate for you, but she does have the second life coming through from that Wraith King Axe. And they do actually get the kill onto Ponyo here on the side. And jumping back in here, Moon, he's back for round number 2. The buybacks coming out thick and fast. All of them being used from both teams. Malaysia, they want to finish this one right now. Mr. Luck very, very low, as is Jesus. Just trying to buy time to get their other heroes back into this fight right now. Mr. Luck trying to buy time for his ulti, but it's not going to come back off cooldown. Zeal going to just throw back, try and control up those sprays. And it looks like, Jeeves, this might be the end. The two-man defense versus
They got
4.
one more buyback. They got one more buyback. But Medusa comes straight back into the fight. She rolls on up there. You saw when she was going going ham on him. Like there's 4 heroes being on her and she's killing them all.
Okay, Medusa, Werta is a little far out, we could say, and she's now going to die. Alright.
Oh, okay, the link.
There it is. GG is called, and game number 1 will be going to Malaysia. And, you know, they just proved to us they are the more experienced team. They do have really, really good players. They came with a stronger strategy, but, I mean, Turkey as well. They put up a hell of a fight. Great first game here, Jeeves.
Yeah, I felt like Turkey just failed to kind of execute like 100% of the draft, like as you know, as you do when you're under pressure in that type of situation. But yeah, Malaysia, they did what we kind of expected them to do. They kind of pushed it into a late game situation, scenario. And I think Moon, though, I mean, he did die a lot on the Pangolier, but him able to break the Earthshaker's momentum in that early game, and then Earthshaker gifting the 2 kills back-to-back on the back of the Blink. Pretty good time.
Pretty good time indeed, yeah. I mean, you know, some great moments coming out from Turkey, but ultimately Malaysia just coming in strong, you know, solid strategy, solid gameplay, and really just the perfect balance of strategy and gameplay. I really liked how they kind of just relied on Zeal to be the ultimate playmaker in this game, and boy did he deliver.
Yeah, well, Moon as well. The Pangolier was making an awful lot of the initiations for sure. And
no, I'm talking the team fights. I'm talking the big moments, Jeeves.
The Pangolier was able to go in there and then kind of bait the stuff in, and then Zeal's like, then he gets a much tastier blink in RP connection. But then he was just picking GZ left, right, and center. He's picking GGI
he was also
left,
just
right,
solo
and
RPing GZ a lot.
Just bringing them in, you know, taking them back in the fight and bringing them, you know, and bringing them down. And yeah, I'd say between the two of them, they basically managed to kind of turn their situation around. Turned that frown upside down for Malaysia. Not that the frown was ever really there. It was kind of just like a droopy smile. But yeah, I mean, fantastic play from both teams. Really looking for the second series. We're going to go back to the analysts.
Yes,
and,
indeed
see
we
what they
are.
have to say.
Great game number 1 coming out from the SEA representatives. Back to you, Snare.
Thank you very much, Nomad and G's. We are, of course, here back at the STC Play Analyst desk to break down what we just saw, where Turkey took a tumble up against Malaysia. They did make it very exciting, made it very competitive, even at the end, forcing a fight that had 8 total buybacks. But unfortunately, the Malaysian draft reigned supreme, and they end up getting the victory here. I'm joined here to get on panel by B-Cop, by Black. And Black, one thing about this game, right, is Malaysia, Nomad was mentioning it, more experienced team. You can just see they have more pieces together. Except for the carry player. There were a couple of moments where it really felt like that might be the one person Turkey could potentially exploit if they are able to get a W here.
Yeah, Lonnie Chucky definitely put his team in a peculiar position a couple of times, but after the first time, his team actually kind of just backed him up. Like they kind of figured out that he was a little out of position, and they backed him up before he even got into trouble. They did it very well. But when it just comes to pure play, actually, I don't think Turkey played much worse. I really attribute this game probably like 70-80% just to draft and execution. It's so easy to play this draft. We saw it so many times. He's trying to find a good echo. He just can't. There's too many small spells everywhere. Even if you get a good RP, you get a good echo, suddenly there's an overgrowth on your Muerta, and she can't really deliver the damage. Very tough draft. I think if they get a better draft in game 2, they're not going to just make it very competitive, but they could maybe even win a game, maybe even win the whole series.
There were a couple of moments here that looked very good on the side of Turkey. Their play was actually quite nice. We have a replay here to show you, for example, brought to you by Savvy. And in this particular replay here, B-Cup, I'm looking at how they're moving, right? And even though the draft doesn't necessarily work out for them, their actual execution from Turkey, like Black was saying, was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this was interesting because the first blood went to mid and then they lost the mid. It ends up being a little bit of a trade here. This is what we were asking them to do the entire lane. This part right here where they're trying to dive the tier 1, get themselves out of the Muerto, which eventually, yeah, here we are. They do get that kill. But we wanted them to do that from the start. Like, they played that lane a little bit, I would say, too chill almost, where you have what we talked about in the draft. You have the ability to Shockwave, Skewer, Inkswell, and have that combination ready to go pretty early on, especially Tusk went 1-0-2. There's no snowball save. There's nothing to really help out here. But they kind of let it get to, level 6 before they were really diving and going for the Muerta. I was a little bit surprised at the lack of aggression that came from that lane, and maybe that's first game land jitters. Maybe again, this is not like a team roster that's been playing with each other for a long time, like the normal teams like Gaming Gladiators and all those teams that we see that are a normal roster. So maybe there's that lack of communication on wanting to be aggressive. But I mean, the execution was certainly there. It felt like you said, Black, the draft's just so easy to play because I think with the mistakes that Malaysia made, you maybe don't get away with that against like Serbia.
Yeah.
They made a
very good
few
point.
big mistakes, and it was a little bit rough at times. And I'd like to see them kind of clean it up. rough around the edges for game number 1, but still good win overall.
Yeah, this is the first game of the weekend, of course, so, you know, giving a little bit of slack here. One thing I do want to credit Turkey with, though, Black, is this never give up attitude, right? You can tell that these are kids, because fights that, at this advanced age, I've been playing Dota for a long time, there's certain fights I wouldn't take. There's a great engagement right now, for example. Turkey had the guts to go for it, despite not having vision of all the enemy heroes, despite not having all their ultimates up. They were still like, guys, we can make this happen, we can force the fight. And they were able to win it and delay the game even further. So if we get a better draft out of them and they play with the lack of fear we see here, what are you expecting for game 2?
Yeah. Truth be told, like the courageous part of the team is kind of like a double-edged sword. Like in that particular instance, it worked out very nicely, but then they had a lot of other fights that had no business taking, took it anyway, and then they kind of just die one by one, unfortunately. And we've seen it also with the mid-rex, like the Rave King respawns. He's like, yeah, they're probably gone, dies right away again, and then of course the team can't do anything for 50 seconds. But again, I think most of this is the draft, and if they do get a better draft, I will definitely give them a... I don't know if I want to go as far as 50-50, but I do think just pure gameplay, Malaysia wasn't that much better than them.
One of the interesting things that we did see throughout all of these replays as they were playing this game is the fact that, you know, as much as Turkey was trying to always force something to happen, the one thing I always notice is no matter where the Medusa was, no matter where the Magnus is in the game, no matter what the Pango was up to, right? You know what I think was really on point, in my opinion, right? Ponyo's tree, his positioning in this game was actually stupid. It was ridiculous. The amount of smokes he was breaking, the amount of ganks that he tanked on behalf of his team, it almost felt like they were playing with 6 players in the team, B-Corp, rather than just having 5, given how involved he was on the map.
Yeah, there was a point, I think Turkey had just won a fight, and they wanted to smoke to get some more, and you saw Ponyo in the trees, as a tree, one of the trees, you are the tree, doing tree things, and breaks that smoke, and that leads to a pretty great fight for Malaysia. It's one of the benefits of having tree. You're able to be in these positions that, like, yeah, you know, sometimes as a support, you're trying to stand at the top of the steps, be in these weird smoke break spots, but when you're able to be within the trees and kind of have these better smoke breaks, these S-tier smoke break spots, you're just giving your team so much information that they use to take some pretty good fights and ultimately win the game with.
They did manage to get themselves a W. Let's take a look at what the head-to-head scoreline looked like after this first game here, with Malaysia grabbing the W. More kills, of course, than the side of Turkey. But one thing I found very interesting here from a carry perspective, Black, even though you and I were talking backstage, we weren't necessarily fans for the most part of the Muerta's itemization, but his farming patterns were pretty good. Up until the last like 3 minutes of the game, he was neck and neck with the Medusa for a long time with this hero.
Yeah, of course Muerta isn't really a slow farmer once you get the... What's the double attack called again? Gunslinger?
Gunslinger.
Yeah, Gunslinger.
Gunslinger
Plus Maelstrom, yeah, like you farm super fast, but as you said, the farming patterns were good. Even when they were really far behind, Muerta was like 5-6k behind, which is really nothing at that point because Medusa is such a flash farmer. If I had to critique something, it would probably his teamfight positioning. Like, he always tried to come in from the back when his team initiated, but that's where the whole of Team Malaysia was waiting for him. So he was kind of just right next to them. He gets stunned, he gets overgrowthed, and we said it in the draft, he is really the only damage source they have. Yeah. So if he's controlled, the team cannot win a team fight. Which, it's very unfair for him because there's so much pressure on him to perform perfectly. You have to be in a perfect position all the time, dodge all the spells, maybe even silence the mag as he jumps on you. It's like, you know, you have to make so many plays happen. It's just impossible.
Yeah. A lot to do, a lot of responsibility being put on the shoulders of our young carry player Dingo. Unfortunately, not able to carry it to fruition. But we all agree that the draft is the main problem. B-Corp, tell me, when you look at what Turkey was doing, right, what's the one thing you want them to double down on going into the second game to give them the best shot?
Double down on their lanes because they looked pretty good, and maybe that was just the lack of aggression that came up from Malaysia, but I thought the lanes were decent. Like, the Earthshaker kind of
got crushed,
yeah, like Earthshaker came out pretty good. That's a matchup that he should be winning, though, or doing well with against the Pangolier. I think that Muerta maybe could have taken advantage a little bit more of the not lazy, that's the wrong word, I don't want to say that. The casual, maybe, play of that lane because it wasn't aggressive, and we thought it should be.
Way too passive.
Passive's the thank you. My vocabulary just not hitting marks here. A little bit of a B- vocab student, but I think that if they played a little bit more aggressive, maybe that Muerta has a little bit of a harder time. I think coming into the draft, Turkey need to figure out, because if you lane well like that against some of those matchups, what can we do to secure it even more and make a game that was as close as the first one more beneficial for you, give you the best chance of winning, because I'm not I'm not thinking this game's out of their reach. The game number 2. I think this series is super winnable based on how Malaysia played in game 1.
I'm usually that guy. I'll be that guy again. I do think Malaysia, for their standards, underperformed quite a bit in game 1.
Right.
So if they show up like we expect them to in game 2, it might also just be completely one-sided. Because I still do believe that these players, they didn't play up to their potential almost at all. Like maybe 70%, but they have a lot of more plays that they can make happen for sure.
So you said it, and we were kind of talking about it. I don't know if it was like that lack of maybe like Malaysia thinks, they're the favorites coming in. Is it a little bit of that? Like they just are, it's the overconfidence and knowing like in any scenario we can be the best team? Because it kind of felt like that. There were some fights where it's like, he's doing well in lane, but we're the favorites. We're supposed to win this game, right? Yeah. Like, do you think it was a little bit too much of that?
Possibly. I also think that we're in a situation where they know, not just that they are the favorites, but that the teams are going to be preparing for the teams that there should be more information available on. And how much studying would they have done on the Turkish players? Because the Turkish players haven't played in this kind of setting before. Right. So the only tape they have of them, you have to go find the person's pubs. How often are you going to really be doing that, right? You can look at the pub, but you're not going to download the replay individually, always be looking through everything. So I think they were maybe just like, okay, let's just treat this as a pub in a way, right? A competitive ranked game, we're going to play together, we're going to play as a unit, but we can't go bombastic, we can't go like above and beyond. Just the setting doesn't necessarily allow for it up against Turkey. And Turkey definitely took advantage of that. For me though, Black, I want to ask you where you think the turning point of the game was. For me, I feel like the game genuinely ended at that fight that they took around the bottom twin gate. They take this fight, they lose 3 heroes, immediately lose Roshan, and then they lose Wraith King, then they lose the Earthshaker, and they lose tier 1, tier 2 in that lane. That felt like the game just ended.
Yeah, it's like a snowball effect. But that's also the timing that we spoke about on the panel before, where Medusa gets these 2 items. They actually almost every fight went the same way. Dusa stands in the front, and they go all in on Dusa, which you just cannot do in a game like this. Dusa has 3 heroes behind her that all have AoE disables. You have Overgrowth, you have RP, you have Pango rolling through, you have Pango disarm against Muerta, who didn't have BKB at the time. You just cannot do it. You need to find a better angle, you smoke around, eliminate the priority targets first. Because Dusa, he was just standing there, he was very happy to be jumped on. He's like, all right, guys, come give me all the damage. My team is going to help me. Probably. Probably. But it happened there pretty much every time. They crushed that fight, and as you said, after that, they get that Aegis, take all the outer towers with that Aegis, control the map, and at that point, you just don't have any openings anymore.
Yeah. Let's talk about itemization quick. Benji, one thing that I know is, right, items were obviously not as fast in coming for the side of Turkey, given the fact that it's so far behind on gold. The Muerta's itemization, she went, Hurricane Pike, Maelstrom, full Mjolnir, Shadow Blade, before BKB, fam. What would you have changed in that order? Do you think the BKB should have been like the #1 priority for her after Maelstrom?
BKB, I think, has to be earlier when you're down like that. It just seems to give you like this baseline, know what you can do, because you know how long it's going to last, right? Like now I have X amount of seconds to get this done, and it gives you the opportunity to feel like Muerta, right? Like you deal damage, you have the opportunity to just press R and here's the veil. And I love this hero.
I mean, just to chime in on that real quick. I believe in a scenario where he was the sole damage leader of the team, you need to prioritize BKB. Like even Maelstrom into BKB, I would have loved, just because this is the only way you can fight.
Yeah.
You cannot fight otherwise.
Because Wraith King went Armlet because of the state of the game.
Yeah.
Armlet, Blink, and then Radiance.
And then went back for Radiance.
It was also a very interesting item build. Like usually you go for one or the other, not both. So that really slowed his progression down as well. But yeah, like, as I said, if you're the sole damage dealer and you can't deal damage, you cannot win fights. It's impossible.
I think they should have went Blade Mail on somebody. I was shocked that there was no Blade Mail.
Yeah. Radiance, Blade Mail,
against the Medusa, right? The Medusa Magnus, you would expect.
Yeah. I thought there should have been a Blade Mail at some point. I don't know about you, but my pubs, there's always Blade Mail.
Yeah, like 10 of them.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's always 10. Give Couriers Blade Mail. There's my
go.
Okay. I have to get one every game.
Courier
Ice
Blade
Rock,
Mail.
Courier Blade Mails. That if you just had a hotkey on that, somebody like Nature's Prophet's like, I'm gonna kill this Courier Blade Mail. Boom, you die instead.
You just remember it has like 150 HP. It wouldn't be that drastic.
It would have to be buffed. Blade Mail Courier is a different separate item, but it pops and you take 800% of your damage that you're throwing.
Oh wow, okay.
Balanced.
Balanced, completely balanced.
Yeah.
Still keeping on this trend of items, one thing that I did see from the supports on the side of Malaysia here, Black, 24 minutes in, both of them buy Blink Dagger simultaneously, right? At that time, both of them already have Aghanim shards, right? That's so scary. If I'm on the enemy team on Turkey, it's like, guys, we're already struggling with mobility, we're struggling with controlling this Medusa. Now now it's not possible to do anymore. Like, is there anything that Turkey could have brought to try and counteract the double blink on the supports?
Well, I really think BKB is the only way. Because what happened in those team fights is Treant, I mean, the shot is a very good shot, but it's not like one you always get. But in this particular game, it was amazing because he just blinked into Muerta every time, hits him, overgrows him, hits him again, and he just solely basically disabled him. You know, like Muerta did nothing in these fights. It's kind of ridiculous. Which is also like, how much would have BKB really helped? Because you still get hit, and then if you BKB, then it's still gonna overgrowth. You know,
still get RP'd.
It's as I said, it's a very tough game. Like, what could they have changed? Really, like with this draft, the only way you really win is you come from behind, kill both the supports first, then you can have a fight on your terms. But if you need to kill 2 heroes to begin with, then like you're probably in trouble.
It's also pretty tough supports to kill, right?
It is not easy. The Treant, as we saw, with his positioning too.
Grimstroke's not really going to be anywhere that's accessible.
Yeah.
And even then, you're putting yourself into such a bad spot.
It's such a rough position. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Treant pops here, suddenly Magnus is like, oh wow, I'm right here. 3-man RP. Okay, we lost the fight. Or 2-man RP on Muerta, whatever. We lost the fight.
It definitely felt like some of the skill usage, too, from the side of Malaysia was better. It did feel sometimes maybe desperation is the word, I guess. Like the Earthshaker blink echoes that when he had that blink reveal, he blinks in, he echoes, he only hits Grimstroke. Maybe you could have set that up a little bit better. You get there's 4 heroes down there. You get a 4-man Echo Slam. All of a sudden, that fight opens up everything for you, and it felt like our lane, Muerta dies 2 times up top. Now I have blink. I feel like I need to make a move. And then you just get Grimstroke. And, you know, the execution for Malaysia is 3-man RPs exclusively. That feels pretty great. I mean, you talked about it, Black. The team fight was insane.
Yeah.
It's so hard to overcome.
So let's think about who we think performed the best on the side here on the Malaysian team, given that they did grab the W. Obviously, I want to hype up Panyo. I think he did an amazing job.
Yeah.
B-Cop, what do you think? Who is the standout performer for you on the Malaysian squad?
I agree. Panyo and the Treant felt like just the information you're giving with the positioning that he had. When the game got sticky, he was the cleaning solution to make sure that, you know, the surface was smooth for them to go through.
I'm going to hype him up for a different reason.
Okay.
As I said, I actually believe he's one of, I don't want to always say soul, but he's the biggest reason for me why they won those team fights, just because he always found the Muerta in every fight. Disabled him for 6-7 seconds. And I mean, I don't need to talk about the vision game. That's why I have my 2 supports here. I'm thinking more of a carry perspective. If I play against that Treant and he does that to me, wouldn't happen, of course, because I would be, you know, I would just kill him first.
You would have been anti-mage.
Sure, yeah. Or I would like.
You would have put Blink BKB, like Blink immediately away from him, right?
That's right. Or I would just W myself before we can do anything. I'm like, oh wow, I owned you. But enough of myself. As a carry player, it's super annoying when this happens. You know, this annoying support with like 4K net worth just disables me for the entire fight. Like, it just feels awful. You know.
I recently just moved to carry, and I would have quit this game. I can't do this. This is impossible, guys. Good luck, have fun. I'm gonna try farm Rapier. Maybe if that doesn't work, we're just quitting. Whatever. We'll attack the -25.
That's so much pressure playing carry.
It is. Like people always say, it's super easy. You know, why aren't you joining fights? And then you join fights, you die. Oh, you're so underfarmed. Like. People always say carry is easy. It's really not. There's a lot of responsibility on that role.
All right, there's responsibility for every role.
There is.
Just as much as people say, oh, why didn't you join the fight? A support saying, you know, we're getting yelled at for why is there no vision? And then I just ping the wards that are on the map. So, like, you know, it comes back
But
and
at least
forth.
you can ping wards. What can carries do? Like, ping creeps.
No, I'm pinging how far I am from BKB. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Almost there.
What you need to be able to do is ping somebody's KDA. That's when you really.
Can we please not encourage more toxicity?
No, I think if somebody's telling
we've had enough, man.
I think the way to make a carry better is by PMA. You know, you're fine.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. Don't get upset. You're good.
We're gonna get you BKB. You're gonna use that timing. Then he gets his BKB farms more. Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna get you Daedalus.
We're fine.
No, then the classic always happens. He buys BKB, right? He's clearing out an ancient stack, misclicks, 9-second charge is gone, and you're like, oh,
All right, I gotta get out of here. Stop.
It's very funny that you say misclicks.
Yeah, seriously, it's testing to make sure it works.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times. Obviously, in teams, you know, like when you play, say, Faces Void, they always want to use your ult, right? And then you can go back to farm, it's fine. So every time there's a fight, I just like use the really suboptimal chrono just to get like a free kill or whatever. Like, guys, cool down.
Cool down. I need to farm.
2 minutes farm, guys.
I should have told my friend. I literally had that game with a friend of mine. He was playing Void, and they're like, "Why aren't you in this fight? Why are you not chronoing?" It's like, dude, I'm farming. If I come in chrono, that's time I'm not farming, and that's me doing no damage in chrono. I was like, dude, just use chrono. Like, use it on creeps. I don't care. Just
have
hang it
the
on
spell.
cooldown.
There are certain spells in the game we never want to see on cooldown. They should be used as often as humanly possible. We didn't see Faceless Void in game 1, but we might see him in game 2 as we have our second draft underway. Turkey, we're playing on the Radiant side. It seems Malaysia, they will be on the Dire. I wonder what's going to be removed here. Turkey, though, they've had enough. They were like, all right, Pango, good times, very nice moon, but never again.
I would
Grim too.
I wouldn't be surprised to see even more bans from there. Like, Trian should probably be gone too.
Grim has to be gone.
Unless Trian gone, Grim gone. Maybe even just ban Magnus as well while you're at it.
Because Malaysia has first pick, right? Does Malaysia have first pick? If they have first pick...
No,
Turkey has
first pick.
Yeah,
Turkey has first
they're
pick?
going to have 4
Yeah.
bans though. Malaysia has 4 bans and Turkey only has 3 bans before they pick their 4th.
So,
but then you ban
But then you
Pango,
ban two
Magnus, Tree, and you pick Grimstroke. Yeah.
okay.
That's very smart.
We'll see what they
This
decide
new
to do.
system is so weird. You pick one, then you ban 2 again. There's way too many bans at the beginning. It's not fun.
15 bans.
No, it's not fun.
Pro
to
games are just
draft
random
anymore,
drafts.
man.
Let's do it. I'm in.
You know how much fun it was back then to draft when it was like 2 bans each side? And then you pick? Now it's 4-4, 3-2-2, more here and there. Like,
I think there needs to be 8 bans first phase.
yeah,
8
and
bans
in
first
3 years
phase.
we'll be there, man. There's gonna be 10 bans total.
There should be.
No, there should not be.
Yes, there should be. Random draft. You just make teams think on their feet.
I could see a random. I mean, we had a couple of random draft tournaments over the years.
No, it should be the default mode, not a specified
Yeah.
tournament. It should be default mode.
Dude, they are taking
A long time.
so
right?
much time on first
I mean, they're still
ban.
laughing. They're like, ha! Oh, that's
Okay,
why.
that makes
Okay,
sense.
okay. So we just got
getting
the
a
word. They got to redraft quickly. Make sure that everything is all good. We don't want any misclicks either, right? No insane
Pango was
gyrocopters.
misclicked. Yeah, Pango was misclicked. We don't want that. Hero out.
We pick gyro. Whoops.
Maybe they want Pango potentially, but we don't often see Pangolier being picked up in the first phase, right? It normally comes a little bit later. So
Yeah.
very unlikely that was the case. But we're going to be underway very shortly, getting things back up in just a second. This is also time for Turkey to breathe, think, and sort of reassess where they're at right now, right? And make sure that they're not too stressed about the game. And this is where it really helps having a coach, right? If you didn't have a coach, it would kind of suck. But Black made the point earlier, Benji, having someone to take that pressure off, to be like, guys, he could even be like, my bad, draft was bad, but that's on me. Y'all actually didn't play that bad.
Sorry, I banned Pango. Redraft. It's on me. That's on me. I mean, coaches to take away the pressure. I wish I had one in all my pubs. I've been promised by plenty of people that I would get a coach, and they never want to come and help me out.
I never said coach you. Dude, I played games with you, and I literally made sure you get first with every game. What more do you want from me?
I need actual coaching.
Sure, then you have to be a very try.
I'll list them off right now. Black said he'd coach me. Kezu said he'd coach me. Lacoste said he'd coach me. That's one I actually wanted to bet. I was very happy about that one. But Nomad said he would coach me.
Let's do some real talk, though, okay? For me, so you need to qualify in order to get coached by. You don't need to be good.
Wait, what?
No,
Do I have to
you
go
don't
through
need
a
to be good.
tournament now?
What's the qualification
Yeah,
process?
The
what's going
qualification
on?
process is you need to be super try-hard.
I am super
What
try
counts
hard.
as try hard?
No, you
for
can't be casual. Like, you have to spend a lot of time in Dota every day. Like, you need to be able to satisfy my needs. When I'm a coach, like, I have a lot of expectations on you, you know? And if you can't meet my expectations, then I'm going to be very sad.
What are your expectations of me? You've known me for so long now.
No, it's not about you as a person. Just the time you spend in Dota and the way you. I'm gonna give you all the information. You know, you do this to get better here. You do that to get better there, and I need you to do it.
All right.
How
Because
many
so many
hours a
people
day?
don't do
Yeah,
it.
seriously.
How many hours a day are we talking? How many games rather a day? Because that can fluctuate in hours.
Probably about 8.
8 a day? That's doable.
Yeah.
How long do I have to maintain 8 a day for you to coach me?
Well, you would have to set the goal first. Where do you want to get, right? And then I can tell you you should get there by this time.
Yeah,
go.
Represent US.
There we go.
Or
the
represent
next
US
GG.
with Ghana and all of them? Okay.
I mean, we had, unfortunately, Brazil couldn't join us from the Americas region, but next year, who
Next
knows?
year, B-Cop Anti-Mage coming at your pubs.
all right,
soon.
if you want to represent NA, probably, I'm not even kidding, Dota's very complicated. I would say 1.5 years.
That's decent.
Just to go pro
Yeah.
Dota, damn.
You know, actually, funny enough, when we were at TI, I had a conversation with Gunnar about this, right? Because he was not very high MMR for a while, and he said he just sat for like a year and then did nothing but play Dota, like 12 hours a day every day, and then before he knew it, he was like 9K. He was like, sweet, awesome.
Guys, I got bills to pay. I can't just sit and play.
That's what I'm saying. When I went to China, you know, I was just a kid. Life is easy peasy, all good. Nowadays, no way. Or Malaysia first week. That's why they redrafted.
That's why they redrafted, because Malaysia was supposed to have the first overall pick. We're still sticking with the Pangolier ban from Turkey, though, but yet again, you were mentioning it. It looks like this might be the boogeyman for Southeast Asia. Invoker, not even just banned, but first overall ban this time.
Yeah. It's just super annoying here to play against. Like laning wise, he just has infinite region, then he has annoying EMP all the time. There's lots of combo heroes with it. Yeah, it's just annoying. Get it out. I hate playing against it as a carry. I love playing it myself, of course, because it is very annoying. Wait, before we focus on the draft, which will be shortly, I have a question for you, Snare. What is your purpose when you play Dota? I'm gonna give you mine real quick.
Okay.
I literally just play it to make people feel miserable.
That's the most toxic answer I
No.
was not
Like
expecting
I don't insult them. I don't flame them.
Yeah.
But I pick stuff like mid bane. I just nightmare them, hit them, deny all the creeps.
Oh my gosh.
And like they feel awful, and that's why it gets into their head, and then I win
And then
the
they
game.
start tilting.
And then
I
you
see.
all chat.
You know, I can actually tell you, so I got involved in esports, like in the Dota side of things, right? After watching TI3, because before that I just played Dota quite casually, and then I watched that tournament, and the Dota being played there was a different game than I was playing, right?
Yeah.
And I realized when I play Dota, all I'm trying to do is get closer to that level of Dota. Closer to beautiful Dota, basically. That's why I play Dota.
He actually has good reasons. So I didn't expect that. Okay, let's focus on the draft then.
Are you saying my reasons are?
Well, they have good reasons for a lot of these bans and picks as well. Turkey removing the Brewmaster, thank God. No Grimstroke and no Slaughter. So
Lone Druid.
Lone Druid though, this got let through the pool. It's not Lycan, but it's still terrifying.
That hero is so busted, especially in pubs right now. If the enemy has Lone Druid, you know you lost.
Yeah.
Basically. It's so hard to deal with this guy.
They focused Zeal as well with these bans from Turkey. I know the Pengo's mainly mid, but it's in Zeal's hero pool. Brew, Slardar, all Zeal heroes. We saw that a lot when he was playing with LGD. Everybody was focusing his hero pool,
Yeah.
but they knew it was a smaller hero pool.
He likes micro heroes. He could be on the Lone Druid. Because
True, actually.
Yeah,
was
'cause
it
he played a lot of
Tundra?
Beastmaster as well, yeah.
they
so-
do, yeah. And Tundra actually also played offlane Lone
Well,
Druid, and he
this
went at
Tundra
12-0.
or
This
now
Tundra.
Tundra.
Yeah.
The
This Tundra now.
TSM
Yes,
Tundra
yes,
now.
yeah,
Okay.
the Undying Tundra.
Hell, we even
Sure.
saw this at the TI the lower bracket final, right? When Game and Gladiators deployed the Lone Druid to amazing effect, right?
Yeah.
Ace just dominated the entire game on this hero.
Offlane Lone Druid is no joke.
Coming into
Very
TI,
strong.
this hero, I believe, was 68% win rate in pods universally. It was kind of insane, kind of crazy to see. Didn't
Yeah.
get to see it that much at that tournament, but it is present here. What do we expect, though, B-Cup, from this Magnus being deployed by Turkey? Do we like that at the very least they set themselves up with some more team fight and they have some better farming patterns if need be?
Yeah, it's again, I think with a proper 4 it can be aggressive in lane. It's something that I think Shockwave Skewer, if you're not expecting it, you're under tower. If they want to throw it in the off lane, they could throw it mid, right? I mean, they have their options available to them, and the question now becomes, what do they want to pair it with in the safe lane? You're banning Morphling, you're banning Luna, not heroes that necessarily take advantage of in power.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking about when you play Magnus. And I feel a lot of the time teams don't make use of the fact that Shockwave actually pulls you back in. I really want to have a support that makes good use of that. For example, Grimstroke last game makes perfect use of that. I want to have similar supports to that, because it just makes it a kill combo suddenly. If it's just
The big 3.
So no Spirit Breaker this game, yet again being banned out. Thank
Yeah.
goodness. I really hope never to see the Spirit Cow ever again.
Still off lane that they're banning. Like, Turkey's just still focusing Zeal.
What could be cool here, with Luna and the Morphling being taken away, is there space for us to roll in a young Tide later in the draft for Turkey?
Sets you up maybe to get Slarked still.
potentially. You know what I think Malaysia should do? They banned so many offlane, just put Lone Druid offlane, and then like, yeah, you just wasted like 4 bans.
Yeah, I think you could. I truthfully don't think that's a bad idea.
And then they could do something like, I was about to say Shaker potentially, but Rubik, Lone Druid would be a very strong lane. I mean, Lone Druid plus anyone really is very strong. So.
But that's if they put the Rubik 4, right? Like,
well, I'm expecting
Tusk
a 4
5 is fine, and Rubik 4, I think I think Rubik.
Amazing thing that Weaver does here, right? You're already giving away Sakuchi now to the Rubik, which is very difficult to deal with. You can actually die during the fear of the bear, and there's 2 different spots where that could happen. You can get chased down by the Tusk, held in position long enough that they force you to use time-lapse in an awkward place.
Yeah.
I'm not sold yet, basically, on this Weaver. That's how I feel right now.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Usually, when we see it, it's more of a support nowadays. It can function as a carry still, of course, but yeah, it just feels like the Rubik is going to be a better Weaver.
That's my concern, yeah.
It's going to be a little scary. So, Phoenix, okay. Makes a lot of sense against Lone Druid, of course. The bear doesn't really do anything there. I would love to see something like a mid-Snapfire, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe I suspect that they actually went for this Phoenix pick here because they feel that the Tusk and the Rubik should be supports, right? So if there's no room for a support Snapfire, suddenly Phoenix is great. But if there is room, then you're like, well, okay, now we have to use RP just to try and cover and save the Phoenix egg. We can't necessarily combo it up always.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you feel about this B-Cup? Does it feel like Turkey have given themselves enough of a lease on life with this new team fight direction?
I mean, pick up an offlaner that gives you space like that Timber. Like if Timber's just.
But they have 1 stun, and that is
How
not
do
reliable.
they start fights?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this draft. The only way I can see the starting fights is like either Timber jumps in, right, soaks up a lot of pressure, hopes not to die to enable the Magnus, or Mag must find like 2-3 hero skewers every single fight. And then you still have to deal with Bear Fear and like Tusk Save coming in. I don't know. I don't like this direction personally.
Do you Weaver support and then pick something like?
I think it's Weaver support.
Do you pick
It has to be, I think,
a 1 position?
I think you want something.
Sven?
It's hard to say. I would like something like a Faceless Void, I think, to team up with the Phoenix probably. Makes good use of the Empower as well.
But then Chrono is just, again, it's a long
cooldown, but
lockdown.
You do need some sort of disable at least from your 1. Now, unless they want to do the Weaver one and pick a different support, which can work. Like, what would even be good though? It's just scary again. Like, the direction they went with this draft is most pro teams would never do this. It's so hard to execute.
Gives you a stun, gives you a hex. Yeah, like, why not?
Lion can be one of those heroes. It's just then you're putting all the pressure on the support again.
Yeah.
A support who can literally get like 3 tap alone.
Okay, Ancient Apparition, pick it up. Go for
it. Alrighty, we've got a big boy here, Huskar coming in through the mid lane for Moon.
This is very scary.
This is terrifying, and it's not just any Huskar, it's Moon Huskar, right? Man knows how to play the hero. The lane, most likely, whether it be against the Timbersaw or the Magnus, do you really care, right? It's free no matter what,
so
as a Huskar.
It's so free. You have the potential disarm.
And Berserker's Blood, not it gives you attack speed. Not good against Phoenix Head.
Yeah.
Attack speed, baby. Let's go.
Sheesh. Dirty Huskar players. Man. Didn't think I'd see it again.
The Huskar. It's back, baby.
I'm having problems now finding answers for Turkey.
Yeah.
You can pick this Lion, but you jump in and then you die.
Dude, they've done it again where this 5th pick just... It requires them to check so many boxes. It's such a pressure pick.
Yeah. But this time they kind of set them up for themselves, though. Like Weaver Phoenix support duo, which I think is
doesn't necessarily need to be, but it can be for sure.
If it's a support duo and you have 0 stuns, 0 playmaking potential, it's rough. Both these heroes are quite greedy. They need levels.
Is the Weaver support Orchid first?
It could be. It's pretty versatile. Most people just go Vessel, which could also be good against the Huskar.
Yeah.
But then you already have Phoenix. The Phoenix normally wants to buy the Vessel as well, right?
Phoenix also wants to buy the Vessel.
But if you take the Vessel on Weaver, then it gives you the opportunity to maybe go like Yules on Phoenix or something like that.
I'm thinking the same thing, because then you have at least some setup.
Yeah.
Some TP cancel.
Take the Ancient Apparition out, no surprise.
Yeah.
I think Lion's a decent ban. It's stun hex. You need something, but they're thinking Weaver is safe lane.
Man, if they pick like a Jug carry now or something like that, I don't know what to do.
I don't think Void's that bad still here.
Void is okay?
Because if you Chrono the Huskar and then you have this Supernova setup, Like, it gives Huskar a second.
Okay.
Jeez.
So,
This is
Ursa
a
is just
running
there.
lineup.
Yeah.
Dude, this lineup's out of control. They have Snowball on the team. They are the Snowball. Like, this lineup will just run at you.
I like that they picked Ursa just to win lane. They want to win mid lane, and they want to win safe lane. Like, Lone Druid is going to do well by himself already, so they're setting themselves up to win 3 lanes, basically. With a draft that... Yeah, Turkey must be sweating right now.
I don't think there's a pick that checks every box, so
That's
now
impossible.
you're giving something away.
Coddle.
So it is actually going to be Weaver carry it. Let's see what's Dingo going to pick up for himself. Yep, Dingo Weaver. Alrighty, I mean, okay, look, we look at this draft on the side of Malaysia, right? As much as there are a lack of stuns on Turkey, Malaysia doesn't have the most amount of disable themselves, right? They have Telekinesis, they have Snowball, Walrus Punch, Fear, right? All of these, if you're playing Weaver well enough, you shouldn't reliably be caught by them. There's always danger. It's very high risk, high reward, but you can make a plan playing this Weaver.
Once you get axed though on the Huskar, you're free food.
Yeah.
Because you can't dodge that. And then you start hitting him, you obviously go out of your Tsukushi. I mean, I hate to say it again, but this draft is quite one-sided.
Give me Copium though. What do they do on the side of Turkey? If it's one-sided, right? Firstly, give me your percentage of one-sided and how did Turkey exploit that slight little possibility of winning?
I'm going to say actually 75-25. This draft is incredibly hard to play.
It's generous.
Like, I would say if the teams were reversed and Malaysia was a heavy favorite, I would maybe give the game like a 50-50. You know, but right now, I feel it's almost impossible for Malaysia to lose. Their draft is really, really good. What can swing the like turn the tides could be definitely a farmed Weaver, 100%. Like, he needs to snowball super hard, he needs to join every fight, deal all the damage. Coddle Hex at some point. Like, they will have to itemize into disable, so they need to crush lanes, but Malaysia picked to win lanes.
Yeah.
So they need to outplay them hard. Very hard.
Well, he says 75-25. Bicop, do you agree? And what do you think Malaysia needs to do in game 2?
I think it's truthfully like 80-20, maybe even worse than that.
Okay. I can see that.
I think Malaysia, they got to kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, this draft is made to win every lane. As long as you keep it simple, I don't think, like, you don't get too far ahead. You don't go too aggressive. You keep it with what you know the draft can do, and you just win the game. Like, there's no reason for them to really fall behind in any of these lanes, and I think that they can play super fast, and I think the pace is going to just overwhelm Turkey.
The scary part about this is also the fact that not only can they play super fast throughout the entirety of the game, but their heroes also have amazing timings for Roshan between the Huskar as well as the Ursa and the Lone Druid. Malaysia definitely have a high expectation from all of us here on the STC panel to take game number 1. Let's find out if our casters agree. Let's find out if Turkey has what it takes to take us to a game 3. We go over now to Nomad and Jeeves. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, indeed, it is a tricky matchup right now. I'm not going to lie to you, Jeeves. Turkey, they've got some convincing to do because I am very worried about what they pulled out in this game number 2.
Sorry, just getting some copium in there. No, I believe in Turkey still. I think the first 25, maybe first 28 minutes of this game is 100% Malaysia. Ownage everywhere, left, right, and center. I think if Turkey can break any of the tempo in any of the lanes and try and force it into, I don't know, like a much later game scenario where the Weaver somehow gets 2 Divine Rapiers.
Yeah, and 3 Lincolns from various sources
from
as
different
well.
sides, from different sides. It makes him invincible somehow. Maybe he gets an Aegis on top that he doesn't have to use a space for. Gets another Divine Rapier on top. No, like, honestly, it's a really, really like wicked draft from Malaysia. You know, they have like the analysts say, they have every single lane is kind of dealt with. The Ursa pick was absolutely, you know, chef's kiss, perfect versus the Timbersaw, perfect versus the Phoenix, answers all of the questions that they have. The Roche potential is insane as well. Like, basically, Turkey have got so much to work against here that it feels impossible for them. But I think
very difficult.
I think they can do it. I think they can do it. Turkey will take game 2. We're gonna go to game 3 somehow, some way.
I mean, okay, it's not impossible. That, like Black was saying on the panel, Weaver, I think people have a tendency to underestimate this hero. Like, they do have this Axe Huskar threat, but that's not going to come online for a very long time. Beyond that, Weaver, if he positions himself correctly and he has a good lane, which he should, it's in Dingo's hands. You know, basically all hands on deck. Everybody should be praying for Dingo right now, or at least every
huge 5-man smoke.
every Turkish.
There,
yeah, again.
Triangle here. But they're mostly fighting vision this time around, though, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, downtown, Turkey are going the opposite way. They want to trade up for the 50-50 on the runes.
But one more thing to say about this Weaver as well. Look at these carries on the side of Malaysia. Right? Look at this. It's Ursa. It's Huskar. It's Lone Druid. What's the one thing we'd be saying about every single one of these heroes in normal circumstances? And that's they can be kited. They can be worked around, you know? So it really does come down to this positioning. And you have options for this as well. You've got Magnus. Great repositioning abilities. You've got Coddle as well, who's also fantastic with that. With the Weaver, I'm saying in the right circumstances, is these fights, they can go Turkey's way. And also after last game, they took some fights where they had no business taking. They came out on top sometimes as well, so I'm not...
I think if they can push it past the 25, 28 minute mark, and they start to see a little bit of fall off from like the Huskar, maybe they don't instantly die to the Lone Druid, maybe they survive like the Ursa situation, maybe Turkey have got a chance.
I think they just need to win from the lanes. Like they need to come out strong, and the Weaver needs to be ahead, because I feel like around that mark is when you're going to see the Huskar. And honestly, like I'm going to say it 1,000 times, Huskar X versus Weaver is awful. Your game just changes. You need Lincolns, and even then, like, you know, you've got a Rubik who's like the king of Lincolns popping, so...
I mean, Lincoln's does feel okay. Lincoln's does feel okay on Weaver anyway, and they have alternative options where they could pick one up on the Timber or on the Magnus later on. And like I say, anything that they can do in these lanes, Turkey, anything they can do to stem the tide of this aggression of Malaysia is good. Like, it doesn't matter how you achieve it, but you got to put the brakes on. You got to buy as much time as possible for this Weaver to get something going on here. 3 gauntlets of strength start on the on the Huskar. Some people like just to go with the 4. You know?
Yes, the true mark of insanity. But yeah, I didn't know Necronomicon was back in the game, because Turkey's been reading from it to bring Timbersaw back from the dead. I haven't seen this hero in a while.
It felt like it was an okay pick when they picked it, and then. The counter picks, the Huskar situation, it's so hard to play Timber in this game. But at least they don't have consistent lockdown to keep a hold of the Timbersaw. At least he can always get away, sort of. And maybe that's what they need. Maybe the Weaver always getting away, the Timbersaw always getting away, Magnus skewering away, the Phoenix diving away, Cottle just dying. But, it's Jeezy, so you kind of expect, him to be in the mix of things anyway. Maybe they're too elusive, especially with the lack of lockdown.
Interesting to see how the things go out. I mean, honestly, so far so good for the Timber. He's doing fine in the middle lane, maybe even better than fine. I mean, on the side lanes, pretty quiet so far. It's Dingu's been taking a ton of damage here, as you would expect from these two heroes. A lot of harassment coming out onto the Weaver, and that's what we need to do to shut him out of the lane. Constant harassment, keep him low, stop him being able to be aggressive with those Sakuchis. Jeezy on the top side also pretty low as well, laning up with Mr. Luck on the Magnus. We saw an excellent Magnus coming out from Zeal last game. Mr. Luck, can you repeat it? I want to see something from Mr. Luck this game, because I feel like he was kind of not so much of a presence last game, unfortunately.
He got a bit of a hard time because he was playing Wraith King, and we're kind of calling out, this hero is like...
Oh, I was bullying the guy.
Not doing much for sure. So
sorry, buddy, but...
I feel Magnus was a little bit of a deny pick, but at the same time, because Zeal, overperformed on it for sure. But at the same time, let's see some luck. Some lucky RPs coming out.
Some magic happening. Yeah, let's see what he can do when he's got the dancing shoes on.
Timbersaw running the 54 HP. He does get the bottle delivered, starts to juice it up, get back in the game. But obviously, Moon at that level of HP, he's in his element at this point. This is perfect.
Yeah,
exactly
this is
where
it gets difficult. And talking about difficult, Zeal on the bottom side gets the kill onto the Weaver. Absolutely not the hero you want to be first blooded.
Might get gone with a burn. He does.
He does. Bring it down.
Still alive. Bye.
Yeah, see you later. I mean, it's a hollow victory with your Weaver lying dead in the grave, but at the very least, maybe the Weaver can come back in and get a little bit of summon before that Tusk comes back.
No, not likely.
So tough.
Support players, rejoice.
Yep.
My core's dead, but I got a kill.
Oh, it's so awful. The Weaver he's dead there, the Lone Druid getting the kill.
And what he does as well is he TPs straight back to base, gets refueled, and then he's going to kind of do a little bit of a gank on mid. This leaves Weaver kind of alone in a dangerous, vulnerable position in his lane, but also gives him an opportunity to get a couple of levels maybe from the solo XP. So it's like a double-edged sword. He does have Sakuchi, so he shouldn't be in too much trouble, you'd think.
Yeah, let's see if they can secure these water runes. They need to make it worthwhile. But
well, Tusk is coming to make sure they can. It seems.
Might not be there in time, though. The Phoenix is well positioned to be able to just grab this one.
Timber gets top.
And Huskar doesn't care about this.
I don't think Moon really cares, yeah. He's like, whatever.
He's got no bottle, I guess. and Huskars tend to skip it, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you just get more strength. That's all you need.
Why have bottle when can have strong?
Yeah, just heal.
Ooh, ow.
He's gonna
It's fairy
be
fire available, he's fine.
Yeah, he's got an extra fairy fire as well on top, is that so? Oh, yeah, he ate the tangle that he had, so.
Yes, sir.
Stoic getting chased down a little bit by Gan, but I mean, he has dive available, so there's no real threat there, no real chance of getting caught out. And in the meantime, Zeal, what's his CS wise? 23 and 11 on the offlane lone druid. And it's quite funny that they made that pick of the lone after they were still banning offlane heroes. Like they banned like 3 offlane heroes, maybe 4, and they're like, okay, we'll just give Zeal lone druid. That feels real bad if you're the drafter.
Yeah, I guess it kind of does. Dingo in some trouble once again. Oh,
wait, they might get Zeal though. This is some decent rotation from GTI as he comes across and picks up that lone druid that we were just talking up so much. Gan in a bit of a pickle as well.
Yeah,
Gan gets killed by Dingo because of the bugs.
All right, recover? Not really, but yeah, Lily Chucky up the top side. He's just going to bring down old Jeezy all by himself. So,
well, they traded the Keeper of the Light for the for the Rubik there.
Okay.
In the lane. So that Magnus found the kill first, and then they got the counter kill.
So he gets her turn kill. Fine. All is well up in the top side then, as the call's just kind of trading at this point. But yeah, I mean, obviously headline that timing on the.
Oh, Moon, the blast from Cheesy causing some problems. Stoic with a follow-up, the drive forward. Gan's in there with a snowball save. And that's what I wanted to see in game 1, you know?
Well, it's going to be able to get the kill.
I mean, they just left it for Moon. Like, Stoic could take it Gan could take it at any time, and Moon's just like, he just gets it. Now, double damage picked up by GTI, but it's a Timbersaw with double damage. How scary can it be? He's going to have 144 damage.
Wow. That's nothing.
And he has an attack speed of like 1 attack every 15 years, so do the math. He does, you know, maybe 250 damage. That sounds okay. Gonna pop it off. Moon's got level 6, so ult available. Did he ult?
He's already used it on middle lane already, so already been threatening with that one. Got to be respectful of that, but just want to mention that the only way the reason Weaver died in the last engagement was because of the really, really bad timing on that route from the Druid. Which, yeah, just plain up unfortunate for Dingo, but also a difficult position for him to put himself into.
Yeah, I mean, it happens literally every game, I feel, with the lone druid at the moment in the current patch. Chucky, he's going to go in under the tower. It's an Ursa, so he builds up a few stacks here. A little help from
Chuck
Ponyo.
versus Luck, and Luck's going to be the one getting away as Chucky goes down to the rotation in from GTI. And now he's looking for more. He wants to get Ponyo. Ponyo looking to at least bring down a courier with him, and he will be able to do so. But Ponyo, he's going to try to play his way out of this one, but there is nothing to do. I mean, raid drops.
He's just breaking ankles. He could have maybe got Mr. Luck there, but basically he's keeping GTI down there, and he's just kind of like creating a little bit of space for his Huskar to, who's by the 50 and 25 versus 18 and 2 of the Timbersaw. This Timbersaw, even though his lane has been absolutely tragic, he's managed to make 2 good rotations, find 2 good kills.
He certainly has, but yeah, don't look at the CS. It's
just look away from GTI right now. We don't need to see this.
He's alright. He's
fine. He's fine. He's gonna walk it off. He's gonna walk it off.
Nope.
Oh no. Too hot. Too spicy.
Yeah. Got cooked a little bit too much, and Moon continues his dominance in the middle lane. We'll see if he's able to, another day, another route onto old Dingo, but it's actually Gan who's in trouble as the Tusk taking some heavy hits here. Dingo's got to be a little careful. Doesn't have the most health to work with here. He's going to have to back himself away, keep on trying to juke out, but there's a Diffusal Blade on the lone druid. Oh man, Weaver needs to get himself away. He's got a Sakuchi, miss up onto the high ground. Might not have had the vision there either, actually with the dust they did, but nevertheless, the miss comes in. Might have been enough damage, but nevertheless, he gets
They had the detection, but they didn't have the uphill vision.
Easy! Oh, he's so low, the skewer, it's not going to save him, and he's dead as well on Mr. Luck. Will take down Ponyo with him, but Moon is going to get the double kill up here in the top line, but GTI takes him out. The pure damage is there. Moon goes down. A big, big kill out from the Timbersaw. That is what we wanted to see.
Through the armlet toggle. He got the armlet toggle off. He didn't quite have the full amount of HP yet, and he just hits him with the blades as he comes flying forward. And he gets that kill, collects it back the other way. I mean, how annoyed are you as Moon though? Like basically, you just got a double kill. It's not the worst. It's not the worst.
Look, it's a mental win for Turkey. Okay, they took down the big scary boy who's been bullying them.
Dingo in a bit of trouble here under his own tower, but Stoic is here, as is Jeezy. Jeezy with a level 6. The bear going to get resummoned here.
Okay.
Alright, Dingo a little bit frustrated, but other than that, should be okay.
No money for you, but perhaps an opportunity to take down the bear again in the future. Oh my god, there's 2 bears. We can't call it the bear. There's already bear in this game.
There's a scare bear, and then there's the even scarier bear, and they're both on the same team.
Yes.
How has this happened? Aye, a little bit of a pause. It's synergy indeed.
Yeah, Jeezy's just shown himself in a very dangerous situation. An immediate pause comes out, so...
I mean, he's a keeper of the light with Tranquil Boots, so we're looking at an absolutely gross 465 movement speed. Maybe he could, like, you know, jiggle his way out of this situation. We're going to see.
Yeah, I imagine the S is probably not going to bother chasing him, to be perfectly honest. Got better things to do with his time than run after a man on a horse.
Somewhere there's juicy creep not being farmed, and he will head off to the jungle camps, actually, here. We're heading into 10 minutes or so, coming up soonish.
Dingo needs to find a place to farm. He can't stop hitting. Can't stop having income, right? Whether it's hitting heroes or hitting creeps. I feel like just getting bullied down here in the bottom side is...
I feel like while this has been happening,
bad.
they should be stacking the ancient camps, and then he goes over there, he gets, you know, Empower, cleans up that ancient stack, or maybe he just plays the top lane for just now. I mean, Weaver versus, what is it at the moment? It's still Ursa up there, right? I think that's okay. I think you're okay versus Ursa. You can kite him pretty well. You can Scoochie damage through him, even when, you know. Alright, the pressure's here though. 10 minutes on that tower. It's going to go down. I don't think they're going to be able to bring on sufficient numbers here. Jeezy was doing a little bit of stacking here, but they're going to find these stacks now. So Jeezy trying to clean it up before.
Oh, big one, stay alive.
Gets one creep. GTI kills
Whoa,
Moon
whoa,
again.
whoa, whoa, what the?
Indeed, good timber saw line.
That's not okay. All right, well, Moon's dead. They could look for an opportunity here. Zeal's going to go down as well. Turkey, they find themselves a huge opportunity trying to escape through the twin gate here, but Weaver is on the chase, but no, they go the different way. And they will not be running down the Tusk, but they do see Mr. Lonely Chucky right here. Not going to be a target, but
really nice rotation from Turkey on the Timbersaw here. And you know, we talked about how they needed to put the brakes on things, and they're doing it. Like, they're 1k net worth up at the moment, 11-7 on the kills. Timbersaw, like I say, despite having the absolute nightmare of a lane versus his Huskar, he's second top net worth. You know, he's actually recovered pretty good, pretty much off the back of killing the lone druid offlaner.
Yeah, I mean that's I mean, two times now he's come in and he's killed off this Huskar, so that's going to absolutely leap him ahead in net worth. I just don't understand. I mean, I feel like we got to be talking about Moon dying there. You know, he's farming a camp, he just dies running to a Timbersaw. We're definitely saying that that's an oopsie from Moon. Rare one, but it happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We didn't get to see the actual kill. Maybe there was an armlet toggle that was just at the wrong time again. It feels like it's caught him out twice so far, though, like the armlet, basically.
Yeah, I mean, in the last situation, it was kind of like at the end of a fight, and you have to toggle, otherwise you're going to die.
No, well, he was already on like 10 HP before he toggled.
Yes,
and then he just didn't have enough HP. Like, if he toggled sooner, he would maybe have survived. But the pure damage is really difficult to deal with. And look at that. He goes in, he goes for the disarm. He's still throwing the damage in down there.
He's a
Mr. Luck having a little poke at him, but can't find him. Now Ponyo with the stolen Scoochie. He goes in pretty deep himself, trying to pull out as much as he can. But the shard block from Gan, actually maybe Ponyo...
Traitor!
Yeah, which team are you on, friend?
Woo! Stoic gets himself the kill, brings down the Rubik, takes the Sakuchi off him as well, which is important. And yeah, I mean, shard block, no shard block, he's dead there regardless, I believe. But
no, if he gets the shard block where he probably intended just beyond the Rubik, then he creates that block and Rubik can come back down the ramp and he'll be fine. But yeah, it was just a little bit of Rubik being a little bit too fast with the Sakuchi, I think. Like, his movement speed was too fast and the shard was
and his brain.
His brain was also very big and very fast, yes.
Ponyo, just looking to see if he can grab a cheeky little lift up there, but cannot do so. As GTI and Stoic.
Okay, they're coming looking for this lone druid again.
Yeah. There is a bear here, but that's about it. Oh no, the real man's here himself. Hanging out in the trees nearby.
There is an Ursa here now. Are they looking for a cheeky Roshan 13 minutes into the game? The timing is so bad for this, actually. Oh my god, Huskar's here as well. Oh no, they don't know.
See him. They see him.
Night.
Oh my god, scatter! Run! Get out of there! They found Lonely Chucky though. He is very lonely in the trees right now. Shockwave comes in, dragging him back. Ultimate's going to be used. Chucky, all he can do is try and stand and fight and get a support kill. Cannot do so. GTI! Holy moly, this guy is playing as a goddamn Dota.
Alright, they're going to try for the bear. It's trying to get through, but they'll stop. No, he actually managed to get to the portal. Oh, yeah, got through the portal. Didn't get through it, yeah.
No interrupt.
Thought they stunned it with the not stunned it, but pulled it back with the Magnus, but didn't work. Did not cancel the charm.
Well, again, just another situation where they've caught out Moon and they've just delayed, and it's doing it.
This is exactly the game plan Turkey needed, though. In order to even, like, because we talked about how insanely strong the lanes were going to be for Malaysia.
I would agree with you if we wasn't bottom net worth right now. That is my...
listen, he's not bottom net worth.
Okay.
He's bottom of the course. Now, if
Fair
he was
enough.
bottom net worth, I'd be like,
Yes.
yeah, but he was a support the whole time, like, obviously. But no, yeah, the point is, yeah, Weaver's got the space, but can he actually do anything with it? Is he going first item Deso?
I imagine so. It's not uncommon for Weavers. I mean, he's got the Dragon Lance, of course, so...
Yeah, he's got a little bit of stats, a little bit extra range. The Maelstrom, I guess, doesn't do him too much good versus, like, the Ursa Rage and the Bear. Maybe could be
it's just a kind of build on Weaver at the moment. It's not always, but sometimes people just go straight in for the damage.
Well, another thing to kind of consider is Malaysia have this insane Roche potential. And if you have the bugs plus the Deso, then all of a sudden you've got a much better Roche potential from Turkey's side as well.
True, there's potential there.
So maybe he's kind of
With the
thinking
Timber to
towards
tank as well.
Yeah, thinking towards the future here. GZ getting Diffusal playing it up. They'll get the root first hit.
Yeah, he's on a bit of an adventure. I mean, they're coming in, though. They want to try and fight this one. Supernova comes on down. GZ's dead, but Ponyo's dead as well. Zeo just trying to deal with the egg, and they are able to do so. Egg very thoroughly cracked there. And Turkey, well, that one was a little bit too deep, but it's just supports.
That was a fried egg for sure. But yeah, with a Moonfire on top. It's kind of, when you have a Huskar armlet, it's really difficult to play Phoenix in that situation. And then if you didn't, you have the Ursa as well with the swipes. It's just an awkward situation to be in. Like they did talk about it in the draft as well. Like Lone Druid doesn't really do anything to the egg, the bear itself. You think it would though? Oh, the RP misses Mr. Luck.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no, neither does anyone else. Yep. Oh, the shield on Moon. That seems quite powerful.
Okay, that's going to absolutely extinguish any ideas they had about trying to take him down. Although...
they're looking for a Phoenix
it's
skill
a
up
weird
top.
one. We'll get to that later. Anyway, jumping
Dive
on
is
Stoke here.
available,
Yeah. Punching him up. Just buying a bit of time for someone with some real damage to come in.
Still ready with the Diffusal Blade, and they will dive under the tower for this. Easy peasy. The egg was already used, so you end up getting the Phoenix. It's 3 heroes they use, and they're kind of losing tier 1 in the mid lane. But with Chuck there and Moon, maybe not.
Yeah, they're defending mid and killing top pretty good from Malaysia. These are the kind of plays. Just going to put them on the map. No RP available from Mr. Luck. I don't really know if they want to try and make any plays here. And they're having that same thought themselves. Turkey.
Looks like Sanj into Halberd probably coming out for the Huskar. He wants double disarm.
Of course. The classic. Of course, we see some people going for Blade Mail into Ags or some other
Well, I like the Sanj just for the Helix earlier.
Mr. Luck jumps on in, tries to go for the skewer back, gets interrupted by the fear, and he will be dead. BKB out from the Huskar, sure, but
I really like that play from Malaysia. Like they obviously could look for look for more kills in that situation, but instead they know that they were down on kills wise. They've recovered net worth. I'm not sure they're 100% aware of this yet, but then they focus the objective instead, and I think that was pretty good.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Tusk is a strength hero, so he just absolutely evaporates the GTI. And GTI now looking for more as well. So going to turn around upon him, but Alice looking to back himself away. But he's got a lot to use, and Rage is used. No one's coming to help out Chucky. He will fall.
More time, more space. Where's Weaver? Has he got any net worth yet? Okay, he's above his own Magnus now.
Hey, he's not bottom of cores anymore.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's what's important.
That is, yeah.
Doesn't matter who he overtook. The fact that he overtook someone is enough for me.
Yeah, for sure. And Timber actually is second top net worth.
I mean, GTI's been owning this game, seriously. Like, I said I needed convincing, and I have been convinced this Timbersaw is doing a bit.
I wonder if this might be one of his spammed heroes.
What's his level? Only gold.
Level 12.
Officially not a spammer.
Yeah, but my Bloodseeker's not even level 30 yet.
Oh, it was
because of
BKB,
when the thing came out, you know.
Yeah. I thought Huskar used BKB in that fight, and I was like, wait, no, he was going for a Sanj.
He was good.
Well, no, he went back and changed
he had the Ogre Axe, basically, and I was like, oh, he's going Halberd, but he does get the BKB, which seems good.
Yeah, man, him dodged the skewer, all well.
They're all on this high ground, and they get this. Is this just a sentry he's put down? It is, right? He doesn't have an obs up there yet for Dyer. So he's not aware. He is not aware. He thinks he's going to get a cheeky easy to ward. But what's he really going to get? Answers on a postcard? No.
A lovely carved gravestone.
Just like here lieth Rubik, who was too brave.
Yes, Ponyo, the man who had a ward and a dream.
Tried to bring the light, but found the darkness.
Exactly. Any of the above.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really kind of posturing hard here.
I
wondering.
am so down for Turkey right now, though. They're
Oh, hell
doing
yeah.
exactly what I wanted them to do. And
Look,
yeah.
Malaysia, you know, I still have them possibly to win it all. You know, it's them, it's Serbia, both very, very good teams. But I'm like, oh, man, it's... If Turkey can squeeze out a win here, I'd be very happy for them because I don't want any team to go home without a win.
Even one game, for sure. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they played a great last game. I was really happy to see them come. You know, they didn't come with no ideas. They had, hey, look, we've been training. We're bringing something fresh to the table. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. And
I genuinely really liked the draft last game, and I felt like if they could have just
wouldn't go that far.
No, like I say, they had saves. They had like a lot of ways of getting themselves out of trouble.
Yeah,
but it wasn't the easiest to execute by far, I think. And also the Medusa, the tree, making things really difficult to push down into them, meant they didn't really get that tempo. We're back in the action now, though.
Yes,
Ponyo
indeed.
gets out
It's
alive,
all going off right now as BKB used from the Huskar to just kill off the poor old Kotl. RP comes out just onto the bear. I mean, okay, they'll be able to kill it here. Still an RP onto nothing. Okay, fine. Supernova comes on down. That's going to allow them to kill off the bear as that comes into the backlands. Use the various wipes and the overpower just bring down Stoic. They're chasing for more, though. They want the Huskar and they're going to find him. But it's now just the Timbersaw and the Weaver trying to fight up alone. And it's not really a fight they can take anymore. So TP out from... Oh, Lift is there. Ponyo being left alive for all the time being. And that's going to be that. I mean, a moment of hope there for Turkey in that fight, but ultimately Malaysia, they just played it way better.
Yeah, so the Huskar is able to deal with 3 of the enemy heroes, and then the Ursa is always like, obviously, the Timbersaw is actually shrekking the Tusk. It's shrekking the Lone Druid to an extent, and it's shrekking the Huskar. But guess what? Ursa, despite his appearances, he's an agility hero. And he doesn't go down quite so easily to the stat reduction. They boosted that recently, actually. They actually boosted Timbersaw's stat reduction on his blades or something, right? The percentage is up by 2% or something?
I don't quite remember that.
I think on his swirling axis. Not whirling, the whirling blade thing.
Yeah. I mean, I know that they changed a bunch of stuff with that. We just haven't seen the hero that much.
Yeah, we've not seen him for so long, but I believe that was quite a recent change. So, well, hello there.
Okay, goodbye there.
Yeah. A nice initiation there. He's saying they have vision on this high ground, but they don't actually have vision there. It's way deeper, Luke, in just between the 2 jungle camps. And straight in for the Roche off the back of this. Oh no, Turkey. We had such high hopes for you.
This was always going to happen eventually. I mean, maybe not quite in that dramatic a fashion. Turkey trying to posture themselves extremely aggressively, get punished for it, and now, of course, the moment they win one fight on the side of Malaysia, they're into that Roche pit, and now it's Aegis Huskar running at you.
It really does show the patience and the experience of Malaysia, though. They take a good team fight and then they immediately transition into a Roshan, take the biggest objective on the map that they can, and now they have this Aegis to play with on the Huskar, whose main problem is he keeps just getting kind of like pipped at the post by this Timbersaw. Maybe with the Aegis, even if that does happen, he's still alive to recover in the fight with the rest of the team turn up.
Well, at least they're able to match it with some timing of their own. Aghanim's now completed on the Timbersaw. This one is a pretty big deal as well. Going to allow you to really be a frontline hero in these engagements. And you don't want to be near him when he pops as well.
All right, the Weaver plus Magnus and the Phoenix, they're going to take down an easy Tormi and get Jeezy the Shard. That's recall, right? Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, one of those shards which can be terrific, or I mean, it's never really bad, but there are just some games where it doesn't have too much
The way it becomes really good in this game is it allows you to move as just a group of 4 and then you can recall your Weaver in when you're ready to actually take the team fight.
Yes, exactly. When you're behind, it's much nicer. And
Gives him a nice split push opportunity, and he can still farm without having to focus much on it. This is good. Moon, he does go back, by the way, for the Halberds. Picked it up now. Halberd, BKB, Armlet good. Chucky soloing the Tormentor. I guess that makes 100% sense. I've not really seen much Ursa, but yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Easily does it.
GTI going very early with the Agnims here, and, well, they might be able to... Okay, the Huskar is dead. He can't keep doing this, just jumping into the fight and dying. Gad's going to die for this. Meanwhile, RP comes through onto absolutely no one in the backlands. Just gets killed off by Zeal. Tips even coming in the middle of this, as well as Ponyo continuing to chase with Moon here, trying to bring down Stoic, but they are measuring their aggression here on the side of Malaysia. They just want to keep to this high ground, and it's actually Turkey who approaches, yes, and just finds Supreme onto Stoic. So taking a ton of hits, though, from the Weaver. The Weaver has to be respected in this engagement, or it could all go terribly wrong. With the BKB from the Huskar, he can stand his ground, but the Axel cooldown for the oh, no, they take him down. They've got the damage. Huskar, he keeps trying to go toe-to-toe with the Timber, and it's just not going to work out for you. Now they keep on chasing for more Weaver. He wants to pick up more kills on the back of this line, but can he find anybody? Doesn't look like it.
Oh. I feel like there's
Hold on, they jump back in. They try to just bring down the Weaver. They've got the force up, they've got the heal coming out from the Illuminator as well, and GTI jumping to the front lines, chasing back Zeal, getting the bear low. I don't know if he has a resummon right now, I imagine not. It's pretty scary for Zeal to face that, so he has to get his bear to safety, and they will finally disengage. Well, I mean, Rubik's still messing around, having some fun.
Well, I mean, why not? He's got Sakuchi at the moment again, I think, and he's just kind of running around for sure. Malaysia, a little bit of very smart play. You know, they lost to Huskar again, even through the ages, and you know, we're 23 minutes in, 24, 25 minutes in is where I sort of said that things would get a little bit worse for like Huskar and the Lone Druid, kind of as the Turkey just builds up items that make them more resilient to this kind of damage. I feel like either the Phoenix or the Jeezy has Spirit Vessel finished. It must be Phoenix, right? Would make sense, I would say. GTI.
Yeah, either way, I mean, the team has one.
Well, I feel like they've got onto the Huskar and then they just blitzed him in like 2 hits. And the whole time he was fighting the Timbersaw there, even after he popped his BKB, he wasn't regenerating at all. You know.
Yeah, the timber is
I don't see one though. I don't see it. It's not on Phoenix, I don't think.
No.
And it's definitely not on Jeezy. So what the heck?
The Timber's just doing mountains, honestly, in every single fight. Absolute MVP by a mile so far for the side of Turkey, but can he keep up the momentum? And of course, a lot of strong heroes on the side of Malaysia still sniffing away, seeing what they can find.
Go for a cheeky smoke gank on Malaysia here. Oh, they know exactly where he is. They see the horses, so even the smoke has broken. They see the horse immediately afterwards. He goes, okay, calls on the high ground. The initiation, they need Abyssal, I think, on Ursa. I think that's the next big item for Malaysia. If they get the Abyssal, I feel like Timbersaw is way easier to take down. I think it helps with the Weaver as well.
Here we go, Harpoon coming on in. They're going to try and just blow up the Coddle straight off the bat. He will be able to do so. Now they move on towards the Magnus as well. Magnus getting very low, cannot get off that RP, but look at the damage coming out from the Timbersaw. Immediately taking down Ganna, and the bear getting very low as well. Weaver disarmed, can't finish off this pesky bear, and Zeal's going to be able to keep his pet alive for a little bit longer. Ponyo jumping in from the side here, seeing if he can find anybody just to lift up and throw back into the jaws of his team, but won't be able to do so for the time being. If they didn't blow up that Magnus, they could have been in some trouble, but they do, and Malaysia continue this chokehold onto Turkey.
I really want to see some form of sustain from Malaysia. A lot of the time they're ending these team fights with like not that much HP. There's no real like way to get them back on the field. They have to fall back after the engagement, not able to take objectives off the back of it. Next big objective that we're looking for, of course, is 3 minutes or so for Roshan, at least. And then I think, oh wow, I mean Ponyo. It's a classic, that one.
You really got to play it careful with the
Weaver. You
Weaver.
put a sentry down and there's the Invis hero stood right next to you. You're like, oh no. Oh. I'm good, but I'm too good.
yeah. This sentry is doing way more work than I wanted to, but he gets the Sakuchi and gets away, which is kind of a win.
Yeah, for sure. He loves that Sakuchi. It's definitely a better version on Rubik. Alright, the Battle Fury BKB, no, skipping BKB, no, he says BKB already. BKB. Going back for the Basher now, into the Abyssal afterwards. Even with Basher is going to do a lot for them though because of the magic procs, right, versus, wait, is it physical proc, right?
On Basher? Yes.
Yeah, it's physical, right, but it's not blocked by BKB or something. It's magical, but it's not blocked by BKB, I think.
We're getting too complicated for me.
But basically it's good versus Timbersaw,
it's a big hammer.
It's gonna
It'd
make
go
it's
smack.
gonna yeah, it's gonna make him ring for sure.
Absolutely. And Ags being clanned by the Husker. Still the way to go. Rubik as well, also looking for an Aghanim as well, the greedy boy. Zoic trying to get away, but the Harpoon's going to drag it back in. And bye-bye.
Ah, he actually had used his dive previously, I see.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that was. Wasn't on camera, but regardless, Stoic is gone.
Well, it's like, okay, he's sun raying away, that's weird.
Yeah.
But he's obviously saving his dive, but obviously it was on cooldown, so yeah.
Unlucky.
Happens though. Just good vision, you know. So 21 to 22, but Malaysia with a decent advantage, and I feel like this is coming to the end of their ability to do these kind of movements effectively, right? So the lone druid, he's going to try and take down the tier 2 tower on this top lane. A little blast back from GZ, give him the mischance. They want to keep this, like, they're trying to just get this Weaver to keep in the game. He's above the lone druid in net worth now. Still not top of the bus, but you know, add a couple of rapiers, he will be.
You really want him to get rapiers, don't you?
No, I don't think it's a good idea. But maybe. Oh, okay.
Well,
Joe.
they drag the pair back, but the pair don't care. Chucky in the base just tears Mr. Luck apart. Team not ready for this aggression, and Malaysia, they're going to take full advantage of this and just go up the high ground. They're looking to take the barracks here. They've got Creep Wave coming in soon, and no one is home to defend. In fact, look at how deep the Weaver is on the map right now. That's going to tell you just about how much they're looking to keep these barracks alive, at least until these heroes respawn.
Yeah, Weaver trying to get whatever he can off the map. He has forced a return of Rubik. Oh, Tusk with initiation. Moon put a ham on the Timber, so is that enough this time?
There's that
Timber lifted
Aghanim's
and dropped
coming in
down.
from both players, actually. The Ags on the Timber keeping him alive, but the Ags from the Husker finding the initiation as well and putting the Timbersaw in a bit of an awkward situation. Dingo has been found on the sidelines here. A lot of damage coming out from him, but the melee barracks are down, and that's what matters. Can they get anything in response for this? They don't have a stun for Zeal, and it's going to be able to get the lone druid bear out of there.
Do you think with 2 more right clicks that bear dies? From the Timbersaw only? Because
No.
he kind of gave up on it. It's like maybe he only gets 1 more with the timing of the TP though.
It's not a... It's not a big hitter, but maybe.
But Dingo, he's got the Deso, he's got the Crystallis, he's got himself the Quiver as well. So if any evasion comes out from the halberds, he can deal with it to some extent. They're going to check top for Roche, but he's a minute away due to a pretty long timer. I think it was about 2 minutes long, not quite, but 1:45 or so, I think.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And then tower-wise, like they got so much. Malaysia are so good at this, man. Like as soon as they get like a slight advantage, win a team fight, objective-based gaming.
Absolutely.
And it's just that's just down to experience, you know. Because what wins games? Prizes. Wait, no, that's not right.
I think it might be the other way around.
Objectives.
Win
Objectives
games
win
to get
games.
prizes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they also have a draft which is incredibly objective focused as well. Like every single one of these heroes can help you take Roshan,
Everybody
towers.
wants to hit towers or Roche. Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you have a Magnus and a Timber.
Oh, this hurts so bad. They smoked up to try and catch them,
it
but Malaysia, they could
might
potentially get a big initiation here, but they're losing a
work,
tower
but-
at least.
Yep,
Racks.
onto the barracks as well. And Druid seems to have sniffed it out. He's already popping that ultimate. They're going to try and go for the Ursa, but the Yields is out on Tim, ruining their initiation here. They'll try and force back the Weaver. The RP is going to have to be used here. It's not terrible. It's not great. Counter RP used onto the Weaver, holding him back as they just deal with the Supernova. It's looking way too clean from Malaysia right now. Maybe they can pick up some supports on the sidelines, but GTI in the middle of everybody right now, just taking so many hits. Hello, doing a lot back to Moon once again as well. The Moon just jumps back in, takes him down. GTI gone. Buyback comes out from the Timbersaw. They're going to have to at this point. Once again, it is Coddle on the run, trying to get himself away. Does kill off the creep chasing him, which the TP is coming into, but
actually not as
looks
helpful
like
as he
DZ
thinks
might
it is.
die.
Wait, there's the buyback of GTI. Is he going to die back?
He needs to survive through this right now. He needs some help.
There's the
This Weaver.
Abyssal.
Weaver's just disarmed. He's disarmed forever. This Weaver, he cannot click. He cannot do a thing. And now he's being hunted down. The Bug is trying to get away, but the Swatter is coming, and they'll fight him at the tree lines as well. Bye, Dingo. And this might be bye-bye to Turkey's hopes here. Malaysia, they're coming for the barracks.
They actually just bought out on, I think,
Radiant's bottom
Keeper of the Light had buyback, right? They had 2 buybacks available there. Maybe it was on the Phoenix and the respawn. But yeah, it's another set of racks down. What I thought they were going to do was fall back for the Aegis after GZ, because he's pulling them towards the play.
Malaysia don't care about no Aegis.
They don't need. No, then once you got those kills, you don't need to. Do you know what I mean? Like the reinitiation from Turkey was really awkward. talking about awkward kills. And,
yeah, Magnus looking like he might fall again. If he can get a skewer back into the fountain, it might not be bad, but he can't. He's dead. Buyback is available, though. Shard's going to help try and protect Chucky here. Chucky going for the TP out, and he's going to make it to safety. The rest of Malaysia backing themselves away. They lose their Huskar, and they will respect it.
do you think Moon is saying we should have roached, like I said?
I mean, I think considering the tier 2 is up, probably yes.
He's like, you know what, I wouldn't mind if I had an Aegis there and not died. But, I mean, they're playing it so aggressively, they were looking for the knockout punch there, they're looking for the killer blow, you know, they're like, okay, we come in, bam, bam, thank you, ma'am, and we kill everyone, and then we end the game right here, right now.
Yeah.
Except it goes the other way, and Turkey gets the kill on the Huskar. But they do bring down the dieback, of course, on the Timbersaw in the meantime. Well, before that, previously.
Jeezy dead again, just trying to get out on the map and get some information.
Oh, it's Jeezy that's got the Spirit Vessel. Okay, I knew I'd seen it, but every time we were going to different.
They're going on the Weaver. They're going to get it. Dingo is gone. 100 seconds. No buyback for the Weaver as well. Oh, this could be so bad. I mean, Roshan should still be the option here because Malaysia don't know about the Weaver's buyback.
They're waiting for.
Oh, they should actually. You already used it, so they should know. But into the pit. Nice and disciplined, Jeeves. That's what we like.
Yeah, and you still have decent heroes to do this. The Ursus there with the Tusk, that's, I mean, more than enough to get the job done. As soon as you get a few stacks, just go for the Overpower. Bam, bam. What did they get this time? Aegis plus Cheese. Alright, he's going to take the Cheese on the Ursa, and the Aegis is going to leave for the Huskar, who's respawned and made his way down here. And Malaysia now with a 27,000 gold net worth lead. Time to go mid and end this baby.
I think it might be time for that indeed. I mean, we'll see what Malaysia's plan is. Maybe they just want to wait and see if there's any more they can fish off the map. Still 50 seconds on the Weaver. Maybe not quite enough to take a tier 2 and the middle lane of barracks, so we'll see what they try to go for. And what Turkey's response is, of course. Their options are very limited at this point.
They're going to go on this lone druid with the dive forward into the egg set up, but the Abyssal from Ursa. Oh, cracked up Phoenix before you could do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite know what the plan is there from the Phoenix, but obviously they need to get creative because playing conventional is just not going to get them back in, so I can respect it.
I think they were hoping that the enemy just were not there.
Jump in, onto the Timber. Timber, get very low indeed, needs to be able to get on the direct bomb, cannot do so. He's going to fall. Jump in from Mr. Luck, drags back Ponyo. Maybe, just maybe, they can grab themselves a Rubik, but a kick out for Jeezy as he's just dragged into no man's land once again, and Moon eats him up. Chucky gets the kill, but it's just looking very over for Turkey at this point. Tier 2 tower in the middle lane is gone. Aegis still up, Cheese still up. Sure, you've got no druid, but he just bops the buyback. They want to drop Turkey out.
7, let's go. Sorry, 8, because they got the bear as well.
That's some maths. Scottish maths, I guess.
No, well, the Cheese is +1.
I see.
The Aegis is +1. And the lone druid is 2.
Okay, show me your calculations after.
Well.
They're up on the high ground. They're doing the work. Rubik trying to play around, but maybe playing a little bit too hard. The team's just fine. They're just fine. Let them play with our Rubik. We'll take the buildings. We'll take the barracks. We'll take the Phoenix. Stoic gone as well. Final line of barracks now standing. They finish off the Daedalus on the Weaver. Weaver, though, will he actually get to hit for once? There's the first disarm coming out to him whilst his Magnus just gets turned inside out. Buyback is available. The last barrack standing now for Turkey. The last hope standing for Turkey. Sure, they drag it back, but the rest of the players, they're just going to deal with the buildings. Moon is happy to spin around in circles up in the air with the Yules. Now jump forward onto the Weaver. There's that axe going to work, taking him down. No Weaver means no chance left for the side of Turkey. The rest of the heroes will get ripped through, and that should be that, Jeeves. GG is called, and it's going to be Malaysia taking the series 2-0.
I mean, we kind of expected it from the start, from the very beginning of the tournament, that Malaysia were going to be a powerhouse here. And Turkey, I think they performed really well in Game 1, and they performed even better in Game 2, but Malaysia are super relaxed in their draft.
They stepped it up as well, dude.
And yeah, they just they took it to the limit and just turned things around. And you know, Turkey, unfortunately, commiserations, they're gonna go out now, out of the tournament. There's no double elimination bracket this time around. But you know, good effort from them, I would say. I wouldn't go away from this tournament disappointed. I think you're playing against one of the favourites. I think you're having an okay time.
I think you're having an okay time as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've enjoyed themselves, but of course, Malaysia just stepping it up. You know, honestly, the difference from Game 1 to Game 2 in game plan, in execution, you know, it's sure they had a few silly moments. Moon gets caught out once or twice, whatever. They knew the strategy the whole way through, and they played it pretty damn well. You know, they really kind of stuck to their guns, and it just looked like they had Turkey's number. And Yeah, it looked like a SmackDown, because it was.
That's kind of like the story of this draft, though, right? Because like when they got the Timbersaw, everyone's like kind of like, what's going on with this Timbersaw? They picked up the Huskar and stuff, but Timber murdering the Huskar over and over again. He got like, I think he probably died the most on his team, it felt like, and it's all because of this Timber. And then, but they have this Ursa. As soon as he gets a basher online, all that hope. Like we talked about how there was a lack of lockdown for the Timber, and that's how he was able to make all these early moves, you know. But once you start getting that lockdown online, I mean, there's nothing you can do versus that other than like a Lincoln Sphere once the Abyssal comes online. Do you know what I mean? And then it feels kind of bad. It feels okay versus Huskar though. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it could have been an option to pick one up.
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of maybes in this series, but ultimately, you know, it's just so hard to play their way out of it from that position, especially. You know, this Weaver, he picks up mountains of damage. If he gets to stand there and click heroes, then there's a real opportunity for Turkey to take a fight. But it's just too difficult with the control they had. They built all these disarms. They had that Aghanims on the Huskar as well. Like, just disarm after control after control. What can you really do, Jeeves?
I think if Weaver stayed away for longer, like it didn't come to the fights as early and just built up a few more items. Because, like, remember we were talking about how, like, okay, so if the Weaver gets ahead, if he gets all these magical items and fantasy items and whatever, he's going to have a good game, right? But even with him being, what was he? He was like third. You know, he was the bottom of the net worth of all of the cores, and he still was able to kind of contribute while the Timbersaw was making so much space for him, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't using that space to farm. He's using that space to come to fights in the end. And I think if he doesn't do that and he kind of farms just a little while longer, if he just plays a little bit more selfishly, which you never want to hear, but you know, I'm a position 1 player. I'm just saying, if he plays a little bit more selfishly, maybe there's a chance there, because Timbersaw did everything he could to try and get them to that level where Weaver's going to take the game over.
Yeah, GTI really had a solid game, to be honest with you. Like, he just came out fighting, you know, brought the power to the middle lane, brought the power to the rest of the game as well, you know, was able to get the fights going, but just wasn't enough. The strategy was too good, the gameplay was too good, and Malaysia, they make a big stamp for their first series here at the Global Esports Games. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Jeeves. Indeed, we see Malaysia grabbing the 2-0 win over the side of Turkey. Doesn't seem like the Turkish squad caught the memo, and one that every Dota player knows: do not ever feed the bear. They did, and they end up taking a tumble in the second game, which does see them going home from the Global Esports Games here. I'm on the analyst desk, presented to you, of course, by STC Play, and I'm joined once more by B-Cop and Black. That was, you know, okay, let's start with the good stuff, though, right? Let's get some dessert out of the way here, Benji. There were moments things looked actually kind of good in the early game, right? Yeah. The lanes, yes, they didn't necessarily go well, especially mid, but they were able to recover. They were taking some good fights. There was a point where they were both ahead on kills and on gold for the first time this entire series, so there was some rays of light for Turkey.
There definitely was. I was a little bit surprised at how much Moon was willing to give the Timbersaw, because he had 12 CS 4 minutes in or something like that. And that lane felt over. That it was just done. Timbersaw shouldn't have been able to do anything, but it's perseverance, not the item, but the will inside, and they were able to bring it back a little bit. And I thought it was interesting how much Malaysia gave back to them to even make a comeback viable, because the way the lanes went, it shouldn't have happened at all. But I mean, that's determination. That's good Dota, and I think Turkey was taking advantage of the mistakes that Malaysia was putting in, you know, on their plate.
And so one of those mistakes that we saw being made, Black, generally speaking, when you're playing Huskar, you go Omelette BKB, then you start thinking about other items, right? The BOTs that we ended up seeing from the Huskar, literally immediately after he buys them, dies instantly down bottom. That denies him an opportunity to take a Roshan. It feels like a lot of the things could have actually changed from that particular game state. So talk to me about their itemization as we go through some of these highlights from Savvy games.
Yeah, but I think that kind of encapsulates like the entire problem zone, I would even call it, of Malaysia in this series. Like, they were obviously the better players, obviously the better team, more prepared, but yeah, they knew that, and they kind of played like they knew that, you know? Like, they were way too relaxed. Yeah, as Bicop said, just keep it simple. The game would be very simple. But they didn't. They tower dove, level 4, fed some kills here and there. It's like stuff you do if you're really confident that you're going to win no matter what. You know, like if they played against Serbia, I can almost guarantee they wouldn't have done this.
I mean, that actually makes a good point. And Bicop, you said it first, right? Keep it simple. If you look at how they're supposed to initiate Turkey, every single fight literally looks the same, right? If Magnus dies, or if Magnus uses RP, that's it. Initiation over. They just
Yeah.
can't do anything under those conditions. It just felt so much easier for Malaysia to just keep sweeping the map in the way that they did.
Yeah, and they were making it harder for themselves. They're diving towers, tier 1s, multiple times, where they're just putting themselves in these poor positions. Like, Ursa died top, he was behind the tier 1, and they were losing heroes, and then somehow Moon's dying 2-3 times off of what should have been just an absolute blowout on the lane. It's overconfidence. And I think that's where their problems really stemmed from. If you keep it simple, again, I mean, I love that tagline, but it's just keep it simple, don't chase too far. The fights will come your way and go your way, because if you just let them come to you or like let the game kind of progress naturally, fights are going to happen in better spots than behind their tier 1, behind their tier 2. They were forcing, almost like they wanted this game to end in 12 minutes. Like they had dinner dates. It was insane. Like they really wanted to put the pressure on, and I think it put them into these really poor spots at times.
Speaking of pressure, Black, we had another situation where I'm looking at this draft on the side of Turkey, and outside, I see 2 damage sources. I see Weaver, which only becomes a damage source later in the game, and then Timbersaw earlier on. And there were so many fights where Malaysia heroes 100, 200 HP, but they just couldn't get them over the finish line.
Yeah, I think a big issue is that Weaver actually was almost never able to hit. First you get Halberted,
you get
then you get
roared.
inner fired, then you get roared, they have way too many ways of dealing with it, and I think once again he didn't go for BKB, which is pretty normal in Weaver.
Yeah.
But again, in this sort of game, you need it. You know, like I don't like going BKB, but if there is, it's necessary. It's not an item that you cannot build this game. 100% necessary. If he had that, I think they would have actually won a couple of fights. I'm trying to remember, because he just couldn't hit for 8 seconds.
Yeah.
And if you can't hit for those 8 seconds, that like 20-30 HP, 20-30% HP that you spoke about is gone for sure. Because he itemized purely damage, he would have killed them no problem.
Yeah. That didn't work out necessarily at the end of the day here, so we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Turkey. But that does mean that Malaysia get to continue in the tournament, and they'll be looking towards, I believe it'll be Serbia, who won their first game against Australia, but that series isn't over just yet, so we can't determine who the opponent is going to be. The one thing that I also saw from this matchup here, in this particular game, B-Cup, is the understanding of timings from Malaysia. Yes, they'd be making mistakes. Yes, they weren't necessarily playing as crisply as they could. But the moment there was a window to exploit, they'd immediately be on it, right? We saw that one fight that happened around the portal down bottom, yet again, around the twin gate on Radiant side. Instantly afterwards, there's a Roshan gone. They sweep all the way up to a tier 2 tower and sort of dare the Turkish side to come outside of the base. Going forward, given that this wasn't their cleanest performance, what do you think Malaysia should be talking about to ensure that the execution can match their preparation?
I think their timings are fine. I think what you really need to talk about is just overextending.
Mindset.
It's mindset. It's overextending. It's not allowing yourself to be put almost in your own trap, right? Like you're falling for your own trap of just going in too far, sticking your lanes out a little bit too far, and giving back to the enemy team. I think if they keep it to a point where you go back to basics. Great Magic the Gathering card, by the way. You're gonna keep yourself in a good spot. Like this is a game where they could have been 15,000 ahead 20 minutes in. Like that, they set themselves up really well. Like you said, they really know their timings, but those timings are gonna come a lot smoother and easier if they're staying behind their tier 1. They're not behind their tier 1s. If they're staying behind the enemy's tier 1s, like they're not going too far. They're not diving tier 2s and finding themselves, truthfully, I mean, there was a couple times where Moon got picked off as the Huskar in the middle of the river, in the middle of nowhere.
I'm looking at these scoreboard here, Black, and something stands out to me. The losing team, who has fewer kills, nonetheless has more healing and more total damage than the enemy team. What is it about this game that contributes to that sort of disparity in the stats?
I mean, it just speaks about pretty much what some people love it, most people hate it about this patch. There's too much HP regen on the side of Malaysia. They have the Bear, who constantly heals himself by like 60% of the attack damage. You have the Heart and Berserker's Blood of Huskar permanently healing through. And yeah, like probably total HP pool. You have to go through a hero like 3-4 times until you actually kill him, which is a little bit ridiculous, you know. And they, truth be told, had one of the best heroes for it, the Timbersaw, and they still have a lot of problems doing it. That shows you how strong these tank items are.
Yep, tank meta. There was AA banned for a very good reason in this particular game, B-Cup.
given that we are going to be persisting with the tank meta probably for the rest of the tournament, right? Do you want to see maybe increased priority on that AA hero so he doesn't get banned out in the final phase in the event that a draft like this happens again?
I definitely like AA, but a very AA-centric player that I am, I know that in a draft like that, he still gets chased down, right? Like, Lone Druid still just chases down an AA and he dies immediately, or he gets jumped on. Like, AA, it's a hard... I feel like it's a hard hero to play, but it doesn't look like it on the surface. You throw an Ice Blast, but your positioning has to be perfect. Even though that skill is global, you still have to put yourself in the right spots. You still need to be able to participate in the team fights. Just Ice Blast isn't going to win you the game. I'd love to see Ancient Apparition more. I'd be really happy about it. But I liked what Turkey had the idea to do. I mean, we saw the ability of the Spare Vessel as well. I mean, an item does kind of do AA things, so...
Discount AA.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever. My hero's not worth much, I guess.
AA from Wish in just one particular item.
Seriously, it is AA Wish for sure.
With this game being over right now, of course, Malaysia got themselves the 2-0. But we're not done celebrating their victory just yet because we have to determine who the MVP is going to be. Brought to us by Kadia, of course. And that MVP for the series overall is going to be Zeal. You know, I'm not going to ask B-Cup about Zeal. I had that mistake. Black, what's up? How do you feel about his performance overall in the series, the man from Malaysia?
Yeah, I think he was the main driving force in Game 1 with a lot of really good initiations on his Magnus. I mean, I'm not going to lie, it's not hard. You have Pike and Skewer, okay? But still being in the right position and having the bravery to do it all the time, even in the enemy base, is not something that everybody would do. And of course, Game 2, honestly, I kind of expected it because he loves his micro heroes. He plays all of them, all these toxic heroes. He's very good at them, and he showed it. Like in the laning phase, he had way more farm, got a bunch of kills.
Killed that Weaver early. He got first blood on the Weaver.
Yeah, exactly. He was there for all the tower pushes. Like he basically controlled the map for Malaysia. In the mid-late game team fights, he contributed a lot of damage. Nice positioning as well. Yeah, I mean, not much to complain about really from my side about his individual performance.
Yeah, great performance from
him. Very well done.
One of the scary parts about this performance, especially on a Lone Druid hero B-Cup, is let's assume that fine, you managed to find a way to shut down the Huskar, right? You say, cool, we've got that one particular angle covered. The Ursa might not be doing so well at the beginning of the game. Then you look over the other side and you're like, damn, there's still this really tanky Lone Druid doing absurd amounts of damage. While we're trying to kill Huskar, our buildings are just falling apart. And yes, I'm going to force you to praise Zeal.
I know, I mean, he played really well. As much as I give Zeal some flack sometimes, I think he played really well. Drafts like that bother me so much. Where you just get to have 3 carries. Like, it's just so unfair. It's like my pubs when there's 5 carries, but, you know, whatever. I like Zeal here. He played really well. I'm not going to take anything away from him. I liked both his games. He was perfect for me.
Great game coming in from Zeal, of course, and that will put Malaysia further forward in our bracket here at the Global Esports Games in Riyadh. And we get to see that Malaysia currently waiting for their next opponent between Australia and Serbia. Serbia currently 1-0 up. Sadly, my South African boys fell to Kazakhstan. Maybe it's actually good it wasn't on stream. You know, I would have cried on camera. Kazakhstan, from what I heard, we didn't get to watch the game, Black, but apparently Violence just did violent things, like genuinely popped off across both games.
Sometimes you wake up, you choose violence.
You know, you wake up, you choose violence. How do you stop that kind of violence? How do you bring peace to Kazakhstan here?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, he is one of the best players in the entire world, and how do you stop him? It's going to be a team effort. You know these like superhero movies where like Thanos, he's about to activate the gauntlet and you have like 10 guys jump on him? It's like, ah! That's the kind of thing we'll need here, I think.
And then Iron Man just drops the line.
That's right.
Yeah, alright.
And it goes for the...
Yeah. Actually, it should be like a... I don't know if you guys watch Jujutsu Kaisen, but they have the best jumpings, like the best 2v1 fights.
Oh,
Bring it on against them,
yeah.
Deal with him in some capacity. The frustrating thing for the Saudi side here, B-Cup, is not only do they have to play up against the Kazakhstan side that is obviously looking very good, one of the favorites into the tournament, they're not warmed up, Saudi. It's going to be their first game of the day up against a squad that is now warm, now feeling themselves, feeling fresh. So as the host nation, what do you think they should be doing to try and contain Kazakhstan in the next round of the tournament?
I think focus on their best aspects, right? Like, I think we've talked to them a couple times and, like, just staying with things that work. I think when you find yourself in these single limbs, try to put yourself on your comfort as much as you can. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit tough. You get the Zeal treatment and they ban 4 of your heroes in a row. But I think when we saw Saudi in ISF, they stretched a little bit on their comfort heroes and went a little bit away from what they like as much, and that's what really I think was a bit of their downfall in that event. But I think here, if you keep it to your comfort, I mean, you know what you can do with those heroes, and it gives you the best chance. And I know some of those heroes are definitely going to be like first phase bans, but you should have something 2, 3, 4 times down the hopper and be ready to go. We've talked to these guys a bunch. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit biased. I like rooting for these guys, but we'll see what happens. I'd like to see that go 3 games, that series.
To that point, I think this meta right now should suit him very well.
Yeah.
Like, especially the mid laner, like he loves playing those Necrophoses, and in general, they're very lane focused. And I think this patch is very lane focused itself, because once you get a big advantage from the lane, you just tank up, stick together, take all the objectives together. It's basically how you win. And yeah, in theory, it should be very good for them. But as you said, Kazakhstan is scary.
Yeah, Kazakhstan is really, really scary. If they beat Kazakhstan, they find themselves in the final, which is always great for the host nation, the host team, to be able to make that full run, but not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. On the other side of the bracket, since Malaysia is already through, let's say you're in their shoes right now, Bicop. Who would you rather play against between Serbia and Australia?
I mean, Australia is the answer, right?
Not necessarily, because do you want to play the easier quote-unquote opponent on the way to the grand finals, or would you rather dispatch and play the best so you're in the best mood to win the tournament?
Well, let me one up that. If Australia beats Serbia,
yeah,
that means Australia is better than Serbia, obviously. But they're unknown to Malaysia. So it's actually quite scary to them, potentially.
Did they play Dota upside down? The Australian team?
We don't know.
All of a sudden, the map's just upside down. They're like, how do we play this
Dude,
game?
Australia is foreign, man. That country's crazy. So I don't know what they do over there.
I have no idea. I mean, yeah, both teams give you that option, right? Like Australia, maybe you have more confidence going in. Serbia is the better competition. You're more hyped to go in. So, I mean, it's really pick your poison at that point and just work on yourselves more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose at that point you should just be willing to play up against anybody, right? Like,
yeah, be happy you made it to the next
whatever
round.
opportunity comes along, just get better, improve. And I think for Malaysia, the carry player in particular, Game 1, very shaky performance. Game 2, not perfect, Black, but definitely an improvement from what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, no, he did very well. In the laning phase, I think his itemization was very good. He didn't fall into this really active sort of Ursa playstyle, you know. He didn't go Diffuser Blade first, went for Battle Fury, farmed up his items, hit his timings, and that's really all he needed to do in that game.
Did a magnificent job of getting himself the W in that situation. So now we have Malaysia in through to the next round. Kazakhstan joining them, of course. Saudi Arabia already through on a bye. And then we are still waiting for the result of Australia versus Serbia to round out our top 4 here at the Global Esports Games. We still have a couple of days of competition to go. So there's a lot of entertaining games to still see, a lot of magic to still happen. And more importantly, a lot of time for these newer players to gel together, find their footing, find their feet, and ensure that they can play the best Dota possible. One of the ways that can happen, though, is what we heard from Black earlier on, having a good coach, having somebody on hand to ensure that they can give you the best possible mindset, the best possible execution. And of course, we're going to be hearing from Malaysia's coach right now, so we send it over to the stage with Atik and Baga. Take it away, boys. Let's hear what he has to say.
And, well, first of all, what a match that was. And big shout out goes to our talent. You fired it up. Well, congratulations to Malaysia. ايش رايك في المباراة يا عتيق؟
صحيح، مباراة عظيمة. منتخب الماليزي أدى أداء جدا جميل، شفنا ما أعطى أي فرصة لتركيا في هذه المباراة، وبرضه شكرا لأخواننا في الاستديو التحليلي. لكن نبغى نعرف تفاصيل هذه المباراة شلون بالنسبة لصالح فريق ماليزيا، على أنهم جالسين يشوفون أن فريق تركيا خصم جدا قوي، بس في المباراة فعليا بين أنه هو كان متفوق بشكل أكبر. فنبغى نعرف من المدرب معنا اللي هو جيم بريد.
والله يعطيك العافية يا عتيق. And again, congratulations to Malaysia. What a dominating match that was. So, Fernando, a.k.a. Game Brad, first of all, apa khabar?
Kabar baik.
So, how do you feel winning this match?
We feel happy, very confident. Things went according to plan. We prepared for this game long and hard. We prepared for this entire tournament long and hard. So, we are very confident. And yeah, thank God, things went according to plan and we are happy to progress.
Love that, you know, humble but yet confidence is there. ايش رايك في الإجابة يا عتيق؟
بالضبط زي ما سالناه هذا توقعنا برضو منه. هو ذكر ان المباراه صحيح يعتبر الفريق او المنتخب التركي خصم جدا صعب، لكن مع هذا كله مجهزين بشكل مره ممتاز وطابين هذه البطوله بثقه عاليه وراح يورونا اياها في المباريات الجايه. لكن في نفس الوقت نبغى نعرف اصلا في مبارياتهم القادمه كيف راح يكون، لان ضدهم خصوم اما يكون صربيا او ما يكون عندنا استراليا. راح نعرفها بعد ما تحدد النتيجه، لان جالسين يلعبون معنا باك ستيج، نبغى نعرف كيف تجهيزاتهم للمباريات القادمه، لانها بعدها راح ينتقلون على طول على الجراند فاينل.
So Atiq and myself and a lot of people watching right now all around the world, we want to know, it's like, what's your preparation for the next match?
We'll see what happens. We got a couple of very strong opponents waiting for us. So we'll see what happens in that game, and we'll then prepare and see who we're going to face. We haven't found out who we're facing next, but yeah, we'll see.
I love that. You know, keeping it, you know, low-key, smart, but very wise answer. We'll see who they're going to go against in the next match according to that. And that accordance, we'll see what's going to be the preparation. ايش رايك؟
بالضبط زي ما توقعنا برضو الإجابة من المدرب يقول بناء على الخصم الجاي راح تكون له تجهيزة مختلفة. هم أكيد طبعا هذه البطولة مجهزين بشكل كامل، لكن خصومهم الجايين أقوياء، فيبغون يعرفون نتائج المباريات الجاية عشان يجهزون استراتيجيات خاصة للخصم القادم. فبالعكس تكتيك جدا ذكي. لكن برضو عندنا السؤال الأخير اللي هو نبغى نعرف إيش رسالته اللي حاب يقولها لجمهوره في بلده الآن، وكيف حتى برضو يحصل على تشجيعهم فيها.
بالضبط. So now, anything you want to say back to your homeland, to your nation, maybe even in Malay?
Alright, hello Malaysia. Apa khabar semua? Terima kasih atas sokongan-sokongan semua warga negara. Kita janji akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia. Demi Malaysia guys, Malaysia boleh.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Fernando, a.k.a. Game Rat from the nation of Malaysia. And now, Atiq, it is time to go to a break. And we'll be back with more action happening right here at GG 2023.
بالضبط. كان ودي اترجم لكم الاجابه لكن بكل صراحه ما فهمت شيء. لكن مع هذا كله باذن الله هذه الرساله فاهمينها جمهور الماليزي، وعندنا برضه مباريات قادمه جدا ممتعه. فعشان كذا اعزائي المشاهدين خلوكم معنا، لا تروحون بعيد، راح ناخذ فاصل ونرجع لكم بعدها.
قريبا على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة. بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
قريبا على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة. بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
قريبا على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة. بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
قريبا على أرض السعودية، أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the Global Esports Games 2023, happening right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as we embark on this journey to the pinnacle of esports competition from the 12th to the 16th of December. I'm Bara Abdallah, along with the amazing co-host Atiq. كيف الحال? What is going on?
Thank you so much, Bara. I'm so happy to be here. Here's the fist bump. أعزائنا المشاهدين، أهلا فيكم في Global Esports Games لسنة 2023 المقامة معنا هنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية، اللي راح تجمع دول من كل أنحاء العالم جايين ينافسون معنا في هذه البطولة اللي راح تبدأ معنا من اليوم وحتى 16 ديسمبر. راح نستمتع في هذه الرحلة، دول كثيرة جونا، وبإذن الله راح نشوف أشياء تاريخية. معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، وأيضا معنا براء عبد الله مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية.
يعطيك العافية. You got that right, Atiq. Well, you ready?
Of course I'm ready.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Get ready to get thrilled. Get ready for the clash of gaming titans. Get ready for... One, two. Well, apparently we had a little hiccup, but you know why? That's what happens when you have an event so big, so energetic, even the stage can't handle it.
Yeah, it seems like we're having some technical issues, but I'm really sure that the team are working on it.
World. Syncing data.
We're getting a feedback right now, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently we need to address this on the big screen. Let's see what is happening. Yes, production? We are having a feedback here, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, we need to talk to the screen. Well, hello, hi. Yes, this is an esport arena.
Welcome to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Yalla hayya.
Riyadh? An esport arena?
Where is this?
Okay, I guess we're being hacked right now here, ladies and gentlemen, taking place. Yes, this is the year 2023. Can you explain yourself? I'm confused.
We should be asking the questions, not him.
Right?
I lost my data. Let me recover it.
Oh.
Recovery completed.
Huh.
How many players? 1 player, 2 players.
Okay, I think I know what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Atiq, it took us way back in time. To the time where 2 players was a thing, like at the time where I was going to the arcades playing locally with 2 players, man, that was my time. That was my era.
Your era? How old are you?
Okay, you don't need to know that, right? You need to know that 2 players was my time, okay? Captain Young?
Well, now we have a different generation growing up and competing, and now we have a different players. And we have a lot of players, not gonna lie. We have way more players.
We got a lot of players now.
Recovering data 2000 to 2010.
Here we go again.
Recovery completed. Here you can play with more than 2 players and online with humans around the world.
Okay, I guess it's happening again. I mean, now we're at a time where players are playing online, and I still remember me being overwhelmed because it's not 2 players anymore, it's players all over the world. It really changed for me.
Well, this is where it started for me. I started playing during that age. Honestly, I started playing since I was born. We started building communities, getting to know some friends, and now we are in a new era, and now we're playing, also competing in an online games as well. Now it's different competition as well going on here.
Competition.
Yeah.
Competition. Let me recover my latest entry from 2022.
It's actually good now, looking good. Oh, can they burst out? The draw or not? The second core stuff is there. Now the damage will come from the draw. Now they're trying to burst out anyone, but the burst is actually on the legend, the stealer. They're all out. They're all out. They're all out. They're all
trying to...
Oh, there it is!
Ooh,
And
that
he's
was
got Super
punished.
loaded up. This could be it.
It could be it. It could be it. Especially with both low health. Oh, wow.
Tense moments. Not enough.
Not enough. The final moments now. The real test for fulfills. Can he do it?
He's looking for a conversion into critical art, but Gamer B has the V trigger still loaded up.
Oh
and there it is again!
Don't test Gamer B reaction when it comes to NTR. And Gamer B wins the set.
They even pick up the solo. They don't only pick up Nepal, they don't only annihilate Nepal, no problems had at all. They also manage to pick up the solo. They also manage to clean up every single kill. And what is that?
The Global Esports Games, where we can compete and play on a global stage.
Wow, what a ride that was, ladies and gentlemen. Well, apparently we're not being hacked. It's actually part of our show. What a relief. It's exactly it. Esports. Now we have professional athletes, referees, coaches. We even have championships.
Exactly. Thank you so much for the production team for letting us know about this. And we are in a different era. This is a new world, we call it. We call it the world of esport we're facing here.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go.
The journey has been extraordinary and it continues to unfold. The arena is set and the game is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is set and the game is on. Welcome to the Global Esports Games 2023, happening right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But before we even go on, let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! Oh my God. The energy.
I do feel the energy here, and that's why we're going to start with something everybody loves.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, being right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, with this, we're going to give you a beautiful arabesque performance by an instrument called the Qanoon. So let's hear it for our amazing Qanoonist. Let's hear it for Tamer.
أعزائنا المشاهدين أعزائنا الحضور راح نستمتع في هذا العرض الجميل اللي راح يكون معنا في البداية لدمج الثقافات في العالم معنا هنا في الرياضة الإلكترونية. فخلونا نبدأ بمعزوفة من القانون مع العازف تامر.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for Tamer! Such beautiful times. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I get your attention, please? And please all rise for the national anthem of the hosting country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
باذن الله زي ما شفنا قبل شوي العرض الجميل ان شاء الله انكم استمتعتوا فيه، لكن الان اعزائنا المشاهدين فلتقفون للنشيد الوطني السعودي.
Historical moments taking place right here, ladies and gentlemen, for the GEG 2023. 56 nations and territories all taking place in this magnificent, majestic championship. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to announce all the participating nations and territories. والموضوع عندك يا عتيق.
Exactly, 56. That's almost third of the world we're gonna see here competing in this tournament. أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح نستعرض لستة الدول المشاركة معنا في هذه البطولة ونبداها في الدولة الأولى. أعزائنا المشاهدين الدولة الأولى اللي معنا المملكة العربية السعودية.
Singapore, Albania,
Algeria,
Argentina,
Australia,
Bahrain,
Bangladesh,
Belgium,
Brazil,
Chile,
Chinese Taipei,
Colombia,
Dominican Republic,
Georgia,
Ghana,
Great Britain,
Guatemala,
Honduras,
India,
Iran,
Ireland,
Italy,
Jamaica,
Japan,
Jordan,
Kazakhstan,
Kenya,
Kuwait,
Lithuania,
Luxembourg,
Malaysia,
Mexico,
Moldova,
Myanmar,
Netherlands,
New Zealand,
Nigeria,
Pakistan,
Palestine,
Panama,
Peru,
Philippines,
Poland,
Senegal,
Serbia,
Somalia,
South Africa,
Spain,
Sri Lanka,
Thailand,
Tunisia,
Turkey,
Ukraine,
the United Arab Emirates,
Uruguay,
and ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam. So, ladies and gentlemen, 56 nations and territories all taking place right here for the GEG 2023. 5 days, 5 tournaments, 4 games. It is on here, ladies and gentlemen. And with all that being said, now it is time for the pledge. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to take the pledge for the athletes and for the coaches, referees, and everybody taking place right here.
أعزائي المشاهدين معنا 4 ألعاب في 5 بطولات من 56 دولة مشاركة معنا في هذه البطولة، لكن الآن راح نرحب بالمشاركين معنا في هذه البطولة لإلقاء هذا التعهد.
And now, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, for the athletes pledge. Here we go. We, the athletes, players, referees, and coaches of the Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games pledge to abide by the rules and regulations provided by the Global Esports Federation and in accordance with the GEF's Code of Ethics, to display behaviors that elevate the GEF's universal values: equality, diversity, fair play, inclusion, and innovation, representing our nation with honor, pride, and with respect for all others. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for all the athletes, players, referees, and coaches taking place right here at the GEG 2023. Make some noise! Atiq, what a beautiful time taking place here, ladies and gentlemen. Esports is growing, and it grew to a place that I don't think a lot of us saw coming. Now, we have championships like the GEG, we have pro athletes, we have professionals, all that happening here, and we have a lot of players. I can't believe 56 nations and territories right here in Riyadh.
Imagine, who can believe that esport can bring us all together, and we're seeing here an amazing performance from all nations who are participating here. أعزائي المشاهدين، إن شاء الله أنكم مستمتعين معنا إلى هذه اللحظة، بداية جميلة في بطولة عالمية الآن متواجدة معنا، وعشان نبدأ هذا الحفل وهذا الحدث العظيم. أعزائي المشاهدين، أعزائي الحضور، خلونا نرحب على المسرح رئيس الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة الإلكترونية، صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن سلطان آل سعود. تفضل معنا على المسرح.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for one of the main players taking place right here, please welcome the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar Al Saud.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, gamers. It is an honor and a privilege to be with you here today. But before I begin, I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome you to Riyadh, our kingdom's capital. As we know, the Global Esports Games is an event of the utmost significance, a truly global spectacle that unites the world-connected esports community, presenting extraordinary displays of talent, captivating audiences far and wide. Our presence here today is a testament to that significance. And I'm sure that in the days ahead, this flagship event will once again showcase to the world esports' power as a force for good, as a celebration of talent, and a catalyst for social development. All of you here today are a part of this community. And all of us are certain to enjoy unparalleled experiences in the days ahead. For our esteemed visitors from all walks of life, I can promise that Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games will showcase nothing short of an extraordinary display of excellence on a grand stage of global esports. Converging esports, sports, technology, entertainment, and culture in a way that few sporting events can, the Games are certain to represent the latest stage in the industry's evolution, not just here in Saudi, but all over the world. On a final note, it goes without saying that esports is a global phenomenon, one that transcends borders, that unites people, communities, and countries through the universal language of competition and camaraderie. It is a power as a force for good, and that lies in fostering connections, breaking down barriers, and showcasing that excellence knows no geographical bounds. Esports truly belongs to the world, and in the coming days, I'm sure that Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games will be a glowing reminder of this reality, proving that passion and skill are the ultimate currencies for bridging cultures, driving advancement, and inspiring greatness. Thank you very much.
شكرا لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بدر بن سلطان آل سعود، وبإذن الله ينتظرنا مستقبل واعد بقيادتكم لهذه الصناعة.
And our sincerest gratitude is revealed to the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar Al Saud. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome another main player from the Global Esports Federation, the president of the Global Esports Federation, Mr. Chris Chan.
والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا نرحب برضو على المسرح رئيس الاتحاد العالمي للرياضة الإلكترونية السيد كريس تشان.
Thank you, Your Highness. Friends, athletes, today is a historic day for esports and sports and our world-connected community. It signals the coming together of people from every continent on Earth, bridging tradition and innovation while looking ahead to the dynamic opportunities of a brighter future. With the Singapore 2021, Istanbul 2022 Global Esports Games behind us, and China, Dubai, and the United States of America set through from 2024 to 2026. We are here now in beautiful Riyadh to connect our community, celebrate with old friends, and make new friends too. For the athletes here with us today, this is your moment. This incredible stage is for you, and this opportunity offers a pathway to live your passion, your dreams, and your choice in your own unique way. Good luck to all of you. Today, as the world starts to connect once more, we are indeed a world connected. And it is my great pleasure here to open the Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games. Thank you.
شكرا لرئيس الاتحاد العالمي للرياضة الإلكترونية السيد كريس تشان. وبإذن الله اللي جالسين نشوفها الآن في الرياضة الإلكترونية شيء ما هو طبيعي، وهذه بداية جالسين نشوفها الآن صناعة للتاريخ يا براء.
You got that right. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and our sincerest gratitude revealed to the president of the Global Esports Federation, Mr. Chris Chan. Again, ladies and gentlemen, 56 nations and territories, 5 tournaments, and only 5 will win and will get the chance to raise the trophy. With that being said, and now it's time for the trophy reveal.
صحيح بالضبط، عندنا 56 دولة مشاركة في 5 بطولات تكون معنا، وراح نشوف نهايتها من اللي راح يشيل الكأس، فعشان كذا خلونا نستعرض لكم الكأس في هذا الفيديو.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming its way right now, the majestic trophy of the Global Esports Games 2023. Here you have it right now.
بالضبط، هذا هو أعزائنا المشاهدين أعزائنا الحضور، هذا هو الكأس اللي يتنافسون فيه الدول المشاركة معنا في هذه البطولة وفي هذا الحدث العظيم، وبإذن الله موعودين في منافسات قوية تجمعنا في 4 ألعاب أو في 4 ألعاب فعلا جالسين نشوفها إلى الآن. معنا قائمة حتى الآن من الدول كانت تشارك من المرات الماضية إلى الآن، جالسين نشوف كيف تطور المستوى تطور الرياضة الإلكترونية، وهذا هو الكأس اللي راح يفرحون فيه في نهاية هذا المشوار.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, reaching to another segment, we're going to leave you right now with the anthem of the Global Esports Federation.
بالضبط، هنا أعزائنا المشاهدين راح نستعرض لكم فيها الفيديو اللي يستعرض برضو نشيد الاتحاد العالمي للرياضة الإلكترونية، فنترككم مع الفيديو.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Let the world unite, come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite. Standing on the edge of the world we fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome back to GG 2023, happening right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And now for another match taking place for the game Dota 2, the Open Tournament. And I think it's gonna be a good one.
Of course براء أعزائنا المشاهدين نستكمل فيها مبارياتنا هنا في جلوبال اي سبورت جيمز لسنة 2023 في الرياض. زي ما شفنا مبارياتنا الماضية والحالية جالسة تحتمي أكثر وأكثر، ونقرب برضو من تتويج اللقب في هذا الكأس اللي قدامي. بطولات كثيرة، ألعاب كثيرة، لكن اللي معنا الآن هي دوتا 2 المفتوحة للكل، وراح نشوف منافسة كبيرة ما بين منتخبين شاركوا معنا ولعبوا معهم المباراة الأولى وتفوقوا، والآن معنا في نصف النهائيات.
You got that right, Atiq. And now we are ready to call in the teams for this coming match. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and let's hear it for Serbia!
منتخب صربيا تفوق فيها على كازاخستان قبل في المباراة اللي كانت اليوم، والحين انتقل معنا الى نصف النهائيات، لكن في نفس الوقت خصمه لاعب على المسرح وشفنا قد ايش كان مهيمن ومؤدي اداء جدا ممتاز. اعزائي المشاهدين، اعزائي الحضور، سمعونا تحية لمنتخب ماليزيا.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Two teams, two nations competing right here. Serbia going against Malaysia. What's going to happen? We'll see all these details coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Atiq, you hot with this? You're ready to see this?
Of course, like we see both of them dominating last match, and now they're in the semi-final. Who's going to make it to the finals?
Let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, we're going to hand it over to our amazing talents. Fire it up. Let's go.
والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين لنبدأ هذه المباراة وننتقل لكم في الاستوديو التحليلي نتعرف على تفاصيلها وبعدين نبدأ لكم فيها.
Thank you very much, Atiq and Vara, for giving us the beautiful introduction. And now we are about to get into it. We have our semi-finals, the first one beginning, and we're going to be witnessing the first team, either Serbia or Malaysia, entering into the grand finals. We are going to be breaking down this matchup here on the STC Play Analyst Desk. And my name is Snare. I'm not alone today. I'm joined by my experts. I've got B-Cop, I've got Black. Gentlemen, a pretty big matchup coming up here, but both of these squads, when we came into this one, B-Cop, we all pretty much admitted that this is probably the top two, likeliest the grand finalists, but only one of them can make it through. Who are you backing to win today?
Oof, already off the gate, I have to just give who I'm backing. I want to say Malaysia, but I'm going to go with Serbia.
You're going to go with Serbia. Why Serbia? Let's hear it.
Because I like LeBron. He's a cool dude. So I'm going to go with LeBron Dota. I'm going to go with Serbia. This is a similar situation to what we had at the Asian Games when Malaysia played China. So it's always cool to see. Those matches were way closer than I thought they would be, and I think this kind of sets up the same way, where we're going to have 3 great games of Dota.
Speaking of Serbia, one of the things that they have in their pocket and as an advantage here, Black, is the fact that their 3 core players, 3, 4, and 5 rather, have played together before. 2 of them in particular, Alex and LeBron, have spent like the majority of 2023 together. Mixer was with them a little bit of time on Ancient Tribe earlier in the year. How much of an advantage does it give you in a tournament like this when you have that kind of experience and like camaraderie as well as chemistry together?
Yeah, it would definitely help in terms of cohesiveness. Like if you know the playstyle of your teammates, obviously it's going to be way easier to play the game. But I mean, Malaysia, you know, they don't have too many players, so I'm pretty sure they have like a similar thing going on. But how many professional Serbian players are there actually? I know from Dota 1, there were a lot. But then coming into Dota 2, there aren't that many. So I think all of them probably know each other really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, the Malaysians, I was actually checking earlier, interestingly enough, none of them have played together before in a professional team, despite the fact that they've all been around one another, played in the same house, played in the same region, sometimes at the same time, but it's going to be their first time coming together as a unit. We already saw Malaysia doing quite well earlier on today to guarantee their spot here. Still a bit of a difficult game, but now the true test begins, B-Cup. Serbia, one of the things we kept mentioning in our prior series is that Malaysia cannot afford to come in half-baked. They have to play at maximum level to try and defeat a team like the Serbs.
Yeah, I don't think you could be making mistakes like you were in that first series. It's just when you're playing competition that's so close, if you give up any ground, you're going to be in trouble. And I think Malaysia, the way that they played in the first series, minus the diving, wins them the series. They continue to play that overly aggressive and put themselves in their own bad footholds. They're going to fall. And I wonder if they've spoken about that. We had a kind of extended break in between this series and the next series. I don't know if they looked at what Serbia did in their series or if they look back at what they did in their series. But I just don't think when you get to a point like this where you're playing a team that skill level, I don't know if you agree, Black, it's 50-50, if not 55-45 between the two teams on whatever way you want to have favoritism on, but you just don't get away with mistakes like that in games that close.
Yeah. One of the things we saw earlier on was the carry play on the side of Malaysia not being able to do so well. You can see there's some relative inexperience, right? Do you think that's going to plague the side of Serbia because Funky, who's playing the one position, also doesn't necessarily have that much land experience? Like?
Yeah, it could potentially backfire for both the teams, but it's also something where the more experienced players can actually come in and strategize around it. Like it happens in other pro teams too. If somebody's prone to be getting caught out more, you just play around them more in ways that aren't super obvious, and suddenly that guy that's completely out of position is actually just a bait. You go in, suddenly you wipe them, suddenly you win the game off that. So we could potentially see that, but I mean, nowadays, truth be told, I feel the skill level of most players is very close. Like when it comes to the pro level, draft decides almost everything for me nowadays. So yeah, they might not be as experienced, but having really experienced players around you, you won't repeat the same mistake multiple times. Like they'll definitely scold you, because I know I would. Like you have no business there. Don't do it again. Doing? And they'll be like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's it. So I'm not expecting the same mistakes to happen in this series.
He makes a very good point because we saw in the second game against Turkey that Malaysia did make an almost active decision to say our win condition isn't necessarily going to be the carry player Lucky Chan. Even though he ended up getting the last pick, it felt like from jump the plan B-Cup was centered around the Lone Druid, around Zeal. Do you think they might go for a similar angle here in this game as well?
They definitely could. I think that their game plan in game number 2 is like giving themselves as many options as possible for a finisher, right? You had Ursa who went to the Battle Fury. He was ready to go if that game goes late. He's definitely a possibility with that Ursa. The Lone Druid has a good lane. He gets you through that mid game. He can get you late if he needs to. And then they also had, basically 3 carries on that team that were available to do any one of those 3 motions, right? So I think the drafting in both games was really good from Malaysia. I just don't think the execution was there enough to fully take advantage. They won both games. Like, I'm not trying to say that they played poorly or anything like that, but the draft advantages that they had in both games made me feel like they should have been bigger stomps.
It's going to be very different now, though. Like, Turkey kind of played into their hands, like they made it easy to draft against them, whereas Serbia, especially with LeBron, like he has so much drafting experience on his belt.
Yeah.
This should be very difficult, or rather, at least a 50-50. It shouldn't be so one-sided as it was before, where we both said it's like 80-20 draft.
And even with the 80-20 draft, though, like, they were making those games close. They were losing net worth leads. Like, they were giving away advantages that they won't see back in a series like this.
Let's actually speak about some other drafts that we might anticipate here, because right now Dota is a bit homogenized. Have y'all seen anything thus far in this tournament to make us believe that we might have some regional differences in terms of the approach to drafting from these teams?
Not really. We spoke about the 2 styles. It's either you tank or you deal enough damage to kill the tanks.
Yeah.
And we have seen Malaysia actually deploy both. Like, they like to play 1 or 2 heroes that can really break the tanks, like kill them 100-0 really quickly, with that Ursa, for example. But they also love to just play these really tanky heroes, like the Lone Druid sits at 3000 HP, the Huskar sits at like 4000 HP, they run in, Oh yeah, they're half HP. Oh, they're full HP
Dude,
again.
HP is MMR. It's literally just a number at this point. I really
It's brutal.
It's so insane the amount of HP that any hero can have in this game right now. Like supports that are just standing around with
It's so annoying.
like 2.1k HP. Like
You
you're
can't
a
kill them.
support, dude.
Yeah, when I still like around TI 3, TI 4, you're like a Slark with Shadow Blade. You see like a CM. Oh, you're dead. Now,
In 2 shots.
Now she might turn around, ult you, and kill you.
You get that extra armor and you just stand there. You give S shift away, but hey, man, you can fight back. It's so ridiculous.
And all that's up, right? You have like the 150 HP from the Talon, you got like 200 HP from the neutral item, strength HP has been buffed, and just overall, as you said, it adds up.
HP creep is real. It really is.
Yeah, it's scary. I hope something is going to be done soon, because this super tank meta doesn't allow for a lot of comebacks, in my opinion. Because you got an advantage, and you just tank up more, and what's the best way to keep an advantage? Not dying, and tanking up more helps you with not dying.
Yeah, but
So
undying doesn't get picked.
That's true.
But Phoenix does, you know? Got that
Rise
heal.
from
I'm
the
actually
ashes.
very surprised that we haven't seen Phoenix today. Like, in the second game, it wasn't banned against Turkey, and neither team decided to go for it. And I believe in even the other series, it's been banned a couple times, but we haven't actually seen a full game out of the Phoenix. But when I've been seeing other tournaments this year, B-Cup, this hero's everywhere. Like, what's happening today?
That second game, it was played by Turkey, right?
Yeah,
And,
just the one, yeah.
And it just... I don't know. I thought that hero was getting a lot of popularity back. I think it's a vessel builder. I mean, one of the things we talked about was the damage that Turkey did in that game. And that's also, you know, due to the fact that you've got that giant AoE from Supernova, you have the ability to make things happen with Phoenix overall. I think if you ban right for it, like, it does feel like a strong hero. Supernova is almost guaranteed to go off. I think the biggest issue for Phoenix in that game, because we talked about how they had lacked egg splitters, was the fact that they had 3 cores, and like, you can't focus all 3 cores. You had a bear hitting it and a support, that's all you need. So, I mean, I'd love to see more Phoenix. It's a very fragile hero. You get 2 Supernovas that get crushed, and all of a sudden you kind of feel a little bit weak. But it does give you that late game, like, oh, Supernova's perfect, you know? You line it up with something.
Feels good.
Quick hot take.
Hot for Phoenix?
Hot for Phoenix, that's right. His actual ultimate is Sunray.
Yes, yeah. And when you get that with the Supernova,
yeah, like
chef's kiss.
The percentage damage on it is just absolutely crazy.
Overcooked.
It's one of these tank breakers that we've been talking about that are required right now in order to deal with these super heavy health heroes. We're going to be witnessing if these heroes will emerge in this draft, as we have our draft underway. Serbia versus Malaysia. Malaysia has the first overall pick, playing from the Dire side. Serbia second pick from the Radiant. And now we are going to see how things unfold. Slaughter, Magnus, Lone Druid, all banned out. So Zeal not playing his comfort heroes, being focused once again. And of course the Grimstroke being removed. And looks like the Malaysian squad a little bit afraid of this push meta. We have no Chen, we have no Nature's Prophet. I think that's like only their second Chen ban today. They might as well complete the trio black, ban Lycan, get it out of the way.
Ban that or the Beastmaster, right?
I mean, LeBron specifically loves to play those 2 heroes.
And Ench. He's really good at Ench.
Yeah. Like, he likes all these summon micro heroes. And as we said before, Ench can actually transition into
the core.
A full carry at this point.
Yeah, is it really transitioning when you're just throwing impetus in lane and doing the most damage in the lane? Because at that point, I think you're just the core.
Wow.
TA
so early.
This is a lot weird. First pick Dark Willow overall, and then first phase TA?
TA isn't even that good against Dark Willow. Like, you have pretty decent amount of instance damages.
Yeah,
and you can just dodge.
And Kunk is pretty popular too, right? Like, doesn't Kunk really do well against refraction charges?
Yeah, you can dodge the Melt Strike too. It's definitely not the answer to Dark Willow. It's just like a hero I really like, I guess. Don't want to get it banned.
It was an insta pick. I don't think it was
Yeah,
I don't think it was like in response or anything like that. They didn't tap any mana, so it can't be in response.
I feel Willow though, like especially now that you can give the Jax to a teammate. Like teammates can
so
now,
good.
Yeah, you can actually kill the TA now as a hero that couldn't do it before.
So now, I mean, the question ever since I watched the Asian games, the question to me is that Dark Willow going to be the one? Because it was Mongolia that did it against China and won, and like
It could work, but against TA it's actually a little bit weaker.
You think the one is just not as good?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it's a little bit weaker because of you want to have this burst magic damage, but against TA she has the refraction, of course.
Yeah.
It can still work because at some point you have like a moonshot, 100 attack speed talent, you just hit 5 times per second. At that point, refraction doesn't matter anymore. But I mean, I'm on board. I love Willow 1.
Yeah.
She's such a strong hero.
Do you agree with this sentiment? I feel like Terrorize is, because of the rest of the skill set, is like the most underrated ability.
But it's so strong.
It's so strong,
it's
and
ridiculous.
I want to say nobody, like, not nobody thinks of it. Obviously, you think of the entire kit when you think of something like Dark Willow, but like, first you're thinking of Bedlam. Bedlam you could throw on an ally. I'm thinking of that first. Bramble Maze is what you're using. Shadow Realm is the damage if you're a core. I feel like Terrorize just gets like such a bad rap for no reason. I think it's one of the best spells.
Very annoying spell to have to deal with. Let's see. I'm wondering if Serbia is going to try and go down the minus armor route that we often see when TA is deployed in the safe lane. It's been a long time since I've seen TA mid, so I doubt that's going to happen. Malaysia, though, second banning phase, they've removed the Beastmaster, no Tide Hunter, and they've also taken out Primal Beast. Off-lane pool is starting to shrink because Centaur also removed from play. What are these guys going to play? Mixer and Zeal must be sweating right now. What's on the menu still?
Clockwork off-lane. That's what I want. Anything that, I mean,
Underlord.
Dazzle off-lane?
Let's go Underlord.
Underlord's nice. I like it.
I could see Malaysia going for Magnus in tandem with the Dark Willow already. If you're able to get the full combo going, it's actually kind of obscene. It helps you with the damage from the Bedlam like you guys are talking about. RP sets up for Curse Crown and sets up for Bramble Maze and Terrorize. Could be... I feel like Malaysia, if they have the opportunity, given that Zealo's already played it so well, might just go for the Magnus again.
Dude, Bedlam has almost always exclusively just been such a good spell. Now it's so good because you could throw it on allies, but when it first came out, it was 900 damage to when you put Bedlam onto a solo target. So no creeps around, just a hero, 900 damage. Level 1.
I mean, they did
It was
nerf,
insane.
They did nerf the speed, the damage is being dealt at least.
Yeah.
But it's still a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, that's really
it's just you don't die as fast.
Tusk.
Interesting.
This thing is getting picked here and in, you know, KL. This hero is very popular.
I think for me, one of the reasons I keep seeing this Tusk hero, for the longest, like, year and a half maybe, this entire time, I've always felt the most broken thing in Dota is saves. If you can just elongate the team fight, make sure nobody dies in that time period, makes things so much easier. And now that you have the Tusk, you also have some reach that the TA doesn't necessarily have to use Blink Dagger to get in. She can use it to get out instead, so that could be quite nice. But Luna, Black, tell me about this. Luna in tandem with this Treant Protector. How on earth do you deal with this lane? I've lost many games, many games playing against this.
This lane, almost any Treant plus range carry lane is ridiculously strong. I especially like the Treant against the TA. You basically completed the game melt. And Desolator 2 as the point. But yeah, how do you deal with this lane? Really, the only way is spam, because you don't want to be trading with them head on. Like, Treant is going to hit you for 100 damage, Luna is there to help with the beams, you have all the slows. You cannot send a weak offlane there, because a snowballing Luna in this patch is very scary. Very scary.
What do you think? If that is the case, B-Cop, does this consign the Tusk to having to play the 5 behind the TA and then you have to go for like another 3-4 to try and be a lot stronger to challenge the Luna?
Truthfully, every time I see Luna, I think that you should just pick Slark. Like, put TA mid. Just go Slark. The amount of times I've seen Slark just slap a Luna, I think you just change the game plan.
It's very greedy though. I could see something like a Shadow Demon +1. Like Shadow Demon is also good against Treant because you purge the armor permanently, so TA doesn't get bothered by it.
It's a double save as well.
It's a double save.
Then you could put Tusk 4 and have Shadow Demon in the 5 too, right?
Yeah, either way, they could swap. I like it. Okay.
Wasn't bad. The mixer like it, boys.
That's a lot of minus armor. The fact that Howl reduces your attack damage by like 40% and reduces 8 armor is ridiculous, by the way. We need to get rid of that ASAP.
It's the sound of fear. Whenever you're playing Dota and there's a Lycan in the game, you just hear, oh!
Yeah. I mean, it's not just that. What people don't think about, like, it helps everybody. Like, you farm neutral creeps as a TA, there's just a random Howl, suddenly you 3-shot every creep.
Yeah.
Because there's so much minus armor.
Have you seen that trick where they quad stack the Ancient, Howl on it, and as they melt strike, like a ridiculous amount of damage. Like 3 hits. It's crazy.
Shaman.
This is crazy push from Serbia. Shadow Shaman.
Kaka here? Where?
Hold on, boys. Now I'm just realizing. How fast do they take Roshan with this lineup? My god. This is a lot of minus armor, a lot of instances of physical damage. Between the tag team, the Rasta Wards, Howl, and Maelstrike, Roshan dies in like 5 seconds.
It's a good bit of control, too. I'm loving this. I like the Serbian draft so far. They're checking a lot of boxes, something we didn't see from both teams
It's
in the
good
first
catch,
phase we covered.
but Shaman is very scared in team fights. Like it could just be like a random beam or an overgrowth. If you get caught by anything in this game, you're pretty much just dead.
He can hit hard in lane though. That's what I really appreciate.
He can.
Maybe the rationale here is that looking at the draft so far from Malaysia, they don't actually have that much reach, right? You got Dark Willow, Treant Protector, Luna. These heroes tend to be fairly far back. So a Shadow Shaman, yes, you're a slow, lumbering moron, but you're not going to be close enough to really suffer that much damage, it feels like.
Puck. Do you go Puck on Malaysia?
They definitely need reach. I wouldn't mind Puck. Moon Puck, dude.
Yeah.
One
Wraith
tournament
King.
of this.
Yeah, Wraith King.
This is really scary though. Like the tempo that Serbia can like put out.
Does it even counteract like the skeletons, the push potential from a Wraith King? Does that even counteract like the Psyblades and the fact that you've got Lycan and Wolves? And I don't know if it does enough.
I don't even think TA and Tusk, I'm assuming, is going to be the 5 losers to Wraith King Willow. Like I think TA does very well in that lane.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared of the fact that, you're mentioning B-Cup, the skeletons and their output. They have TA, they have Tusk, and they have Shadow Shaman. Like, one of these heroes can just show up and immediately counteract that push by themselves. And that feels a bit problematic.
I really think that does enough. But it did feel like they were in this scarce off-lane pick. Like, we saw so many bans centered around the off-lane that you kind of forced into this position where you have to pick something. Obviously, Wraith King's not unconventional, but maybe for Zeal, who knows?
I'm surprised we didn't see an Underlord, perhaps. Like Underlord,
yeah, I kind of.
It's always been a staple answer to Lycan, your Crimson Guard builder.
Yeah. I
feel like Wraith King is too greedy. I feel Wraith King is really too greedy. Of course, if you get a really good lane, you get this fast Radiance, maybe a Plate Mail on top of that.
Is that the build though? If you think it's too greedy, are you not just going like Armlet?
I mean, Armlet is like, I just feel Armlet on this hero, if you're not carried, is so bad. Like offlane Armlet, you don't do anything.
Right.
I feel Radiance makes a lot of sense just because of the mischance and
Do you get that
evasion.
kind of time though?
That's the thing.
Like, you get Radiance and you get a couple items on Luna. Serbia's through Roche and halfway down one of your lanes.
Yeah, like you want to pick this Wraith King when you know you can get away with it. But this draft is so much speed.
Kunga ban makes sense.
You make a couple of mistakes, you're just done with the game.
I think Puck has to be the last ban here, but Pango also, movement, reach. You were talking about that. Is Earth Spirit still viable mid?
Yeah,
sure. I mean, he's reach. He's the most reaches it gets.
Instances to take away Meld, right?
Yeah.
A lot of easy ways to do that. They do need silencers on the team. That would be pretty nice. And some additional stun.
Big problem with the hero is just anybody can go middle and you just free farm against Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Do you?
Like he can't like pressure the lane at all. What
There's
about
the Sark ban,
some
you gotta
nice
get rid of
Spirit
that.
Breaker?
Spirit Breaker.
Amber
Spirit.
Amber
Dude,
Spirit.
this is so
now definitely. Dude, I would love to see a Puck for Serbia now. They have 0 catch for Puck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not have any
they don't have any catch for Puck, and
Coil is the perfect setup for Lycan and TA to just go crazy.
I thought Puck would have been perfect with Dream Coil and a Terrorize. I thought that was a great combo.
Yeah, would have been good for them as well.
Yeah.
Very worried about this Ember. Also, I was just checking quickly, boys.
Next
Wraith
bro.
King, this is his first game if Zeal plays offlane Wraith King.
Spectre, so it's a mid tier. Well, it's so greedy, man.
So it is mid TA.
It is, but
Yeah.
it's really greedy.
It's really, but mid TA, I mean, we used to see this matchup all the time, right? Into the Ember Spirit. Like, you're fine.
That's fine. It's just let's say your side lanes lose. TA can't rotate unless you find like a haste rune. So they have to really make sure that they don't lose their side lanes. But Spectre and Shaman, that is not the best.
I don't think it's that bad. I mean,
I guess it's a Wraith King. So.
Yeah.
But now you're actually giving the Wraith King a potentially free avenue to get that Radiance, which is really strong against your lineup.
So theoretically, wouldn't TA just need to gank if TA is going to gank Lycan's lane? Like, why would you cut? Because Spectre could just be there.
Yeah.
So you have just great power to go into something if you just go to that off lane and you push. You take a kill, you push the tower, you've got all that minus armor. Like, I could see it being fast paced.
It's going to be really scary once they come online. It's just the Radiant now kind of gave them, I feel, a chance back into the game. Because they picked something really greedy, and then their answer was to answer with greed.
Get greedier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Greed is good, you know?
It is good.
you're
Again,
an
like
alchemist.
Spectre mid-late game is ridiculous. You have all this minus armor as well. I mean, you're very reliant on the Shaman catch now, though, and that's scary.
Yeah, the supporters clearly have to do a very good job from the side of Serbia. B-Cup, you were backing Serbia as we came into this particular game. Looking at the draft right now, do you still maintain that stance, and what do you think they need to do to win game one?
I still think that they have a good enough draft. I think if you shut down the Wraith King, you're in a very good position. And I think you do hit that like level 6 moment with Spectre where you can play aggressive around the map. Lycan's going to hit that level 6, and Spectre's going to hit that level 6 as well. You'll be able to really put some damage on at that moment. I think that's a very big point of contention for Serbia. If they execute it right, I think this game just all clicks after that.
What do Malaysia need to do here to get the victory in Game 1, Black?
I think a lot will come down to the Wraith King and how good his lane is going to be. If he gets a fast Radiance into whatever Blade Mail or Aghanims, they should be good because he's going to mitigate so much of their damage. But if his lane loses in particular, I think they're going to have big problems.
Well, this game is going to be an exciting one with a grand final spot being on the line here between Malaysia and Serbia. Black says that Malaysia need to rely on Zeal yet again to get the W, but of course Serbia, they've got this massive push potential in order to try and get the W as quickly as humanly possible. To find out which strategy is going to be ascendant, we send it over to our ascendant casters. We have Jeeves, we have Nomad. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, indeed, this is a hell of a match we've got coming up. I mean, both these two teams, I think a lot of people would have favored them to make it to the grand final, so to see them both here in the semi-finals, I mean, it's a very exciting treat for us today, Jeeves.
It's going to be an amazing series. It's a little bit sad because, like, obviously it might lead to a less climatic final depending on how they step up tomorrow, you know. But I think this one's going to go the distance. I think we're going to see all 3 games here. But I honestly think that the first game today between these two teams is going to kind of determine how the whole series plays out. I feel like the tempo is going to be very important here, and both teams obviously have played one season, and they're both kind of coming in warmed up a little bit, but there has been a bit of a break since those games were played. So yeah, it's gonna be a good one though, for sure. I think.
Yeah, I think always when we're looking at these international teams, you know, it's a group of people coming together, and you know they come together and they grind it out for months to come here, and you know, along with their whole careers of training individually as well, they try to come together to kind of see what they can bring to the main stage here. Both of them coming off a win in their previous series, so I'm very excited to see what they can bring, and I think this is going to be a really excellent one because you know there's such a high standard of quality here. I mean, on the one side, obviously we've already talked about Malaysia on the stream. These guys have some excellent TI attending players nonetheless. On the other side, we have so much experience, and not just individual experience, but Alex, Mixer, and LeBron have all played together in the same team previously on Ancient Triad last year. So it's recent, it's fresh, and for your 3, 4, and 5 to have that behind them, I feel like it's going to enable their cause a lot.
I feel like it's a pretty big advantage.
It is.
You know, like
it really
communications-wise, psychology-wise, and just kind of like the camaraderie between the two of them, you know?
Yep. I mean, of course, it wasn't the full year they were playing together. It was only for a few months.
I don't think it matters. Like,
yeah.
I'm sure, like, if we were jumping a game together, do you know what I mean? After a few games together, like, you kind of get a good feel for each other. And obviously, that develops in the international team as well. But as you say, you know, LeBron, he's been in Dota for a long time. You know, he is very. It's you know, there's some younger players as well, but he's going to be this calmness in the draft. It's a similar sort of situation with Moon over on the side of Malaysia, you know, where you have these kind of veterans and a little mix-up of some younger players.
And you already see a difference in approach from Malaysia. This is one thing which I was going to be really interested in. Last game, they were just charging at the enemy team from minute 0 as 5. This time, they're respecting their opponents a little bit more. They're playing the map, they're holding back, and they're seeing what they can, kind of information they can get off here. And of course, will just be a even draw to the Banterings, I suppose.
Yeah, we got the Lycan as well this game. I thought he was here in the arena, but seems he's back in Dota, so we'll be getting to watch some Wolf action.
Yeah, we had some incredible cosplays around the arena today. Very exciting stuff, and more to come, of course. As the mid lane matchup starts, we have the Ember Spirit versus the Templar Assassin. How are we expecting this matchup to go, Jeeves?
It really depends on how Moon plays the lane, skill build-wise. Obviously, if he goes for an early point and Flame Guard, which he already has done, it's super good versus TA. Obviously, she wants to put up the refraction, and you're going to be able to melt through it. Normally, you don't really have an option for that as a hero, but because of the AoE damage from Moon's shield, he's going to be able to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, it does come down to how much you can trade, what can you get out of the side blades, and how much Moon can get done with the Flame Guard.
Well, yeah, you know, he's. I think the rune potential is pretty good as well with Searing Chains. You can hold them in place. You can kind of go for the other rune. Then once obviously hits level 6, he's definitely got some tempo behind him. But we've seen Templar Assassin so many times before. you know, that sort of, I don't know, 12 to 28 minute mark where she starts to get either the Blink Dagger or the, well, she's going to get the Dragon Lance, I assume, first. Then you get the Blink Dagger and the Deso, and then you just start dominating every lane all across the map all the time. If you play it right. And the thing is, they have this game, this time around, you've got the Shadow Shaman, who's up to no good with the wards a lot of the time. You know, you can sneak up and drop wards and cause like a little bit of pressure on a lane there, while you've got Lycan doing things either in that lane or in another lane. And, you know, it allows the TA just to, you know, to execute really nicely when and where she wants to.
Yeah.
And then the icing on the cake for Serbia's draft, the Spectre, who's just going to be getting fat in the background. You know?
Yeah.
And the new Spectre with the change to the ult, the ability to, I assume he's going to go earn straight up, but the ability to kind of have a pretty good lane and then be able to transition that into just jumping on heroes left, right, and center wherever you're going on the map, especially when you've got Lycan Wolf scouting and the Lycan moving around itself. We have a little bit of a technical issue for just now, but...
Yeah, we do. I'm sure we'll fix that out as quickly as we can. But I'm glad you started talking about the draft because... you know, our casters, they're very surprised. They were both calling for the puck, saying that would be, and they weren't really expecting this TA to move towards mid lane. But, you know, as I was saying to you before we got into it, you know, and I said absolutely nothing because I didn't see it coming either. But I could have potentially seen the Spectre, you know, like this hero, people have adapted to it really nicely to how it plays now. It's so fast with Shadow Step, you know, you can just start playing from level 6 onwards, as Biko was talking about. And I feel like the players have adapted to it really fast. The carry players have immediately just went, okay, this hero is fast tempo now. I buy Earn, I do stuff, I get things done. But I feel like the drafts have been a bit slow to catch up. So it's cool to see that Serbia just kind of stepping into that, jumping the gun, and being like, yeah, we know how this hero, we can pick a greedy mid. We can pick something which might fall behind, need a bit of space to catch up in, because Spectre will give it that.
Templar Assassin likes to play the map, and like I say, she likes to move around, so it's not really like your traditional kind of greedy mid either. It's a hero that can take farm from the enemy. It's a hero that can farm enemy heroes as well.
Yeah.
The Lycan's going to do a lot of work though, just the sheer lane pressure and annoyance of this Lycan and his wolves is going to kind of create this extra space for both Templar Assassin for the first kind of it's like this draft is like a space rocket, you know, the 3-stage space rocket.
Okay.
So Lycan and the Shadow Shaman in the early game, they're gonna boost them up. It's going to allow the
detachment.
Yeah, it's going to allow the Templar Assassin to get 1 or 2 of her key items on board. Then she's going to take it into the next level.
Yep.
And
okay, I'm with you.
Once they get into the stratosphere, you know, the Spectre's like, hey, I'm ready. And the whole time that this is happening, Spectre's going to be growing. She doesn't necessarily need to farm hardcore, you know, AFK like in the old days with the big ult where you had to wait like two and a half minutes or something for your ult. Now it's a case of if you jump in, you get the kill, you go back to farming. You know.
And all the while, LeBron's just kind of captaining, piloting the rocket ship. Actually, I don't think anybody does pilot rocket ships. I think it's all computers. But we can pretend he's a pilot of the rocket ship, leading his team to, well, hopefully what they hope at least will be a dominant mid-game.
That's macros.
Yeah. Indeed, it certainly is. It certainly is. On the side of Malaysia, meanwhile, they kind of play a bit slow. I feel like, once again, they're putting a lot on Moon to go and make the plays while this Wraith King and this Luna kind of just going to put pressure. Wraith King does farm, but he does also create space whilst farming with those skeletons in the off lane. And you don't have a tree this time to protect that tower, so...
Yeah, they have the tree on their side, of course, but they have the alternative pressure with the Lycan and you know the Shaman. The most interesting thing for me is going to be the itemization of the Wraith King and how he actually goes about it, and we're going to see whether or not he's going to be more effective than the Wraith King that we saw earlier today, which didn't feel.
It didn't blow my socks off, Jeeves.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was good. It was okay. It was, you know, it just wasn't enough. Do you know what I mean? And this time around, I feel like it's even worse of a situation. If the Wraith King can't perform, then they're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's Malaysia, and you know, we've seen them like specifically on the main stage. We've seen them coming back from like really awful situations that they should lose, but through experience and, you know, mechanical skill, they're able to recover. But are they going to get away with it in this game? I don't know.
We shall see. We shall certainly find out. It's going to be interesting to see what build he goes for as well, because it's something we were talking about a little bit in the drafting phase. You know, I think I kind of want to see like a Blink, maybe just skip the Blade Mail and go for Radiance, but it is going to leave them in a bit of a deficit for a long time when it comes to saving up the items for that Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. If Luna has an okay game, though, and Ember Spirit can start to make some moves, then maybe, just maybe, the Wraith King gets his Radiance without too much casualties and too many towers or whatever going down.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, it's going to feel super bad going for it as an earliest item, for sure.
And I definitely feel like Serbia has the opportunity to snowball this game. Meanwhile, Malaysia, the draft doesn't do that quite so much. It's going to be a much kind of slower grind for them to pull ahead, but they can certainly take over the map.
All right, little seeding chain.
Top lane, Ponyo getting beaten down here. Mixer trying to finish the job, but under the tower with the leech seed, he's going to be all right, and it'll be Mixer having to back himself away, both taking some heavy hits here.
And it's such a strong skill, of course, the leech seed. Just an AoE heal. Like, the more you go on the person, the more they get healed, basically. Coming in a little bit closer here. And yeah, now LeBron is going to be the one that gets targeted, but I don't think they have enough damage for this. In fact, the Shackle says no.
He's holding his ground here, but he might want to think twice about it. Ponyo staying on top of him. The heal is there, but it's not enough, and that'll be your first blood going to Lonely Chucky up on the top side on the Luna. Meanwhile, Moon getting dropped pretty low in the mid lane, forced to go back and salve.
Yeah, he drops back and he gets the salve, and he's able to look for this 4-minute water rune, which is going to help to recover him. Another great, Treant Protector game in the brewing for Ponyo already. Like we saw how instrumental he was, I think, in game 2 of the smoke breaking. Yep. So many smoke breaks. And now, I feel like maybe you should be... I feel like a lot of the bans today have been focusing on offlane heroes. And then people have ended up with like an offlane
LeBron once again in trouble up in the top side. Ponyo and Chucky able to run him down. This combo is looking pretty damn good. This Luna being very aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, but it's the Shadow Shaman, right? He is basically food to pretty much everyone if you get 2 heroes going on him. Like if he's on his own versus you, then you're going to get shackled. You're going to get hexed eventually, and he's going to be able to do some damage. But 2 heroes, he's not really a brawler. He's got an insane right-click damage and some nice.
And what have you got to stop them from chasing him down? I mean, a couple of wolves. They're not that scary. It's not a stun. It's got control.
It doesn't feel too good. It doesn't feel too good.
Absolutely.
So he will feed a little bit, but I mean it's the nature of the hero, so we're not going to be too concerned. But it's a nice little boost for the Luna that she talked about, how she needs to have a good game as well. So getting those assists and kills and stuff are definitely going to help her out. Itemization wise, level 5 almost actually on the mid series. Ember Spirit with its bottle in hand, just going back for phase. Orb of Corrosion. Oh, Snowball.
TA could be in trouble. They're trying to turn it around on him now, and they get the right click off. Both will fall. Moon and Minirock both dropping in the middle lane.
That little mid off there. But obviously the advantage going to the Templar Assassin is she lands the kill first and is there to get the experience from that situation. And that's really what you're looking for. She should be able to find her level 6 now, I want to say.
I would imagine so. Meanwhile, support's just being like, oh no, our mid laner's died and we have to take all this XP.
Yeah, both of them are just like, oh
damn,
no.
bro, sucks.
And they're getting pinged, like, don't push my lane, bro.
Yeah. Even a haste rune picked up by LeBron as well. I'm wondering if he wants to try and make a play with this. I mean, there's pings coming out in the middle lane. Meanwhile, down at bottom, they're going on Zio. They might just be able to take down this Spectre whilst the supports are away. A couple more clicks will be required. Fairy Fire and Lotus available. Meanwhile, over towards the mid side, they're able to bring down Moon with that rotation in from LeBron. Big moves from Serbia.
Awkward. I want to keep an eye on what the Wraith King has itemized for so far, because the power treads there, I feel like, just allowed Spectre to get out of his range. And he was even able to preserve the Lotus on the Spectre. Did not go down. His lane is pretty much over though for the moment. He has no support obviously there while the roaming's happening, and like I don't know. Do you just look to the jungle at this point or what?
Yeah. Just giving up this tower to the Wraith King feels so bad, but they're able to get a big win in the middle lane because of it, so I guess that is the trade-off they're making. Shut down Moon, and as we've mentioned time and time again, who is a playmaker on the side of Malaysia?
Ponyo.
God damn you. Give you a nice slow and steady pitch.
a nice
throw
moon
the
pitch.
bat at me.
You were throwing it to the moon.
Yeah.
No, or something. We're all on these rocket ships today. Let's go.
To the moon.
Yeah, right. So I mean, you got the supports just sitting mid here for Malaysia with Moon being well protected, but TA, she's got her power chest finished up. She's going for the Dragon Lance first item, and then we'll see whether she decides to go Blink or Deso. It just kind of depends on what the stacks are looking like. And it does look like Lycan's doing a little bit of stacking just now, but is he going to be stacking for the TA, or is he going to be stacking for himself? Oh, here,
That's the question.
with
They're
the
looking
initiation.
for a bit of revenge here onto the Templar Assassin. Miniorc in some trouble. In comes LeBron trying to help out the Hex. It's doing work, and actually, she's trying to stand her ground and fight, but into 3 heroes. That is not going to happen. Gan might be jumped here, but they're still looking for more. LeBron's going to be brought down. Mixer comes in as well, popping that shapeshift, trying to bring down Ponyo. Ponyo trying to go for the TP out. They don't have the damage. He gets away. Oh, no.
It's the worst, man. When that happens, it's very frustrating for sure. And just another great play from Ponyo, but Moon, he stuck around. Just like if this keeps him alive, but that will be the double kill going the way of Mixa in the end.
Okay, you know what? Serbia is looking pretty smelly for them.
And a regen rune. Just thank you, Gaben, sir. Thank you so much. Mixa says.
Does he even take it?
He's going to give it. He's going to give it to no. He's going to give the bottle to Miniorc.
Miniorc's going to bottle him, and then
yeah. But then
all good.
They go for a gank first, I think, on the back of it. Yeah, for sure. Or maybe there are ancient stacks. Yeah,
it's a TA. She sees a regen rune. She's like, this is my farming rune. Excellent.
I know, but she's kind of like fool. He could have used it to like energize and come straight back into it. Alex getting spotted out here. The Ember Spirit with the charge forward into the Searing Chains. The shard blockage, but guess what? That Flame Guard, quite high level on it, I think.
And the
melting away, but the Snowball up to the high ground to chase forward. A little hop with a Tumbler's toy to finish him off, but Miniorc, he turns this around. Tries to do a little fighting of his own. Gan coming in from the flank side here. Ponyo, he's right ready with a punch, but can't quite land it. Here comes LeBron with the save, though. Nice Spectre haunt in, and Ponyo going to go down, and Seiyo going to get that first charge up on the urn if he has it.
Willow will be the next one brought down here, as well as Miniorc's going to be able to close the gap, and that is going to be, well, I mean,
I like the way they shared the kills there between the cores. Spectre could have taken both of them, but he was just like, oh well, you can have this one. And here we go, a little bit of ancient taking.
Well, where TA was already farming ancients. Heroes come over and she's like, all right,
a couple of free kills on the way.
I guess I'll fight.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Zeal is still just doing Zeal things.
Well, he went straight blade mail. He never went for the Spectre.
Yeah. Moon, who's jumping whom here?
So it's a little bit of a bait. Nice setup in the shackles.
Dude, the Bedlam damage with the Flame Guard, it's too much for LeBron to survive through. Even with Miniorc there to absorb some of the Bedlam hits, wasn't enough.
Shadow Shaman just dying. What's that? His third death? I mean, not too concerning. The top tower goes down to Mixa as he pushes through on the back of the Lycan that we have heard so much about. Down, Lycan with Helm with the Dominator finished up, looking for Helm with the Overlord next.
Who do you feel like is getting more done on this map right now, or just in general in the game? Who's been more impactful for you? Would it be Mixer on the Lycan, or would it be Zeal on the Wraith King?
I think Zeal's doing a really good job with what he's got, and I think he's having a much better game than we saw the Wraith King have in the previous previous game for sure. But I think the tempo and the timing is all on Serbia's side for just now, as they are really close to hitting the first big item on the TA, and TA is already starting to have a bit of a decent-ish game out of the situation here. Here's LeBron with initiation.
This is a big jump here onto the Lunar, and they can easily cut through her. They are coming in on Malaysia to try and get a bit of a punish coming on in. LeBron's going to buy a little bit of time with the Snowball, though, as they are able to bring down Ponlo. He will eventually die to this, but in comes a Shapeshift. Mix is getting involved, helping out his Spectre to bring down Gan. Running to the trees here, Gan trying to get away, won't be able to do so as Mixer finds him. Nice shards coming out from that. Oh, it's onto his own teammate, though, as they do get the kill onto Seo. And now the damage comes flying on through onto Zeal. Zeal trying to get away, cannot do so, and it will be the Wraith King going down as well. They're looking to get everybody here. Moon, he needs to get away. It's going to be a full team wipe, and it's not. Oh, the Hadouken! The Hadouken finds it from Mixer. Beautiful micro coming out from the Lycan, and they are still going to this, but surely you pump the brakes at some point here, lads.
I mean, he wants that rampage, the first rampage of the tournament, but what a beautiful use of his neutral creep there, just to catch that kill and just finish it off. It was quite interesting that they sacrificed the Templar, no, the Spectre. They sacrificed the Spectre in the middle of the fight there because of the chase on the Gan, on Gan, right? If they stick together and just kind of back up as a group, maybe they don't get the Ultra kill, but maybe the Spectre lives. But the point is, we don't care about Spectre right now because this is Lycan's time in the rocket ship, and the one after that's going to be TA. Spectre's like late game, you know. He can throw
really
a little bit.
With this analogy, but yep.
I'm telling you, you got
to go
back to the bit. You got to go back to it, you know.
Yes, absolutely. But We have a bit of calm now to reset ourselves. I mean, that was a team wipe at like 11 minutes into the game. You don't see that very often, but...
What are you doing liking games?
I guess so. Global Esports Games, we're kicking things off in this game one between Malaysia and Serbia, and it is pretty damn hype.
It's so close right now as well, as we kind of expected, you know. Like, both teams have similar ideas going on here. And honestly, like, you know, if Serbia don't start, like, uber executing, I'm going to be a bit concerned for them, because, like, you know, this is a time when things should start to go pretty ham bones. So we're going to have a little smoke up here, a little go in with the two pushers and the Tusk.
And the Thunderhide.
Well, the Thunderhide, yeah, they're going to help with the push. They got the save on the Tusk as well. They find this
what
Luna,
a target!
perfect catch, perfect kill. Spectre haunts in for the kill and brings them down.
Easy peasy, carry on carry kill here over in the top side. And once again, these invasions from Serbia have just been picture perfect so far. Malaysia.
He haunted in, and before he the target died, he haunted back so he could just continue farming.
Efficiency.
A little bit of disrespect, but sure, yeah. He's like, can I get this kill? No. Well, I'm not staying to finish it then. You guys have got it covered, don't worry.
Yeah, you can fire out the global double daggers with that, though, which is kind of weird. But obviously, when they're already dead, we don't see that.
So you haunt in, it launches one, and then you send one as soon as you haunt.
When you jump
that's
back.
two, and you jump back, and that's, yeah.
I don't know why it works like that, but yeah, Dota.
Yep, now they get
Moon. Oh, he's gone.
Attempt on Moon. Oh. That's fine though. He's gonna back it up, but Mixa's ready to try and apply more pressure. This time around though, it'll be a tier 2 tower he'd be looking for. Maybe look at bottom first. I don't know. The Luna is a situation that's not great for Lycan. Just because the glaive bounce means that she can quite quickly clean up the wolves and chunk down that ancient. But if the Lycan is way ahead of the Luna, she doesn't have that. Like, she just doesn't have the damage to do it. You know.
Yeah, it's like, it kind of feels like it makes it even more of a Luna game when you're against Lycan, just because of that Howl reducing damage. It's just like, you just need to have so much damage to be effective in the fights, which is always the case with Luna, it feels like.
Now, when you play Lycan and it's nighttime, do you just spam Howl off cooldown just to annoy the enemy carries so that they can't last hit? Like, every time they go for last hit, you just give them the old Howl?
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it. I don't know if we're going to see it here. I feel like there's more opportune moments.
It's like 15 minutes in now. We missed the opportunity for it for sure. But no, that's what I like to do when I'm playing Lycan. I'm just like, oh, you're about to CS Howl.
Unlucky. LeBron constantly just hunting, but this time the hunter may become the hunted, though he's still trying to set up at Ponyo. He might be dropping here. He's going to take a little bit of damage, getting himself away, though. Pops the overgrowth and just leaves. So it will just be LeBron falling, and nobody traded for it.
This is where you see the not building the urn as your first item being a little tiny smidgen of a speed bump. If you're able to earn there, you can get the kill off. You know, you can get the urn on the damage, the extra targeting. He's not going to be able to heal up so easily. Wraith King finishes Radiance though in a fairly decent timing as well, due to this being able to push this bottom tower so effectively and farm down there. He actually took the tower, you know, in the way it was supposed to be done in the last game we saw, and he's got his Radiance. It's looking good. Deso for Templar Sausage already has the Blink finished up though, and Dragonlance. So essentially I'd say she's online enough now to go hunting.
Yeah, for sure. I think Malaysia are hitting some really scary timings, and I reckon we're going to see them being the ones making the play, or at least responding very, very heavily to what Serbia does next.
Like with Tag Team and Blightstone, I feel like unlike to just be there and do damage, I think they can easily do Roche, and that seems to be kind of what they're thinking about setting up for here just now. Roche top just now, obviously it's dark, and they're just kind of like trying to fox out where the vision might be and try and get set up for a decent positioning. Ember going to show on the lane though, and that's going to cause him a little pause. LeBron's ready though. He's like, all right, bro, let's go.
He's always ready. Well, you're ready to go in for the dunks. He's been so aggressive this game, and you can be. You know, you literally have global presence from the Spectre. You have this Lycan ready to shapeshift and help you out as well, so he feels invincible. And he's not, but if you do decide to kill him, you're going to pay a price.
Even if he dies, you've got so many other problems to deal with.
Exactly. Hex out. He finds it. They need to keep him locked down. Him Moon gets away. Oh, didn't quite get the follow-up shackle there on the Shaman due to the cliff. Now,
yeah, his position was a little bit too far away. You're going looking now for the Dark Willow. Easy peasy. Another kill for Mixa. More farm being injected into the Lycan. At this point, though, I want to see more kills from the Templar Assassin.
You do?
Yeah, I feel like he needs to really get going here because, like, Luna will come online fully eventually, and then you are going to have a problem.
Dude, look at LeBron. He's just trying to chase him down again. Finds him again. Hex comes out. This time the shackle
they
connects.
make it count.
And this time the kill comes in.
And of course, Serbia immediately moving over here, like, okay, we got rid of 2. Let's go do Roche. And you know, the timing's a little bit off from what they potentially could have done, but you don't really want to do that while an Ember's flying around you, ready to jump in and steal your Aegis. So. Really safe play. They lose a minute or so of their timing, but they're able to actually, you know, guarantee for 100% that they get the Aegis here.
No, absolutely. And, you know, he's their scout as well. He's the one who's going to be throwing in the sleight of fist to give them that vision. So very, very hard for them to contest. They won't bother. They're just going to try and keep on squeezing this map for all they've got, which, to be fair, with the high-value kills Serbia's been getting, you know, on the Luna, on the Ember, the fact that Malaysia are still ahead in net worth and consistently kind of pulling ahead every time they're not doing things on the side of Serbia, it's very admirable, but also a side effect of this draft, right?
Yeah, Luna basically has been able to, other than the gank, has been able to just kind of free farm the whole game so far. Like, we don't really see her presence in the game. Zeal as well, you know, they're losing map control, you know, maybe some map objectives, but they're making up for it by farming across the map.
Absolutely. And now, Ember seeing what there is to see, once again getting hexed up. He needs some help, and that's going to come in the form of a Terrorize, which allows the Ember Spirit to get away. And in fact, they'll get the turnaround instead onto both the supports on the side of Serbia. There's that strong response we were looking for.
Really nicely baited by him.
Yeah, it delays things a little bit, and these are the kind of high-value plays when the supports are feeling overconfident. If you can just kind of get these pickoffs and have the Willow in position ready to go, that is what it's all about.
So, I like this actually from Mixa. He's gone for the Manta. I presume it's to deal with the overgrowth and the root from the Dark Willow, right? Because the only way that you can really lock him down is to root him when he's running, right? You can root him or you can stun him, you can't slow him.
No, you cannot slow him.
So that's going to get him a little bit out of trouble there. They go for the smoke now and going on a little venture. It's 2 seconds for the power rune. They are going to wait to see whether it's here. It's a regen rune, so probably just going to leave that one for TA again as they're able to go a little bit deeper here. I'll tell you what, who also wouldn't mind that though is Mr. Ember Spirito, who's coming in here. He thinks he's got the rune. He has got it in hand. And they kill him. That's so annoying. He's got a bald regen rune. He's dead.
Yeah, at least he's got a regen rune for his next life, but that doesn't mean much, as Gan's going to get brought down here as well on the Dark Willow. No more Shadow Realm to help her out, and the right clicks come through from Mixer.
She's fast, but the Wolf is faster.
Absolutely. Wowee. So, just like that, Malaysia dropped 2 more heroes, and Ember, you know, he's been left all by himself pretty much to be the core to make the plays, but with the advantage which Serbia has, it's really hard for him to do so, so he's kind of just dying and trying to, like, just make as much space as possible for the Luna and the Wraith King.
Now, with these kind of lineups, with the Lycan plus TA kind of lineup, I really want to see Tier 3 Tower down by 21 minutes, okay? So we're at 21 minutes and they're only starting to work on the Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Tier 3 tower at 21 minutes is very ambitious, but...
So I don't think it's happening in this game, that's what I'm trying to say. Basically, like, I would expect that sort of timing to be, like, an option. But, you know, Malaysia's been very good with their defensive play in regards to, yeah, they're dropping their supports. Both supports are dying and their Ember is dying as well. But the side effect of Luna playing in one lane and Wraith King playing in another lane with this Radiance means that they cannot split push this map. They can only go down one lane at a time, and those other 2 lanes are constantly being defended, which means that Lycan's bread and butter, he actually has to be more of a sort of straight up murder you in your face.
Here we go onto the Lycan, stunning him up. This time it's Malaysia on the front foot, and they're going to be able to bring down Mixer with ease. That 8 times kill streak going to Zeal, making the king even richer.
I mean, you're going to be so happy as Zeal on this. Second top net worth. Ponyo, yeah, the overgrowth is there. Little shards to keep this mano and mano. Blink forward from Zeal as he comes in, but the snowball, he's still dead though. There's no way out. He's just buying time right now. Wait! He's still dead? Jeez, not. Wait! Ooh.
Space is being created, but they see him running to the trees. He overthought it a little bit.
He's still dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to break some ankles, you know? You got to break some
Credit
ankles.
to him. That was a cute little TP, but...
No, you call
Blink
it.
Dagger,
You
sorry,
away,
but,
yeah. Double damage on the river. And should be interesting to see who gets that. The Shadow Shaman is close by, but there isn't any direct direct vision on it. They do ping it out for the Malaysian team though, and they're going to pick it up on the Ember Spirit, I think. Yep. Oh wait, no, I think they might be waiting for Luna.
Moon's got the DD.
Oh, I did pick up, okay.
Yep, so we'll see what they're able to do with that. I mean, Is this going to be a reactive DD, or are they going to try and make a play again?
I think you go for a quick smoke. Like, you fall back, look for the smoke, and then go and take out their Spectre, or maybe look for the TA with the Aegis on her own. The Lycan's maybe a little bit ambitious just because the ult is up, and if he gets it off, he can get out of the way. But we saw that we were able to take him down previously, so
Yeah,
doesn't feel
struggle.
invincible for sure.
Yeah. It's does seem to be a little quieter now, as Malaysia, once again, just keeping ahead. It's always been that 1 to 2K net worth, so they don't feel pressure to go and make a move of this right now.
But I think this is a safe play from Malaysia. You know, it's just kind of like they don't want to throw away any advantages that they do get. They do a very quick Tormy here. Easy peasy. Oh, what? I guess they already bought the shards on the other heroes, right?
I needed one on one of the
Because
supports.
Treant Protector, you're always going to buy that shard because it's just so good. The Invis, right? And then Dark Willow, she doesn't have her shard, but Moon, of course, is very low on net worth in regards
It's
to
between
his
the
team.
bottom two, right? So
Exactly.
only one
and
spawn needs to
Treant
have a
Protector
shard.
already has bought his, yeah. So
there you go. Let's see. DD still in the bottle, so real high potential for a pickup if they can find someone here.
I mean, they might just use it to take this tower. They've got 8 Skelly Boys in the tank. They're looking for the pickoff on the bottom lane into the Spectre. They're so close. They're actually going to...
Sayo! No! Not the target.
dagger.
I mean, they're taking a lot of damage in response, but not nearly enough to turn this into a counterplay. The team is just not nearby, and Sayo will be dropping.
His free pathing ended just as he was about to go to the low ground and get away to safety. And then they pop the double damage. They got the Skelly Bobs. No, he's used them actually already. They're there on the tower. And, you know, once this ends, I probably would stick around here and make sure this tower goes down. They're taking there's a little bit of pressure coming from Lycan in the mid lane, so they're looking for a trade over the side of Serbia. They're not going to answer this directly.
They took the middle tower there.
Yeah, they're making the trade. They're not going to answer the direct team fight.
All right, well, 25 minutes in. We are 16 to 15 on the scoreline, but a 3K gold advantage from Malaysia. And they have two very, very big carries. Moon, he has fallen on his flaming sword to give Zeal just this fantastic Wraithen game. He's now rocking up with a Radiance, a Blink Dagger.
Oh, there.
And now he's going to use it. Jumping forward here onto Miniorg. Miniorg needs some help. BKB is going to get used, but the right-click damage from Zeal is just too much. Trying to get away with the trap, slowing him down. The stun comes in, and the moment the BKB ends, Miniorg will fall. Or maybe it was a Sleight of Fist, I'm not quite sure. But nevertheless, 50 seconds out for Miniorg.
Yeah, some of the Sleight of Fist for sure. Yeah, he's too far forward, he's too aggressive. The rest of the team are not with him. And, you know, they just recognize this on Malaysia and then immediately punish. Like, as soon as anyone shows in the lane, you're in danger. Like, if they can see other heroes on the map, they've got a much better idea of the math that's in hand.
Absolutely.
Oh, no.
Another day, another kill.
Can we take Alex down?
Yeah, Overgrowth's going to find LeBron as well. Always looking for that +1 Ponyo, always.
Double kill for Zeal coming through right now.
It really does feel like Malaysia is starting to take control of this game.
Yeah, we're like I said, we didn't see like the powerhouse from the Templar Assassin that we should have seen at the period when we did. They did not breach the high ground by like 22 minutes, didn't happen. So now your Lycan kind of feels a little bit off. Like you say, the early Radiance is going to have a good benefit versus both the Lycan with the mischance and the Wolves, and also versus the Templar Assassin and her refraction charges. It's kind of with the Radiance and the Ember Spirit's Flame Guard, it's this very similar thing, you know?
Absolutely. And that's not an issue. That's not a problem, quite the opposite, in fact.
They are.
Sometimes doubling down on these things is
No, it's absolutely perfectly fine in this
beneficial.
situation for sure. Perfectly fine. You can see through her shield very quickly because it's different instances of damage in this case.
Yep. All right. Well, what is the play from Serbia then? I mean, are they just going to wait for Roshan and try and contest there?
I think LeBron needs to stop running at people and start smoking at people.
You are talking to the wrong player. Do you want water to stop being wet as well?
He's literally smoked up and he's ready to go for the play now. I think this is way like a lot of their more recent plays is just like they've not gone smoked. They just kind of ran at them, and I feel like they've been out-visioned.
Ooh, leave. Oh, Sayo gets away. He was under a ward, TPing up to the top lane.
But as soon as they smoked on Serbia, the counter smoke comes through from Malaysia, and they're up here now. They're like, well, while we're here, we could do Roche.
They saw the wolf. So the Dark Willow just TP'd out of this area. They have a sentry down, so they would have seen the wolf following, which means they've got a pretty good idea What
Tier
Serbia
3
trying to do,
tower
but
or an Aegis. I don't mind if I do. It's an okay kind of trade.
And this push is going to be ridiculous. But at the
Oh,
same
it's
time,
so
their
fast.
Roche is ridiculous as well. So both objectives going to fall very quickly. In fact, I think Serbia are just going to get the upper hand here. They're going to come back and try and defend this one, and they've got an Aegis in hand as well.
Yep.
Tower is going to drop.
Now you got a Luna Glaive in your base. This is the problematic situation for sure. Ponyo looking for that overgrowth.
She's not
initiation.
stopping. They're fighting into Aegis and Cheese, and they don't give a damn. Finally, some respect being shown with the fortification, forcing back the Luna, but she's just waiting for Earn and might just go straight back to it. They are fighting into Aegis and Cheese and doing this right now. Jump in, overgrowth comes through. That allows them to just blow up the Brood and now turn their attention towards the TA as well. No help coming for the TA on her first life. Aegis will get popped. They need to do something here, but what can you do? Eclipse comes down, BKB used from Mini-Orc, which means that Tusk's going to tank it all. Sayosh going into the backlines, just looking for the supports. Won't be able to find it with Mixer as well. They need to find a fight here on the side of Serbia, or the game's just going to fall apart very, very quickly. Beautiful chains onto two, holding them both down. The damage reflection is huge, but Sayo falls to Zeal, that big old sword coming down upon him. And 4 heroes dead, buyback on the TA. Serbia, they find themselves from riches to rags in a matter of minutes.
They lost one hero. One hero from Malaysia, the Dark Willow going down in that process, but an absolute masterclass of initiation coming through. And, you know,
look at the damage output from the Lycan.
It's going in there with the Aegis. Yeah, what's this like?
10?
Did he do anything? I don't know.
Yeah, so that's a little sliver there. I know you're old, your eyesight's struggling.
Yeah,
but
I'm an old man, you know. Yeah, so he did literally nothing in that fight for sure. But you know, I don't know this Lycan hero. I don't know. People talk a lot of smack about the Lycan and how strong it is. But
yes,
don't impress me much, Mr. Lycan.
Nope.
Not you, cosplayer Lycan. You impress me very much. This guy, not so much.
Yeah.
All right, so AC though, this could be a bit of a game changer. Definitely helps them versus the physical damage situation, but a lot of the damage feels like maybe 60% of the damage coming out from Malaysia is magical damage anyway. You know, so I don't know. I know you're like, what? It's like the Radiance, the Searing Chains, the Sleight of Fist, the Luna ult.
Zeal leading the charge down the middle lane. I mean, I don't know how much is left in it for Serbia. I don't think much, to be honest with you. Ponyo's just looking for the engagement once again. They're looking for the final fight of the game. They don't care about Aegis. They don't care about Cheese. They just
did
care.
a little dance as he comes up to the high ground here. Zeal actually able to play out on one of these push heroes. The tier 3 tower in big trouble as it goes down. Chucky in the base once again with the Luna bounces. Ooh, so difficult to defend in this particular situation. I hear blade mail action happening. Chucky just standing firm, trying to melt his way through these rocks. It's working while Tusk goes on that far side. Ponyo!
Ponyo is going to fall here. Manta comes through, but the axe is up on the Wraith King, so he can just keep on fighting right now. Moon locking them both down on the sidelines as well. Alex is going to drop now as well. Mixer just has to back himself away, but meanwhile, look at your base. You've lost the middle lane of Barracks. They're going for the final blow here. Stun out onto the TA in some trouble. Alex comes in. Sure, your BKB's there, but the physical damage is chasing him and chasing him. They're not able to finish the job, but with no BKB, Kachiri defending. Oh, Spectre's got another backline Clash. It's just not looking pretty right now. Stun comes out. It's not going to make a difference. So the Spectre is dead. No coming back for her. And now Malaysia, they're going for the jugular. Coming for the tier 4s. Looking to finish this game #1 right now.
Serbia's still trying to hold, though. They believe that they can still maybe make a play here, maybe turn it around 3 versus 5, but the towers are falling. Zeal blinking forward a little bit aggressively.
Not a life available. He doesn't give a damn right now. He will die for this Ancient, of course he will. He'll die for the TA as well. Mini-Orc gone. No buyback available for the Templar Assassin, and GG, well played, comes out for game #1. It's all going Malaysia's way.
Yeah, really masterfully played by the Wraith King, actually. Which is not something I thought I'd be saying at the start of this draft, for sure. But, yeah, so Serbia had all of the aces in their hand for the early game. And they were stalled out completely by Malaysia. They weren't able to totally capitalize on that draft. The Lycan felt really good in the first, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. But you said to me, I think at that point, oh, who do you think's having a better game? Like, who's doing more on the map? And it's literally this Wraith King who's actually doing it. Just the ability to not punish the Wraith King while he gets his Radiance online as well. Like, the space that was created in order for that to happen. And it kind of reminds me of, like, you know, in OpenAI, when they had the bots, and the bots would be like, well, we're going to let you get your item, and then the next one is going to get their item, and rather than playing the position 1, 2, and 3 very solidly, They made sure they enabled the right cores. And Moon, who's been an absolute standout for Malaysia so far in this tournament, he's just dying like 4 or 5 times just to make sure that that space is there, because they're like, oh, if we shut down Moon, we win the game. But actually what's happening is Luna's getting space and the Wraith King's getting space, and both those lanes are getting pushed, and, well, at least counter-pushed, so they can't actually make the gains from the Lycan and the Shadow Shaman that they thought that they might be able to do.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, when you shut down that playmaking here in the Ember, you know, you want to see them translate that into more. And sure, they bring down the Luna a couple of times, but, you know, she's just farming so fast. Wraith King's just completely playing his own game in the bottom side. Like, yeah, it looked so good for Serbia for such a long time. But Malaysia, they weren't sweating. They were very much in control of themselves, of their own net worth. You know, they were pretty much ahead the entire game by just a small fraction. And they played with so much confidence. They never broke. They never gave in to the constant pressure which Serbia were putting onto them, which I think is a big sign of a team which could potentially do very well in this event.
It was definitely a show of patience and experience from Malaysia. Yep. And that's sort of qualities we expected to see from the Serbia 3, 4, and 5. Do you feel like they lived up to your your expectations in the first game there? The 3, 4, and 5 together, playing together as a unit?
Is it cheating if I say for the first half?
Fair.
They did great in the first half. It looked like they had really solid leadership. They were going through all the objectives, doing what they needed to do. But when the flames kind of turned on from Malaysia, they just didn't have the answer. So that's going to do it for game number 1. Can Serbia come back in game number 2? Well, we've got to break it down a little bit further with our amazing panelists, starting with Snare.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Indeed, Malaysia get themselves the W, a Game 1 victory in pretty exciting fashion, honestly. It looked a little bit dicey earlier on, but eventually they were able to bring it all together and get themselves the Game 1 victory. We're going to be breaking this game down here at the STC Play Analyst Desk. I'm back with B-Cop and Black. Black, you know, you mentioned it, right? Up until a particular point in the draft, it looked like Serbia really had the advantage. They had this massive amount of momentum. And you said something very particular. Them picking the Spectre, them ending the draft the way they did, gave Malaysia an in back into the game. And we saw that explicitly. The first 20 minutes, all Serbia. After that, a lot easier for Malaysia.
Yeah, we specifically spoke about the Wraith King and how important his lane is going to be. Against the Spectre, you're going to be free farming. Spectre can't do anything to you. Yeah, Spectre is good mid-late game, but so is Wraith King. You know, and if you just pick a hero that can pressure him instead, or maybe even put a TA safe lane and really pressure him out of that lane, then he will be dead weight. You have no offlaner suddenly, and I think the game becomes really easy for Serbia. I'm not sure why they ended the draft the way they did. It makes sense. You have Shadow Shaman, you can go for solo pickoffs with the Spectre coming in. But big picture-wise, I feel it didn't fit the draft almost at all.
What do you make of the TRB Cup? Because at some point we saw that it just felt like they ran out of steam more than anything else, right? Like they were able to take a couple of engagements earlier on, but what do you think they could have done differently just from an execution standpoint to win this game?
I wish I had the answer, because I feel like I was definitely on Serbia the entire time, right? And I was pretty wrong. And, you know, the people who were in the stands, I was proven wrong. So I feel pretty bad. What could they have done differently? I mean, definitely felt like the lane execution did not go the way they wanted it to. I mean, that's the jumping point, right? As it always is. I kind of wish maybe things stabilized a little bit better, protect the Spectre a little bit more, but like you had a Lycan who had so much, and then everything else felt like it fell apart, right?
We're going to take a quick look at some of the replays that we have from this game, brought to you, of course, by the Savvy Games Group. As we look at these replays, one thing that stands out in particular to me here, Black, playmaking potential. Ember Spirit on the other side for Moon, he can make the rotations, make big things happen. When I look again back at this draw from Serbia, Lycan in the off lane, TA from mid. Playmaking is almost wholly consigned to the Shadow Shaman, and unless he gets like a 15-minute Blink Dagger, which you don't normally expect to see out of this hero, it does feel like at some point it becomes impossible for them to choose their engagements. They always have to react to what's happening from Malaysia side.
Yeah, and playing reactive Dota is pretty much the worst thing you can do. Like, you have to... I feel oftentimes LeBron actually had vision advantage, but he just couldn't initiate. Like, he has this really slow Shadow Shaman, as you said. You can't get the Hex, you can't get the Shackles without compromising your own position. And it really showed. I really like what Moon did this game. He played a very sacrificial sort of playstyle. Like, he died a lot for the team, but the Wraith King and the Luna got so much out of it. And he knows. He just needs to tank up on the Ember, go in, give that information for your Wraith King and for the Luna to find the best targets. And yeah, I think Moon played really, really well.
Yeah, it seems like he was destined, though, to play that sacrificial role, right? Like, you've got Wraith King and Luna. That's as greedy as it gets at times. And I think you have to put yourself in a position where you can get things done with minimal farm coming from your mid, right? It just, to me, seemed like he knew what his goal was. He knew what his objectives were as the mid in this scenario with this draft, and like you said, he executed pretty well.
What do you think, Pickup? Because Black mentioned at the very end of the draft that they could have potentially gone for a hero like Puck, right, into the Malaysia draft.
Yeah.
TA mid, do you think they could have done better if they put TA safe lane and then had like a Puck, some DK, something else that can make the movements from the mid lane?
I mean, both teams could have definitely benefited from a Puck. I think both their mid choices were, it's something that I wasn't really expecting, especially the Ember. I'm not big on this hero at the moment, but like Puck seemed to have fit really well. It was that extra bit of lockdown, I would say, that would have gone with the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman can't do it all. Yeah. It was the right idea, but every plan has a part 1 and a part 2, and there was a part 2 that needed to happen for that draft to work.
Yeah. And just to touch on it again real quick, I think the Ember, while I don't think it was particularly the best choice, it was really good for the draft anyway. Whereas the mid TA just felt kind of out of place. So it couldn't really make anything happen for the team.
Yeah, a lot of like slow movements. And it's one of these games where they were farming a lot. A lot of farm was being taken out by the side of Serbia. But unfortunately, Dota is not just a game about farming. You have to be able to do something with said farm. And that, of course, leads us to what the scoreboard looks like. Malaysia, more damage, more healing, more net worth overall. The scary thing about this is that even though they had the Lycan on the side of Serbia, they still ended up dealing more building damage on Malaysia. I mean, sure, you have the Luna, but with a hero like Lycan and how strong Lycan is in the patch right now, that shouldn't really be happening.
Yeah, I agree. But I think another big issue was his itemization. Like, Manchester is really good this game, don't get me wrong, but Wraith King finished his AC before he even built his, which means that the minus armor advantage is practically gone at that point, which I think is something they really needed to leverage on. But he went for the Manchester, which is a lot more selfish, of course. So as soon as that happened, all the team fights were just completely one-sided. There was no more damage coming out from the Lycan, as well as the TA. If 3 and armor on top of that, yeah, what can you say? Well played, well drafted, more specifically, I think, by Malaysia again. Like 3 out of 3 drafts so far have been very, very good, very solid.
And they've been different drafts though, Peacock. That's an interesting thing about how they've been going about this, right? It's not like you can say, all right, there's this one particular strategy they've been utilizing the entire day. This must be frustrating for Serbia. How do they recover and respond going into the second game?
Go back to what's comfortable. Go back to something that's going to make you feel like you have everything it takes to win game 2, right? Like, I think they had the right idea. It seems every team wants to do this, no matter where Zeal is. It's ban out all his heroes. But it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe change that up a little bit. Focus on somebody else. Maybe focus on stopping Moon from doing something through the mid lane, or focus more of your bans elsewhere. Because Zeal so far in this event, you could ban everything he plays. He'll bring one more. Because, I mean, we talked about the Wraith King that Zeal played. It was the first time we saw him on that, according to statistics. And it's just like, it's forcing him to kind of branch out a little bit. But banning all his heroes isn't working. So try to focus somebody else, I would say. It's one of the easier things you can do because it doesn't require you to kill creeps and be in the game at the moment. So
you can just do things outside of the game. It does help a lot in this situation, I think, that a player like Zeal has had a lot of international experience, I think, gained from China as well as from his own region, leveraging it a little bit up against the side here of Serbia. However, Black, these Serbs have played in Europe, currently the toughest region in the entire world. So if there's any team that you will be backing to have an idea, a plan, some kind of mechanism to come back into the game, probably them, right? If they can come back in games against like Team Secrets or whatever, they can probably make it happen in this situation.
100%. I still think they were actually quite heavily favored in the draft until that very, very last pick. And if you just remedy that in the second draft and then follow the same sort of guideline, I think game 2 should be no problem for them.
One thing that I really did enjoy seeing in this particular game was the way that they moved as a unit on the side of Malaysia. And that we saw earlier on that their selection in terms of who to go on in the fight was very good against Turkey, but we weren't sure if that's going to be a continuance throughout the entirety of the day. Keeping going here, Peacock. The same issues, though, we saw from Serbia, we didn't necessarily see the same excellence from them in terms of who to go on in the fight, right? And that's been a consistent theme throughout this day. Zeal, of course, can't be targeted. We've agreed on this. Who do you think they should be prioritizing? You mentioned Moon in terms of the draft order, but in terms of in the game itself, who should Serbia be targeting to give themselves a shot next game?
I almost want to say it's not Moon anymore because you saw what he does with a minimal amount, it's got to be the safe lane, right? Like, that's the only other option. Zeal's able to accomplish everything he wants with whatever hero he's playing at the moment. Moon can do everything with nothing, according to his net worth and what he was able to do. Because, I mean, there was a point where he was, the lowest core in net worth and still making things happen. Even if he was dying, I feel like the space that he was making was so beneficial it didn't matter. So it's safe lane at this point. You go for the carry, as, is usually my game plan. Just kill the carry. Easy.
Just kill the carry. Simple.
Yeah.
It's
Step
not
1,
that
kill the
difficult.
carry.
Yeah.
Step 2, profit.
Despite the fact that they won the game, Black, should Malaysia give away the Lycan again? It feels like Mixer almost single-handedly won the game at some point. It felt like he was actually the primary carry. Do you take that risk if you're on the Malaysian side, even though you won the first game?
Maybe if you have like a really good plan in place to like hard counter it, you can give it away, which, truth be told, on the spot, I wouldn't really be able to think of one. Like, he played that hero amazingly. Like, his micro was good. He had split targeting in team fights. I think you just ban it.
Yeah.
Well, why would you want to deal with this? It was way too good.
It's just way too good. Why is this in the game? Like, please, Valve, do something about this. Lycan, every single time it's a Lycan patch, nobody enjoys it. Nobody has fun. None of us like hearing that little howl. You just get despair in your heart. You're like, oh my gosh, this again.
It really is just like that. I won't howl again because last time I did it, it sounded like a dead dog. But, I guess Lycan in this game was just that, right? Dead dog. It was good in the beginning, had this crazy streak going on, and then when the rest of the team wasn't really getting much out of the map, Lycan kind of falls off at that point, right? Like, you need to be doing something as a unit, which, yeah, you've got your own units, you got your own wolves, you got your, Helm of the Overlord and everything, but you still kind of need your team to be there with you. They were barely pushing a tier 2 at 21 minutes on a lineup that felt like it was made to put the pressure on, take the map away, and take down these towers, right?
Historically, Lycan has never been like the main character material, right? He's always like the sidekick kind of guy.
Well, even the bite is, sidekick material.
Yeah.
You're right. Like,
you've always been
biting the main
heroes.
character.
Yeah, you've always been enabling other heroes, and this patch is no exception, which is why I was very surprised when he built the Manta style. I think he fell into the trap of, well, I'm having a really good game. I kind of need to carry my team right now because things are falling apart. But, yeah, like, you're providing the aura, you're providing the minus damage for the enemies, the minus armor, and you need somebody else to really capitalize on that. And is Spectre the right hero for that? I want to point at that again because you don't really care about minus armor at all. Why? Why?
I mean, I like the Spectre in terms of jumping heroes.
It makes sense in terms of a Shadow Shaman, yeah, but if you look at the whole big picture with the whole draft together, it feels kind of random.
One thing that I do also want to focus on, earlier on today, we saw Ponyo have a very good performance on his Treant Protector, right?
Yeah, get him out.
Very surprisingly for me here, we find Ponyo yet again being able to play very well and also have a vision advantage B-Cup against the Lycan. That feels like that should not be happening.
Yeah, but it's just showing how good Ponyo is at knowing his locations and knowing where to put these wards and get them down against heroes that really shouldn't be allowing you to have it, right? It's something that I think a good example is X-Nova, where people used to talk about, there were X-Nova ward spots that existed. And I feel like when you're a good ward placer, like, it goes so under the radar, but you're making so much information happen for your team. First of all, ban the Treant. Get it out of his hands. That needs to happen first because he gets information just with that hero alone. And then you're adding where he's putting wards and everything. And, they've got everything they need to make a game like this happen, right?
And I think it probably didn't help that we had yet again another scenario where these overgrowths were a little bit too impactful. It felt like, I don't know how he does it so reliably, right? Because normally if I'm playing with a tree in my game, overgrowth hits one hero, it's like some support on the back line, does absolutely nothing. But
Same.
here, it feels like he's using Ravage instead of overgrowth in this game.
Yeah, we have seen it against Turkey as well. His Treant is really, really good. And, yeah, as you said, stop targeting Zeal. I think maybe even try to make the supports feel as uncomfortable as possible. Because, yeah, on his Treant, he seems pretty unstoppable. I actually wonder, would be a good question to ask, is that your best hero? Because it certainly looks like it.
It definitely does look like it, especially with the performances all day. Like,
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I know Treant right now has a ridiculously high win rate anyway, and I think he's perfectly showcasing why. Like, crazy.
Maybe that's one of those situations because they banned, what did they ban? They banned Slaughter, they took out Magnus. What is the other one that they banned? They took out Grimstroke, and then there was one other offlaner that they removed. Centaur was banned later on in the draw, second phase, yeah.
Right.
But there's another hero. But at this point, here's the issue, boys. Like, if you ban the Treant,
who do you let through? Do you let the Grimstroke through? Do you let the Magnus through? We saw what Zeal can do on that hero as well. Like, and what if you're second pick and you don't have the 4 bans to take care of everything?
I'm going to say, I mean, Slaughter is not a bad hero, but it has a lot of weaknesses. Whereas I feel Treant right now, the hero is already strong, and then if a player plays it to that extent, just get it out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Lycan. I want to see it banned just because it's strong and the player is very, very proficient on it. You know, like, why would you put yourself through that? Everybody knows Treant is annoying. That armor, I feel he never targeted the wrong hero with it. He always had the armor on the right hero, which of course increases their survivability by almost 100%. I mean, get it out. We said it many times. I hope they listen to us.
You.
You said it too. You said it too.
Okay, cool. I
We're
mean,
all
I'll take
involved
credit.
here.
That's
It's a team
fine.
effort. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
we're
gonna
team
take credit
effort.
for it.
That's right.
Sure. I mean, are you guys going to take credit for the Serbia prediction that I made in the first game?
What's up your prediction, bro?
Oh, cool. I'm glad
No,
we're
what
on
are you
the,
talking about?
I'm glad we're on the same page for this one.
Yeah. Never happened.
Cool.
That being said, you know, Serbia did come into this tournament, all of us thinking that they should be able to do well, right? We know that Mixer, LeBron, and Alex have played together for quite some time. They've also suffered losses and been able to make runbacks in particular series. From what we saw from an execution standpoint, Bikov, do you think in Game 2, if we have a better draft coming in from the Serbs, what are the odds of them being able to push it to a third one?
I mean, I still think this series sits like 55-45. I don't really think, even with the way that game went, I don't think it was really heavily one-sided. Like, there were still things to look towards for Serbia as a team, what they were accomplishing on the map and doing in that first game. So I still think it's close. Like, I still want 3 games, and I still think it's super viable. Again, I mean, just ban Zeal.
Just ban Zeal.
Ban
the player, right?
Yeah, I mean, do you just, I don't know.
Hey.
It's tough. That's why I don't play Pro Dota. I don't know what
To
to
be
do
fair,
anymore.
they had a chance to actually shut him down completely. They saw the lane, they knew it was Dark Willow Wraith King, and they had last pick. But they instead chose to give him free farm in the matchup.
True.
Which is, of course, an investment into the mid game. But if you have the opportunity to shut a player like Zeal down, why wouldn't you take it?
We'll see if they're going to take hold of that opportunity in the second game as our next draft is available. Serbia versus Malaysia. Serbia has the first overall pick in this situation, which is a bit tough because they're the ones that are playing up against it. They will not have their 4 bans as is customary at this point. Let's see. What have they removed? They take out the Magnus. We see Slaughter banned again, and
There's
Malaysia
that Chen again.
still taking out the Chen. They do not want to give LeBron one of his signature heroes.
It was what, Prophet Chen last game?
Yes,
Prophet
indeed.
Chen. I mean, Chen is, if played well, so ridiculously strong. I mean, Puppy has been a bane on that hero for as far as I can remember.
Forever.
It's like, a good Chen is, all the lanes are constantly pushed, you're about to kill a hero, and all are healed. And
all are healed.
Dude, that voice, it's really nice to hear when you're not playing, but while you're playing, it's so annoying.
What's better? All are healed or something else?
All the heal is pretty good.
Yeah.
I like, of course, Anti-Mage, Mana Void sounded the best.
That is.
Of course.
Or OD ult.
OD ult's actually the most satisfying sound in Dota.
Yeah,
I think,
the sound effect is crazy.
It was more satisfying when it used to get a rampage on its own, though.
Oh, yeah, that was cool, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those were the days.
So let's see. Serbia
Treant
do
is
the right
gone.
thing. No Treant. Yeah, they have to get rid of it.
I mean, that's step number 1.
What's step number 2?
Profit. I said it before. Just step 1, bam, Treant. Step 2, profit.
So in this
Simple as it
situation,
gets.
since they have first pick for Serbia, no Lone Druid, no Prophet, no Chen,
Grimstroke.
what did they first pick last game? They first picked the TA. Should they just first pick Lycan, given that I highly doubt it survives the second phase?
No, yeah, that's what I just, I said Grimstroke.
Yeah, he was thinking it.
No, I said it. We can get the clip. I said Grimstroke. All right. We're good.
Grimstroke. Well, you can still set up for Grimstroke Lycan down the stretch.
Yeah.
Have some invisible wolves running at you, so could still work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, Grimstroke is an incredibly versatile hero. 4-5.
Whoa, again. Man.
Guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, but the one thing I will say about Willow, it's not one of those heroes that I feel like is necessary to pick first. I don't see it getting banned in the second phase. I think there are just so many other priorities. I don't think it needs to be picked first here. Like, it's been picked first twice in a row. There are other things that I think could definitely take priority.
It hides some things, though, from...
You don't want to show your
potentially.
cards, too.
Yeah.
That's true.
So Zeal gonna experience some hate yet again. We have no Centaur in the second phase, no Wraith King. So he still has a lot of heroes left in the pool, so he's chilling right now. That being said, because they've banned out some of these pushing heroes, his pool might be slightly getting eroded.
Yeah, I'd love to know, because I want to say that the two of us have spoken about this a lot. how many games has Zeal played where he's been the primary ban target? Because I feel like it's been all of them.
Yeah.
Every time I've covered Zeal's games, whether it was when we were covering him in China or now or anything in between, it feels like all they do is just ban offlaners against him. It must be a really great feeling to be so highly respected that full-on ban targets are just you.
But that was his biggest weakness for the longest time.
Yeah,
We've
it
casted
was.
him for 2 DPCs. Every time he was on his comfort hero, he just didn't play the game
found it,
nearly
yeah.
as well.
But this time now, he's showing change.
Yeah, it
He's
looks
showing-
like he actually really improved in that regard. Like, his hero pool is now actually a hero pool, not a puddle anymore like it was before.
It was the bucket, then it was the puddle, now we're here at the pool.
Yeah, very happy to see improvement like that.
1.6 meters deep.
Right, so the key to success apparently is getting kicked by Xiaowei, you know?
Jeez, man.
Join
How
LGD, get
how
removed,
do you
get good.
say that. That's why IG's playing so well.
Oof, pain and suffering. We have Primal Beast being removed right now by the Malaysian squad. So now it's their opportunity to pick. In the last game, this is when they went for their additional support. So I wonder if they're going to continue that trend. Or since Ponyo's not going to be playing his tree, he played Rubik earlier on today, but I think that had a lot more to do with the Weaver being in the game to steal the Sakuchi. I don't think it's going to emerge here again.
Well, what about Zeal Lycan himself?
Yeah, sure. Micro heroes.
He plays it very well.
Yeah. Still
Rubik
takes
again.
the Rubik. Okay.
Interesting. Like, this time it doesn't really counter anything. Against Grimstroke, it's...
So many spells that are good, though, just from Grimstroke alone.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's not like a wow kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, but if you get to pull that Inkswell and just have
I mean, if
that,
you can steal the Inkswell, yeah, but that...
Even Stroke of Fate's really nice.
Like, if you ever get Inkswell, I'm definitely gonna start flaming my Grimstroke.
Alright, but what happens if he steals Soulbind, right? Double lift, double curse crown, bro. Big spells.
Yeah, I think they're so crazy. There's like heroes that just give Rubik everything and heroes that give Rubik nothing. And it's just like Grimstroke is just one of those heroes where it's just like, all right, well, I can focus you. I don't really care.
This time they take the Luna. Luna, Grimstroke, probably not going to be able to do. It could be, like, it is still a strong spam lane, but probably going to be the 4 Grim.
Slark it up.
Lycan it up, dude. Grim Lycan, it's right there.
Oh, I
It's
meant
on the
for
table.
Malaysia. Slark it up.
Yeah, you've been calling for the slug against Luna the entire tournament, so they could still go for that. I'm not sure if they still do if Lycan's in the mix, but it is a possibility indeed. I'd be very surprised if they don't go for Lycan here. This would be a great opportunity to pick it. You already know what the enemy supports are going to be. Neither of them are amazing against Lycan, so it feels like a good game for it.
I like that duo. I don't hate the Tusk there. Snowball is a save. Inkswell feels good. Snowball in, Inkswell pop. Shards block. Like, your supports have the ability to just do a lot of crowd control, and I like it. And they frontline for you. Well, the Tusk frontlines for you while the Luna's just trying to do, you know, Luna things.
Yeah,
Praise the Luna main.
We've seen him, what, 2 times already today? Both
2 or
times?
3, yeah.
He looked very mediocre. Like, didn't really do super much. And again, I feel like it's an okay hero to have, but there's no real synergy. It doesn't really make the lane much stronger. We haven't seen the Tusk win today, have we?
No, we have not.
0-2?
At least not on stream. Not on stream.
Not on stream, yeah.
I'll check the stats just now to see if it actually has won other games, but hasn't necessarily looked the best.
Yeah.
I suppose, though, it does also give them some additional option for Roshan. That was something that they, despite having all that massive amount of push in the previous game, it felt like they were having difficulty controlling and quickly killing off the Rosh.
Yeah.
So now you can at least like do that midi thing where you can take Rosh and fight back.
That's nasty.
Oof,
Yeah, this
Spirit
is
Breaker. Here's your
running
Inkswell carrier, Benji.
Yeah. Steal the Inkswell onto the Spirit Breaker, and then all of a sudden you're in and in.
No, Bedlam on the Spirit Breaker is ridiculous.
Yeah, that too.
Like he's about to run in, you give him the Bedlam, and he just solo kills the Luna. No problem.
I already like this. I already really like this Malaysian draft. Like, this looks pretty prime time with 3 heroes.
Yeah, like they have so much disable, so much magic damage. I like these 3 heroes a lot. Now they just need to round it up with a nice mid and a nice carry. Nothing fancy, you know?
How do you boys feel about DK mid here?
Yeah, nothing fancy. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm thinking.
Dude, DK is always one of those heroes that just brings me back to the Chinese region and SEA, because there was just like, what? I mean, you were there when it was happening.
Yeah.
Years of just,
Dragon
what do
Blood.
we pick last?
DK.
DK. All right, cool.
Bro, do you remember those days of Super DK?
Yeah.
Every game?
He rememers those days.
Oh,
of
yeah.
Super DK. You were there.
It's like, hey, Super, what do you want to play? Oh, DK. All
Super
right,
DK
here
or
you go.
lowercase Super DK? I don't know if he ever plays one.
No, he's a board guy.
Yeah, but like.
Speaking of DK, we've actually been seeing in all the tournaments across the world right now, DK has been doing really well against Lina mid. But we've also seen, and you've mentioned it, Black, that some of these Southeast Asian teams perceive Invoker as being the big boogeyman. If you were in their position as Serbia, which would you feel more comfortable with? Is this Invoker the right option, or could they have gone back to the DK instead?
Invoker is a nice buff for the Luna, of course, with the Alacrity later on.
Do you have control enough with this lineup?
It's a little finicky, to be honest. And Invoker is always a hero, right? It's very hit or miss. It makes a lot of sense against Spirit Breaker because you dispel the bulldoze, you stop the charge. It's very hard to actually gank an Invoker as a Spirit Breaker. It lands very well against Lina because obviously you have this HP region from Ghost Walk. But yeah, it's really hit or miss. Like, it really depends on how well the player is gonna perform in this game in particular, because even the best Invoker players in the world, they just have an off game and they become useless.
Yep.
Yeah, this hero is very volatile.
I'm also concerned here, B-Cup, about a similar problem we saw in other games. Look at Serbia. With them going for the Invoker, now all the eggs in terms of region initiation is in the Tusk basket. If Tusk doesn't manage to find that early Blink Dagger, how do they start these fights?
Well, they could still pick something for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder. It's got to be an offlaner, right?
It's got to be an offlaner.
Do you just take Tidehunter? I mean, no. Tidehunter is asking to get Slarked.
The thing
For
is,
sure.
Do you want to pick more team fight, or do you want to double down on that pick-off potential?
Oh, right. Mixer Visage. I think this is his third most played hero of all time.
Yeah, no Lycan, but Visage. I feel like all these players are the same, man. They always play these Visages and Lycans all together, Nature's Prophets.
Wasn't Zeal an amazing Visage player?
Yeah. Yes.
So now we have, but it's also not just Visage, it's the classic plays. Lycan Visage. Not Lycan, sorry, Luna Visage. So some heavy push can be buffed up by the Invoker, but still, we still lack initiation. I'm still a bit concerned about how much emphasis is going to be placed on the performance of Alex in this game.
I'm still on Slark for Malaysia, by the way. I don't know if you agree with that, but
it's a bit scary against the Visage in lane. But once you get out of lane, it could be very strong.
Also,
but they need some hard-hitting physical damage because they have so much magic. They have only magic damage, in fact.
Lena's been getting picked a lot recently. Not to the best win rate. I think it's like 50. But
TA. I mean,
Dusa again. Back to another Dusa game. I mean, what do they really have to do with this Dusa come late game?
Lucky Chan. Oh, actually, not. Speaking of Chucky here, you know, we were speaking about Ghost off camera, Black. Apparently, this is his twin brother.
Yeah, I also just heard it.
So this is new information. So that's pretty interesting. That's very intriguing. And they're both carry players, you know?
Yeah, how does that work? Like, usually one of the brothers is like a mid, something else. How do you play together?
I don't know. But also, like, it just makes me so upset. Like, do you see all these families that are just like, yeah, the Kelsey brothers, they both play football. Oh, Ghost and his twin brother, they both play Dota at a really high rate. And then it's just like, I got two brothers. All three of us don't do anything. like it's just, I don't understand. Where is everybody getting all this skill from? Like, pass it over. I want some. Twin brother, and he's playing professional Dota as well? Make your own team. That would be the real carry right there. You just go carry mid and just Ghosts. That's the team.
I mean, to be fair, when Ghost was coming up on the scene initially, he was playing mid for a while. So maybe that was how they initially came up. But then, you know, Ghost is back primarily as a carry. We see Medusa for the second time today. Last time we saw it out, it did amazingly, P-Cup. Do you think it's going to have the same impact in this game? Will Malaysia be able to turn this into a 2-0 off the Lucky Charm Medusa?
I do like their lineup. I think you were talking about how Serbia was lacking that initiation, and I kind of like what they have with the Spirit Breaker on the side of Malaysia. I think it opens up a lot of space to have a frontliner and have that ability to have Medusa do whatever they want in the backlines. I think hopefully I don't go 0-2 on predictions, but yeah, I like Malaysia in this game.
Looking at Serbia though, last game they tried to go, initially in the draft they were going for a much more push-oriented lineup. It changed at the very end here. Does it seem more cohesive to you, Black, and how do they use this draft to win game 2?
I think they can still output a lot of pressure on the map, but it will be very lane dependent as always. If they win their lanes with the Luna and the Visage, they can definitely take buildings and Roshan very quickly. And they have an answer to the Medusa for at least a while until she gets a BKB, because EMP as well as Deafening Blast is
brutal.
I'm thinking if there's a better answer to Dusa actually until she gets BKB. Like Deafening Blast is just like a 5-6 seconds disarm where you just can't do anything about it. I like the draft as well. It's just more risky, so I also got to go with Malaysia.
Well, my analyst panel here at the STC Play Desk are all in for Malaysia grabbing the 2-0 and earning a spot in the grand finals as the first team to do so here in the Global Esports Games. At the same time, though, Serbia, This is not a team to be underestimated, not a team to be counted out. We'll be witnessing if they can make the run back happen and utilize this push draft to get themselves into a deciding Game 3. We find out together with our wonderful casters. It's the expert duo of Jeeves and Nomad. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, it is do or die time here for Serbia. Can they pull it out the bag against a very scary Malaysian draft, or is it going to be Malaysia with another 2-0, Jeeves?
I mean, if we hadn't seen this Medusa already today and how powerful and instrumental it can be in the situation, B-Cop was talking about how Medusa could play from the back, but like we saw earlier that she's quite comfortable in the front as well. Serbia take the Luna, which is the Malaysia obviously just played the hero. They know exactly what Luna wants to do and how to achieve it. So they're kind of like, it's fresh in their minds. They're ready to kind of counterplay it. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see a Game 3. That's what I'll say. I would love to see a Game 3.
Yes,
sure,
definitely with you on that
one.
one,
For the crowd,
especially
for the
between these two
for the
teams.
fans,
Yeah,
and for Serbia as well. I would love to see them at least take a game here off of Malaysia. Wow, but Malaysia have really turned it up since this morning, since the earlier games this afternoon, even bringing this, like intensity of skill and execution. But both teams smoked up, going looking for some jungle action here, looking for some bounty rune, early bounty rune, pre-bounty rune. Blood, but
shenanigans. Yes, indeed.
Look where Dire are, though. They're way down.
This is a wraparound and a half, isn't it? No one knows where they are. They don't even know where they are as they wrap around on this rune, which has nobody upon it. But would have been cool if there was, I guess.
Well, yeah, you miss 100% of the ganks you don't make.
Absolutely.
You miss 100% of the ganks you don't smoke. I think that's probably true as well.
All right, well, they have taken this little watcher here, but if they can sneak around it, which they currently are doing, then they may catch somebody out on the rune spot here. Nice movements in from Serbia, but not nice enough.
They've read it over on Malaysia, and they're just going to go for, like, I think they're trying to wrap back for the bottom rune again, but they're going to get 50-50 with the two top ones, and 50-50 going the way of Serbia. And honestly, we talked about this, like, what is the preferred situation there, and getting the two bounty runes, one for for each team or whatever,
is the worst possible outcome.
It's the best outcome as far as your lane plan goes.
Oh, this isn't boring. What the hell? The jumping on now, Mr.
Chucky is sharded. He's sharded. Oh no, all of his mana is gone. He's dead.
The right clicks, it will be enough.
Serbia are going to be very pleased with that. The Medusa, we talked about how she's going to be a powerhouse, and the game we saw last time around, I think she got like an early kill. This time she's having an early death.
Oh no, not only that, but because she blocked the wave, and they blocked the wave even more, it's under tower, so she missed a bunch of creeps as well. This is awful for Medusa in the bottom lane to start things off.
Double value from the shard, for sure. And, the shards he threw.
Yep, zero CS. Zero CS on the first wave for Mr. Chucky.
I mean, sometimes it do be like that. I mean, that's something you want to hear from your core player, but honestly, sometimes it do be like that. The support, of course, is going to be the Rubik. And Rubik is a little bit of a weaker 5 than he is a 4, I would say. He does benefit a bit more from farm.
Oh, that's it. Pop the install immediately and no one will notice. Perfect.
That was okay. He's just trying to stop a CS. Oh, the root, though, gone. He's gone in. No, he's not. He's gone out.
Yeah, not today.
Is he going to Gan shake it all about, though? Sorry, British humour, continue.
Yep. Moon and Mini-Orc once again battling it out in the middle lane. This time, well, I mean, Lalina unsurprisingly taking an early advantage here. Mini-Orc pretty far behind at this point, despite having these two groups coming under tower. Just a constant harassment out from this Lina is so hard to deal with.
Lina is a very, very good mid right now. I mean, she's always been a good, a mid hero specifically, generally, unless she's been played as forward or something. But in this current meta, the heroes that you tend to see mid, she has a really good matchup versus. And like, we don't really see this Invoker so often, but he's absolutely smashing.
He really is. Again, ooh, getting a little close for comfort there. Trading with Alex up on the other side. Just supports taking chunks out of each other.
I mean, if you're Zeal, you're super happy about this, right? Because the main problem that you're going to have here is the two ranged heroes just like whittling you down as you try and get some CS. But they're playing overly cautious because of the potential for the charge back in, and with the root on top from the Bramble Maze, they don't want to get overexposed and get taken advantage of. And I wonder if that's got something to do with like losing the first game like this. Like it hits your confidence a little bit. Maybe you don't play quite as on the edge as you might when everything's on the line.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fair point to make, especially for, you know, these guys. But I think with the backing of, you know, your 3, 4, and 5 being relatively experienced, you know, at least Division 2 players, you should have that buffer of experience behind you where that doesn't become the case.
A little bit of national pride at stake for both of these teams. Maybe not so much Malaysia at the moment, but yeah, certainly one of these teams is going to go home to. Oh no, one of these teams. What, they go to the 3rd, 4th place matchup? The loser.
Maybe. I think there's one more series to play before then, but
No. I mean, just in general, that's the progression. The winner goes to the grand final, and the loser goes to the 3rd, 4th place matchup.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, still a chance for a bronze medal at least, but no, definitely not what you want to be thinking about at this point. No one said that in the booth.
no one's going into this game feeling that like that, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it for sure. So Zio,
I think
with the Spirit Breaker full on position 3. This is good for Dark Willow, right? As soon as he starts to go for a little charge somewhere, like you're definitely going to get some extra XP that you might not necessarily get from other heroes. Mini Orc's
incredible.
So low.
Yeah, it's just trying to survive through the constant harassment of the Lina. It's the life of this Invoker just healing himself up.
25 and 12 versus 13 and 0 on the Invoker. Lina almost with more denies than Invoker has CS right now.
Okay, maybe I was trying to soften the blow a little bit too hard there, but yes, he's getting destroyed in the middle lane at this point.
Yep, and that's at 4 minutes. So let's see how things go. I think once Invoker gets like level 5, though, I think he has enough kind of, you know, points to be able to do some stuff. Maybe, I don't know.
We'll see.
Lucky Chucky.
It's all about the rotations into mid as well. You know, you got to make sure this Lina doesn't start getting power runes and ruining the whole game for your team, basically. Also, it is Lonely Chucky. Let's not forget.
Oh, it's Lonely Chucky. Yeah, it was Lucky Charm earlier is what we were getting. I was like, okay. It's Chucky. I think it's the easiest, just to be sure. But yeah, for sure. Medusa's having a pretty good game despite that the first death. You see her starting to climb back up the CS. She's just surpassed the Luna. Well, neck and neck with the Luna at least.
Well, when it comes to CS, I think my biggest concern is how good of a time the Spirit Breaker. I mean, obviously, other than the mid lane, the second biggest concern I have is how well the Spirit Breaker is doing. Because this hero, it's just not that great of a laner most of the time. But Zeal has just been able to find way too much from this lane. Maybe we'll see him be punished here. They are trying to get on top of him. Alex and Seok just running him down here, and with the right clicks, it will be enough. Alex forced to take the kill, but nevertheless the kill comes in.
The classic Caster's curse. You know, you start to talk about how good of a game he's having, and then he immediately gets murdered.
Well, I mean, it was kind of like an anticipation thing where I'm like, surely they have to do something about this.
This Lina's having a good game, isn't she?
Yeah, she sure is.
Lina's having a really good game, guys.
I don't think she's going to die at all this game.
I think she's invincible, completely immortal. There's no way.
She could possibly go down. Never works when it's
No, when it's deliberate, it just doesn't work. It's sad, sadly. Okay, they go for the silence here. Lina actually coming across to try and get a...
Yeah, didn't get the power rune, wants a kill instead, and will be able to find it here with the Laguna Blade coming out from Moon. And now you get yourself a bounty instead. Not too bad.
First Laguna Blade, securing a kill with it. Not necessarily the greatest kill you could get, but at the same time, a kill's a kill. It's just that injection of farm from the Laguna Blade. Feels okay, man.
Yeah, and when it gives you a bounty rune as well, it's very nice if you can get that power rune.
Yeah, you know, obviously we the binding rune is very, very important for the mid laner, just to try and recover if you're having a bad lane for sure. So that he took the enemy binding rune there, so maybe Mini Orc would have liked to have gone for that, but unfortunately, you know, it's not to be.
The whole thing started because it was the 6 minutes, right? So Mini Orc gets a power rune at bottom, and Lina just goes for the goes to the bounty itself. All good, and now we have a bit of wisdom rune. Nothing fun going on. Uh-oh. Hold on, it might be another death for the Spirit Breaker on the top side, certainly will. Business as usual for Spirit Breaker in the laning phase, just being pounded and turned into a delicious burger.
Unfortunately, he was having a pretty good lane before. I mean, he has a decent amount of CS, like he's had a decent enough start, I think, to be able to still be this mid-game playmaker, but he was kind of getting a little bit out of control. So
yeah.
Double bloody nose, and we'll see whether or not he starts charging around soon.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lull, and then start moving around and start finding some plays. That's the thing, right? Like in this game, oftentimes we see Spirit Breakers just not really being much of a factor, but with this Bedlam behind him, as the panel had mentioned.
All right, he's going to go on to the Grim here, force him away a bit. Mini-Orc is wrapping behind him, he's looking for an angle, but whoa, no! So is Moon with a Laguna Blade. Don't care too much about the Invoker, who's actually bailed. He's where the heck did he go, actually? Oh, he's down looking for the other rune at 8 minutes here. But Zeal, he TP'd in, he refills the bottle, so on top of that bounty rune that he already had, he gets this full bottle. I thought he was just going to charge top, but instead they find this cheeky little kill in mid. And I think that allows them to get... Yeah, there's Arcane Runes on Mini-Orc. That's the worst possible rune to see on an enemy Invoker, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see what he can get done with it. I mean, kind of tricky, but maybe they can turn in something.
It's not the ideal time in the game to get it, for sure. He doesn't quite have the mana to sustain like 20 million spells just yet, but you know, it's not awful either. Oh, they're going looking.
We shall see. I mean, obviously the EMP onto Medusa could be huge as well. That is the dream scenario here. They see Ponyo instead.
Oh, I can't believe the unfortunateness. Like, Medusa's right there. I don't think they're going to spot her.
She TP's out. She's fine.
Yeah, it goes back to the tier 2 tower.
Wow.
Oh, I mean, great sacrifice, though, from Ponyo there.
Yeah, just looking just tasty enough to force them to look over to him instead of going in deeper for the Medusa.
The psychological damage that he did in Game 1, and also what they've seen from him in the earlier series today, it means that he is a target prioritized, even though he's a level 3 or 4 Rubik, you know?
Mini-Orc pinging desperately, saying, please, one more support, it's all I need, and we can bring down Mr. Chucky right here.
He's going to get the support in the form of the Visage, maybe, is he? No, is he coming? I don't think he is. He's just like, whatever, bro. I mean, EMP, maybe he thinks he can solo him.
Ooh, is he going to trigger the ghost? Ooh, he doesn't get close enough to trigger the ghost, so Chucky still doesn't know, but it's...
This is so late from mix-up. But you know what? It doesn't matter. The EMP right on top of Medusa should be able to secure this kill nicely.
Yep, shaves off the last bit of mana. One comes out with the Lotus as well, keeping Chucky alive for this time being. It's a long kill, and meanwhile, it's just disasters on the other side, but they do finish the job. But look at who died on the side of Serbia. Both the Tusk and the Luna fall on the top side of the map.
Easy peasy as they take down these counter kills. And like I say, the Medusa is more of a late game carry and that doesn't need to accelerate quite as fast as the Luna does in this particular game. So I think they get the better. I mean, they got 2 kills anyway, but I feel like they got the better trade over on Malaysia, despite the fact they're 1 kill down and 1k net worth behind.
I would agree. Let's see if they're able to come in and defend this one, though. Zeal could be a slightly tricky target here, but the shards is very nice indeed. Charge away, though. Gonna be okay. Tornado. Actually, Zeal cancels just to make sure that doesn't collide and try and make him sway out the old-fashioned way. And he's gonna be able to absolutely get himself to safety. Nice movements from Zeal.
Yeah, with the phase boots finished up, he's able to be very, very rapid indeed. We'll see the net worth soon enough, but you know, at the moment, it feels like Luna could be top of the bus. Medusa has a couple of kills though as well, right? So
I'm not
did
sure,
she? No,
but I don't think so.
No, Lena has 3 of the kills, so no, she doesn't.
Yeah. 4 and 5 on the kill line at least.
So Luna has
very, very even.
Either 2 kills or a kill and assist from killing the Spirit Breaker twice, and she has the net worth lead from CS, so pretty impressive.
Yep. Roll across, trying to keep himself alive. LeBron, though, no one's coming to save him, and with that Laguna Blade coming on down, they're going to be able to bring it down this Tusk. Moon claiming yet another kill.
Another setup for Moon to capitalize on, and I think this is Moon's reward for his gameplay today. His team are like, today for this game, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you have the best game ever. You know, that you thrive, Mr. Moon.
Yeah, it's your turn. You've enabled us, now we'll enable you, and so far so good for Moon. He is owning this game, but yeah, as you see, you know, 2 big threats on the side of Serbia. We have the Luna, we have the Visage, and these 2 heroes together, very strong indeed. Throwing a Tusk as well, and heroes are going to melt if you can get on top of them with these right clicks. Mini-Orc trying to unleash it onto the Willow, will be successful in bringing down Gan.
The only thing only thing Gan's successful in doing there is getting a quick trip back to the fountain.
Absolutely. Not as nice as it sounds, unfortunately. 20 seconds till he's back in the game, and meanwhile...
No, you hit the shower, you know, you get some HP, you get some mana.
All it costs is your life.
Just, yeah, just a simple payment.
That's the thing. This game, compared to last game, I'm really not too worried about things slowing down a little bit for Serbia. Last game, I was like, go, 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 and they almost did. They almost executed on that very high tempo, very high discipline draft. This time around, they can be a little bit
They got
more
some
relaxed.
legs. They got some legs. Evoker's always going to be a beast even into the late game. The Luna definitely wants to play for late game, and the Visage as well could be a huge ass monster. So they have a real good options for that late game. I'd say Malaysia are actually a little bit weaker this time around in that regard. That Medusa obviously very, very strong. Linex pretty good when you get once you get the cloak and stuff on, but the other heroes could be a bit flimsy.
I mean, if we're talking about like the late game,
like a 4-2-3 style. The Dark Willow with a machine gun.
Well, I wasn't going to go that far, but certainly a Spirit Breaker with Aghanims and BKB and Wind Waker and all these shenanigans just bouncing around and just making everybody very, very sad. I could see that being an issue for Serbia. So they do have A timing, but it's definitely not as tight as last game.
Yeah, for sure. Like it does feel like they're more on the clock than Serbia. 5 to 6 though, less than 1k net worth lead feels okay, man. First Roche potential going to be coming out when well, Tusk with the tag team gives you a little bit of opportunity, but none of these people are a natural Deso builder other than Tusk, I would say. I guess the medallion from they're going to play around Medallion and Solar Crest, right? The Visage will allow them to get the minus armor for the Roche.
Yeah, and with the bonus damage from Luna as well, it should be easy to take him down if they do get in the position to do so. Again,
Midas on the Invoker, almost done. He's looking for a cheeky kill on Medusa here. That EMP potential.
Again, the same as before. Someone come help me, please. I just need one extra hero. But no one is coming.
I thought Medusa was going to get level 14 off the Wisdom Rune as well, but not quite enough. He's very, very close, but that just tells you where we're at in this game. No, sorry, he's not level 14, but it was 14-minute mark is when he was getting. I thought he was going to get his next level, but Invoker's level 9 and Medusa's what, level 10, level 11?
Yeah, Medusa was 14 in this game. Would
Yeah,
be,
14. It's like,
really
what?
scary.
No, 14-minute Wisdom Rune is what I meant.
Yeah, all good. And look, Willow, is that a Midas coming out for her? Or maybe some wards, Midas coming later,
It's
I'd imagine.
Pirate Treads, right? There's no way you're like, why would
We'll see, we'll see. Not yet, obviously, but I have a feeling. We'll see.
Ponyo in a pickle? You know what would be a really good steal for Rubik is to get the birds, right? And then even if you
It's very difficult to take them.
I was going to say even if you get
very,
even
very
if you
hard.
get them, like you're still going to die if you die. Like you could stay in base though. Just
They
use
stay
the
alive.
birds.
Birds
Do
stay
they?
alive if you die, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Although maybe if you lose the ability, they
That's
die.
what I'm thinking. I'm not sure in that particular. Like
But
obviously
either
for
way,
Visage
Birds
they
is always
stay
an
alive.
amazing steal. Always. But just very hard to get as the Tusk will die in the bottom side. LeBron goes down, playing a little too deep on that lane, and that will happen, especially with Zeal just able to provide the vision for the Luna to close the gap.
Yeah, not much you can do about that outside of BKB, but even if you have BKB, you're still going to get knocked back by Zeal and eat some right-click damage from Lina. He did go for the minus. Okay, the Dark Willow.
Thank you very much. I know my Willow players.
Yeah.
I have a Medusa. I've got I've got a Spirit Breaker. See you later, guys.
All right, Gan. Hopefully, he doesn't get punished for this, and you know it works out, and he gets the levels of experience. Maybe they're just so confident, right?
Whoa.
After taking the double bird smash there, and I can't see why they wouldn't be. 200 gold you get from both birds. EMP set up with the tornado. Oh, that was a little bit.
Uh-oh. Chucky, he's in a bad spot. He's in a bad spot. Might need some help, but yeah. This snowball is very awkward indeed. Does miss with the LSA at the very least, but it does look like Mix has just been dragged into his own demise. Oh dear. LeBron definitely going to be tanking a tip or two for that one. Ponyo picked up on the sidelines by the Luna, so at least they get something from this. They won't leave empty-handed, but they will leave with a slight question mark. Oh, and another bird goes down as well. He's playing mono-birded.
I feel like if you get both birds here, it
The
makes
game
up for
is
the
over.
Rubik kill. No, so it makes up for the Rubik
Oh,
kill.
okay.
Like pretty much just the same amount of gold,
Well.
right? All right, they go for another Light Striker race set up under the tower. Snowball to keep himself safe for just now. Gan pushing into the tower here, but that's a lot of ranged right-click damage going in on this tower, and I imagine it will fall. Yo, Zeal with a charge in. He goes straight through the Tusk. Cancels, by the way. He's charging elsewhere. Brings him down.
Yep, Tusk Punch not going to keep him alive in this situation. Tower is gone, Tusk is gone as well. Serbia starting to show a couple of cracks here, and you know, it's in the heat of the moment where this team starts to drop a little bit of discipline.
I mean, 17 minutes into the game, the new neutral items are going to be up right now. They've got a 2k net worth advantage, even with this, you know, equality on kills. And the tower advantage very much on Malaysia's favor. But Luna, top of the bus for farm.
Yes, yeah, the Luna is a monster. how do you enable her is the question, you know? How do they get her into the fights? How do they give her the control and the buffs she needs? They do have it, you know? They have the tag team, they have the alacrity, but execution is another matter entirely.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here as Luna sparring off with this Midas Dark Willow. They have eyes on the target though. It's just the two supports. I don't think they can really bring anything else to the table just yet, as Spirit Breaker is down bottom here. And if he does charge, they're going to be very much aware of it as he goes zooming past the Invoker.
You need to do something with his Luna. That's the pressure thing, you know? You need to make something of his advantage, because if you don't, then everyone's just going to catch up on the side of Malaysia, and you'll be in a similar position as last game.
Yeah, you definitely let hold of that chokehold and just let things get away from Serbia.
Chucky.
Yeah, he popped off a big ass one there and keeps himself alive for a little bit longer. The snowball edge to the gaze though. Stone Gaze is going to make things a little bit hard for LeBron.
She's so low, but it's not enough to finish the job. The Medusa's going to get away. LeBron goes down instead. Mix just trying to blow up Zeal on the sidelines here. This could be a decent pickle for them, but the Force Staff comes in along with a beautiful Terrorize to force back the side of Serbia. Now comes the Eclipse. It's not even going to get the kill onto Ponyo. Zeal comes
why would you go in there, Zeal?
It's going to be a disaster, and she does. Oh, Luna, she falls, and now they follow up onto Mixer as well. They play it so well. Malaysia just baiting them forward again and again, and the final bird dies. And that is 4 dead on the side of Serbia.
It was pretty good. I mean, it cost them the Spirit Breaker, but at the same time, Mini Orc was getting some kills on the backside.
I mean, yes, but
if you look at Mini Orc's
that is
net
very
worth,
glass half full.
If we look at Mini Orc's net worth, he is just below the Spirit Breaker. He's trying to be Moon.
Yeah.
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 Just play like Moon.
Just play like Moon.
Just play like Moon.
4 dead on the side of Serbia in that engagement. I mean, honestly, Malaysia played it so sick. Just like utilizing every hero's HP pool perfectly, you know, baiting them in, then just jumping out. You know, the Medusa gets away on a sliver of HP. Ponyo gets away on a sliver of HP. Zeal doesn't get away until runs in and dies for the cause, but charges through everybody whilst doing it.
He had such an awkward lane, he decided he would get himself a Midas.
Of course,
the old catch-up Midas.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're roaming around the map anyway. You don't have time to stop and farm. I get it. People lead a busy life, you know, especially Spirit Breakers.
Yep.
Team Spirit Breakers, actually.
Yeah, they got their millions to spend.
No, the Team Spirit Breaker that's playing right now.
They took it out.
Did they?
Yeah.
Why?
But that's run its course.
I guess.
It's fun while it lasted.
Oh well.
Yeah, Octarine coming up soon. I imagine soon after that we'll be having maybe BKB, maybe Aghanims, maybe other fun stuff. Do what you want.
Is he gonna get the Yules first though? No. What goes in on Octarine Core these days?
Octarine Core is usually followed up by, again, BKB or Ags, but yeah, I mean, Yules can be an option if you feel like that's the kind of game you want to play.
Does it really help him here? I don't know. There's a Tusk with Initiation. The Snowball Shard's not quite landed. The punch will though. Rubik is
dead. He is absolutely dead here as the combo does follow up.
He's alive. He made it out somehow.
What? And the Tusk is dead.
And the Tusk is dead.
Okay. Yep. Interesting.
Yeah, so they get the Tusk, they get the Invoker, and now Chucky's like, well, let's go into the Roche Pit. 21-minute Wisdom Runes are spawning, and Luna's going to fall back to pick up hers, I imagine. The Fillet Stone coming out on the Visage. You ever do that as like an offlaner or as like a core, like get the Midas and the Fillet Stone to try and catch up?
Not if I'm trying to win. But some games you get desperate.
Sometimes
you need that
just
money.
Kind of have to get the Fillet Stone. You know?
I mean, it's your birds which do the damage, not you, so I guess it makes sense.
Or when you're dead, you can just swap it in.
Also true. Also true.
Like, it depends for me, it depends how close it is to 27 minutes when I get the item. Because I know I'm getting a good neutral soon. And I have whatever I started with, so...
Indeed.
Which normally the shovel.
God, this game is... I mean, those 3 kills were pretty game-defining. We moved from like a 4k gold advantage to a 7k gold advantage.
Plus Aegis.
Now you've got an Aegis, now you've got an Ags on your Willow as well, so she's doing damage. Okay, there's a low health Ponyo just hanging out here. He will be dying.
He got kind of baited by those bounties. He's like, I can make it. And they're like, no, we're right on top of you. Ain't happening, buddy. That's good though, they get this return kill. But again, on Ponyo, he's there to tank the gank time and time again throughout all of the games today. Just a really great player, you know, able to be in the right position at the right time.
Following up here onto Alex as well, and Moon's just going to be able to bring him down. Eclipse comes through. If this is a kill onto Moon, it would be good. Tornado obviously going to mitigate a little bit of damage there, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill regardless. Moon goes down. Godlike Street to the Luna, going to push her straight back onto the top of net worth. Big plays from Serbia.
Actually massive. Like, we're understating how strong that kill was for them. Like, a 9 times kill streak ended, basically injecting 1.5k gold and into the 2 heroes where it's going to do the most work, the Invoker and the Luna.
Let's see what they can do with
really
it, though.
needed that, yeah, for sure.
Coming down on the bottom tier 2 right now, and there is that Luna with all her buffs behind her. Fortification comes out to answer. LeBron looking for the pick-off on the sidelines here on the Tusk as well. Always ready, always looking.
Same time though, Spirit Breaker trying to apply a little bit of massage pressure to the mid lane, the creep waves in there, and the tier 2 top as well. Maybe it falls in exchange. We can see a little bit of a, you know, yeah, exactly what we saw last time around when this situation occurred. Rather than try and defend the tier 2 tower, well, they actually did go back and defend their one because they killed the top one so fast last time, but not this time. It's a straight up trade.
Yep, no one's going high ground at this point in the game. Still 6k gold advantage for the side of Malaysia and an Aegis on that Medusa as well. And alright, so we have the Octarine complete.
They're smoked up looking for some
Breaker.
action, though. How do you like the new smoke change where if you go close to the person who's smoked, you get smoked if you weren't there at the start?
I'll talk about it later as Alice is getting melted in the middle lane.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, that was a quick break. I like it. It makes it more.
I think it makes it. It's a good quality of
dummy
life
friendly.
change.
Yeah. And as a dummy, I like that a lot.
And you know, when you're playing in a pub, there are a lot of dummies.
Yeah.
You run past them and get them smoked.
Actually, no, I love it because one game, I accidentally manta dodged smoke, and now that can never happen again. So.
If you're not on the map, you can't be smoked. Alright. So, Moon, not top of the bus for farm, but also not doing too badly at all. Only Luke's bad because Luna got that huge kill. You know?
Well, they're finding another pick-off here, and it's a big one. Zeal's going to go down on the bottom side. That big, rich Spirit Breaker going to be falling. I mean, sure, they commit the Eclipse for it, but absolutely worthwhile, especially when you're playing into Aegis.
And especially when you feel like you're down as well. Like, you're 7k down, you're a few kills down, but you're like, psychologically as well, they have the advantage. So, Serbia getting this kill on Zeal. And the problem was, Zeal was very instrumental last game. He was like the linchpin of the draft, okay, and the early push and stuff. This time around, he's just there to make space.
Yeah, he's kind of just making space for his own game as well, you know. It's always a case of Spirit Break. You're just kind of waiting for the late game. It's a very silly hero. We haven't really seen a lot of his movements with Bedlam. That's not really been a thing.
Yeah, they haven't really comboed up these great opportunities that they have. They don't need to, it feels like.
No, it would have been desperate, and they just don't need to do it.
And Mixa, he's got the Vlads actually finished up. Solar Crest going in for AC next. Extra Mind's Armor, Mini Arc getting spotted out here. The charge is providing him the vision. I like how he backed off though to pretend like he didn't have the vision there.
Very cute.
To allow the Spirit Breaker to come a little bit closer, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not getting charged. I'm fine." And it's like, "Yeah, no, actually, we see everything." Very Patrick Stewart for sure.
Good stuff, and now maybe, just maybe, is an Aegis Medusa on your high ground.
It's 26 minutes. She has Butterfly Manta, Falcon Blade into Skadi. Looking pretty okay. Actually, this Dark Willow just made so much space. Like, they're still pushing top while this is happening.
No, they've got themselves back there. It looks like they want to try and commit to the fight here.
Yeah, you know, but while the fight was happening, I'm pretty sure they were attacking the tower.
Yeah, definitely.
Here's Light Strike Array with the follow-up Laguna Blade. Down he goes once again. And 2 heroes down versus Malaysia's 5 with the Aegis. Dark will have buyback as well. That's Aegis expiring right now, though.
Yes, yeah, maybe there's an opportunity to bring down this Medusa, but she's pretty damn large. He has that, I believe she has a Butterfly complete now as well, so the Luna just doesn't do as much as she would like. Sure, you've got a lot of spells to throw at her, but it's going to be really, really tricky.
Quite interesting there when they went for the pause. Zeal's like, "Oh, I've got lag," and LeBron's like, "Yeah, I've got 30 packet loss." So both teams kind of like suffering, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, we are online.
Of
One
course.
is suffering, then the other is likely to. But
Well, yeah.
quick sort out with that, switch a few cables around, and we're back in business very shortly. With 7k gold advantage for the side of Malaysia, though, is doesn't really matter about the ages too much. But again, for me, it's all about this Luna. How could you get her into the fights? How do you enable this hero? That's what it comes down to. Because the big fight which Malaysia were able to win, to swing this game into their favor, was a fight where they just made this Luna feel super, super awkward. You know, they just kind of kited around 4 stuffs, everything being used to just keep people out of her range, make her wasting eclipse on a support which doesn't even kill. Like, the absolutely perfect scenario.
That was a pretty rough eclipse for sure.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
kinda
that's
like,
tough.
Nah, I'm good. Don't worry about it. You know, I'm not really a big Ags fan on Luna. I feel like it's okay, but it sort of distracts a little bit from what she's trying to do with the rest of her build. I mean, you kind of have to either go that
Ags,
magic route or go the physical route.
No, I don't think we'd be seeing that. I mean, you need to
No,
get...
you get it from Roche maybe, and you know the 10th or 20th or whatever it is.
Yes.
Top, bottom, middle Roche. The top is Refresher and bottom is Ags, right? After the third one, I think.
One thing I will say, though, is that in the direct matchup with Medusa, which I feel like isn't super relevant in this game because they're never going to be fighting alone, but if it does evolve into one of those situations where they're just kind of sitting and taking chunks out of each other, I do kind of favor the Luna a little bit here, just because they both have the Butterfly, and Luna's the only one that really has spell damage to throw out onto the Medusa, and that could be the difference maker. But
Yeah, like Medusa would need like a BKB and a Monkey King Bar to win that engagement for sure. But honestly, I think just to stop the ult, it's so strong. And like Medusa, like taking many instances of damage very quickly is a good way to drain that mana shield, you know. But yeah, hopefully they won't be in a 1-on-1 encounter like this.
I highly doubt it, but maybe at the end of the fight or something, I don't know. We could see that coming to pass, but that's the thing, like there's so many other factors, and those factors are becoming bigger and bigger as time goes on, especially for the side of Malaysia. This Spirit Breaker, not going to be a joke for too much longer. He's got that Aghanim's, he's got the Octarine, and just going to keep on making money. And the Willow as well, also a real hero.
The longer this game goes, the better the decision for the double minus pays off for Team Malaysia for sure.
Of course.
And, you know, we're seeing that growth coming through already. Let's have a look at the itemization. We can't because she's dead, right, of the Dark Willow.
Yes, yeah, Willow's...
sadly. But yeah, I mean, she has the Midas online. Spirit Breaker has his Midas online. There's another Midas as well, though, on the other side, which was on the Invoker, which is just like a kind of classic Midas hero that you build in pretty much every game, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's just how he operates as a hero for sure. We have a little bit of a technical difficulty at the moment. We're just kind of waiting for like the teams to like say everything's going to be A-OK. And
the teams have said that everything is A-OK, and we are back into the game, Jeeves. Don't you worry, my friend.
Perfectly well
is
done.
right. And yeah, I don't know. There's going to be a big support difference. So like in 10 minutes from now, you know, we're going to be looking at this. I mean, I think Tusk can be useful in the late game with Blink Snowballs and such, but yeah, compared to a Dark Willow with Midas, Ags, and a bunch of other items, it's not really close.
All right, we got the Tormentor for LeBron. This is the weird shards.
It's fine. It's not great. I think it's actually... No, actually, I take it back. It's pretty damn good versus Medusa. Low mobility.
Sure, she doesn't. She didn't go down the Dragonlance route. Maybe she will now go back for Dragonlance into Hurricane Pike just so she can move out of that shard situation. Luna, of course, already having hers finished up. She's got a 2k net worth advantage over the Medusa. And yeah, so Luna just farming away quite nicely here. Maybe they did need Slark.
Don't you start. Beacol Poison runs deep in the vein.
No, I'm a Bloodseeker player. Go ahead, pick Slark.
Right.
That's not that great versus Blood anymore. Versus Slark anymore. After he got his depth charge.
Mini Orc trying to get himself away on the top side, and Malaysia were just playing. Just wanted to force a rotation, alarm them a little bit.
So, but essentially from this point forwards, what we're looking for is Malaysia to secure the next Roche in the next minute and a half or so, and then look to try and push in the, you know, maybe the last tier 2 tower, but more likely to pick up a tier 3 tower, then go back for the tier 2 tower.
Yes, I'd imagine so. Usually, you know, we're looking at that age, especially in games like this, to break the high ground. And when it comes to breaking that high ground, how tough is it going to be for each team? I think probably a little harder for Malaysia. You've got that Tusk kick, and...
I think you need to kill 3 heroes just to be able to go high ground as Malaysia, and they're very much aware of the situation as well. Like the Visage Birds dropping the stuns on top of you, Grimstroke. If Grimstroke actually gets his Ags at some point, that could be pretty scary, right? The copy of Medusa or Lina, even Lina's probably. Lina doesn't get his charges though, so but
it's definitely great for Medusa because you get the mana shield from the illusions, of course, but Medusa can just cut through her own illusion, I think, pretty quickly. So
yeah, but it's killing the rest of her team that you're gonna achieve with that for sure.
Yes, maybe if it can stay alive long enough. These illusions just die so fast to right clicks, so that's a problem. But yeah, I mean, I definitely like to see it. It's just another threat on the board. If you can make it work, then it's going to win you a fight.
Serbia feeling pretty confident here as Moon, he spots him up with the vision.
Ooh.
Is that the shard on Luna? The glaives?
Yes.
Yeah, surrounding her.
Yeah, Moonglave's spinning around, giving you damage reduction as well, so very good for starting a fight with.
Yeah, get into the beginning of the fight for sure, but slowly but surely, yeah, no, it's perfect vision. Look at this, it's amazing. You got like 15 seconds of vision there.
Jump in the middle lane, Visage. Is this a kill? I mean, he's taking damage, not enough though, does get away. The rest of the team come back, and they will chase him back, but Gan just starting to blast away on the sidelines with that Shadow Realm.
He's starting to get a little bit of damage, we saw that for sure. He's not quite there yet, otherwise that guy would have died in the first 3 Shadow Realm hits, but still feels okay. And this is why he went for the Midas, right? To enable the early Aghs build, right? Has he got Aghs or something? Yes. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It is a very carry build he's gone for.
Yes, we'll see this just get stronger and stronger. Moonshard next, I imagine, as all the poor old Tusk gets caught out, doing a bit of a scouting mission there, kind of baiting with the Lunar Illusion, saying like, oh, I've got my carry with me. You wouldn't dare, but they would.
Yeah, they were quite happy to take that kill. It was a nice, easy snatch. And, I mean, it's Tusk, so... that's a bit of a playmaker, a bit of a saver. Like, maybe you look for something off the back of this, you know. It's not necessarily the kill that you would, you know, expend everything for, but maybe if it sets up something else. Well, they're coming in smoked. Well, I think one's in Viz. Actually, they're both in Viz, aren't they? No, they were smoked.
Starting the fight here on the Luna, dropping the Eclipse as well, but the BKB is now available from Zeal. He just got it, but doesn't matter with the right-click damage plus the shard, able to rip through Zeal relatively easily despite the BKB coming out, and that is a trade they'll happily take.
Yeah, you get the BKB charge and a kill for free. I mean, yeah, everyone's taking that for free, for sure.
And now Roshan is back up as well, so they could even look towards that. 50 seconds on the Spirit Breaker. So that'd be a real opportunity for them to make a decisive move in this game. One they haven't had a chance for in a while.
Oh, they're going down. They're going looking here. Medusa's trying to farm up those, the jungle camps in the meantime, and this is going to be an easy Roshan because they can't really threaten it without the Spirit Breaker for 34 seconds. No. Are they going to be able to do it in that time with the tag team and the birds and the solar crest? I imagine it shouldn't be too problematic at all.
Yeah, no Luna right now. She's a little late to the party, but does finally get into the pit, and you can see the absolute mess of spells and bodies and abilities and clicks and auras coming down into Roshan right here. Aegis now on Sayo Kalash, and that is a big, big deal. This Luna, who is previously kind of having to play just on the front lines of the fight, but not too far away from her team, can now just get stuck in, especially with the Silver Edge pickup as well. But Malaysia, they're looking to take advantage of Serbia's confidence.
Leaving the double damage for the Medusa here.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Okay, pass the bottle over as well, just to make sure that they get the maximum value out of this. And honestly, it feels like they're going for this top lane push, rather than maybe you get the pick off into the push. We'll see.
MKB as well on the Medusa. She's going to have no trouble cutting through this.
MKB coming out on the Dark Willow as well.
Right, of course.
The fourth core.
Who needs Moonshard when you can get MKB?
He's got Moonshard already.
Oh, he's got the Moonshard. Okay, great.
Yeah, the Midas is really paying off.
Good lord.
He only has 12k net worth, which is more than all of the other supports, you know, but still. If you were Rubik now, you would not have Midas.
Hey, Axe on Grimstroke as well.
But I bet Tusk is wishing he built Midas.
All right, Alex, let's see what you can do, buddy. If he can do more with this Axe than the greedy Dark Willow can do with hers, he's going to feel very, very good about himself. But you mentioned before, you know, you need to catch that Medusa in a moment where she's not just kind of hitting everything.
Yeah, yeah. Or like if you were able to kill her but bring the illusion, you know, at the same time just before she dies, and then you can then use it to fulfill the rest of the team, or you move the illusion in to try and deal with the rest of the team while you deal with Medusa. But here we go, the Dark Willow at max range, just pumping into this tower. They're going to punish them. Nixa throws the birds forward here, ready to drop them bombs, and boom! This is the problem with the glass cannon build. She has only 1.7k HP and literally not a sausage in regards to save items.
Yes, yeah, if you do manage to get any sort of catch onto this Dark Willow, she just falls apart like a moth in the hand. And, well, they did manage to get the Medusa illusion in that engagement, of course, not super successful in doing anything with it, but just using the illusion, I think, of the Medusa to steal her own Dark Portrait. And now, do they want to get any more on this map? I mean, there's a tier 1 on the top side. That feels like something which could die.
Yeah, and it does look like they're just going to get this one for free. Nobody's going to go and try and do anything at 20 or 34 minutes into the game. You're not going to try and stop them from doing that. Like, who cares, basically? Moon getting chased down pretty hard, though. This boots of travel allowed Miniorc to connect, but the gaze from Medusa.
Yeah, we'll hold things back for the time being. I mean, the Visage will fall to Laguna Blade coming out. They catch out a bird as well, so all in all, looking pretty good. The double damage Medusa just tearing these heroes apart. All right. Okay. You need to be a little bit more careful than that. I feel like they had some idea about a tornado, and look at Zeal already looking to connect onto more
He
heroes.
has a gem, he has to be super careful, but you know what? He is just going in. Hambones gets punched into the base, though. BKB popped up trying to get out.
Eclipse also flying
He's
out as
still
well.
alive!
I mean,
Oh
that's value.
my god. And
Luna.
Ponyo with the stolen Eclipse, by the way. messing up the Luna.
Zerglash, he's taking heavy hits here. Zeal, meanwhile, getting kicked back into the fountain. Can they actually get him, though? Doesn't look like it. He's going to run himself away again. And he gets himself away to safety. This Spirit Breaker is just an absolute beast right now.
Here we
Zerglash
go.
trying to take chunks out of the Medusa.
The 1v1.
It's not looking good
She
for
got MKB,
Zerglash,
she didn't
though.
even need the BKB. And also, because the Luna ult's already down. He just waits until the Luna pops the ult over on the other
Yeah,
side.
I mean, you've got the Lina there as well, but the kick back here, maybe this is the damage they need. Break out onto
enough,
Medusa,
it's
she's out of HP, but the Terrorize! The Terrorize from the downtown gets him out.
God.
Oh, the Willow. Willow doing the work. LeBron gives it all to get the kick of a life, but
sure,
doesn't matter.
Real hard situation for Serbia now. And they're going to be feeling, oh no. The Wisdom Room snatch and grab, he's in and out, like he's playing Payout 3, Payday 3, look at that, he's straight in there. Oh, but look, here comes Seo right on top of him, the break and the BKB, the charge away though. Bye.
Yep.
See you
He's
later.
just abusing this BKB. Every time it's off cooldown, he is
And
just...
he's coming to help the boys out with their Tormentor on their side of things. Wisdom Room picked up for Chucky. Luna's still ahead of the bus for net worth. She's 3,000 gold ahead of the Medusa, but when they were fighting in the base just now, it did not feel like that at all.
Absolutely didn't. Yeah, I don't know. Like this is just Luna in a nutshell, really. You know, you get to this kind of around the 40-minute marks, and all of a sudden, her barely feels like a carry sometimes. I don't know what it is, but it just drops off so hard.
Who does? Luna.
Luna, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, if you can play around your frontliners, you can do an awful lot on the backline. But if you get focused down, you don't have a BKB type situation or an Aegis, you're gonna have a sad time. Spirit Breaker did finish up the Yules, and then Miniorc got Ponyo though.
Yeah, it looks like Ponyo is just going a bit of scouting, maybe a bit of warding, and
like this from Serbia though, instant smoke as they go looking for something of their own. Maybe they can find something in the jungle. They don't quite get it. They're going down further, and they're kind of heading towards Malaysia. But Malaysia are very much more ready for this. 'Cause they're just like in a better position because the Visage is so far forward.
Mixer, he's looking, he's hunting. Can he find anything? Under the cover of the smoke, they're chasing down into the lane here. 38 seconds still on the Rubik's. There will be a man down for this fight. Miniorc gonna see him here. Tornado comes out onto the two of them. They find great targets here, but the team is just not quick to follow up at all. So it's gonna be a bit of a slow burner. Makes it jumping into the middle of everything though. They will ding down the Willow. It's a great kill to start this off, and now they're looking for more. But once again, Zeal just charging away, and they just don't have the capabilities of catching out this goddamn Spirit Breaker. He's so damn quick.
That was so bad though for Malaysia. Like they could get like 2 decent kills off the back of it. The Rubik as well as the Dark Willow. Dark Willow didn't know what to do when that meatball surprise just started coming down. He's like, I'll do my shadow. Oh no, that hits me. Feels awkward.
I mean, not a big core kill, but at the same time, certainly showing life on the side of Serbia, and they just keep getting a little bit more, and maybe they can look to bring this one back, but...
I feel like the best option... Oh, wait.
Oh, no, Miniorc caught out in the middle lane. He's just gone. I mean, the Medusa illusion just not really doing enough. Sairclash trying to make something happen here, but it's feeling a little desperate for the side of Serbia.
Spirit Breaker with a charge forward. He's going to give them extra vision as he goes in for the tusk. They get eyes on Seo, but no vision other than the gem. They have to stick on this Luna.
Sairclash just is able to run away with the Silver Edge.
They know exactly where that smoke is, though.
Yeah, that's
a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward. He knows now. He's like, oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It was a little weird. Like, they're already chasing it. It's not like they have any idea. It's not like they're like, oh, where are they?
Well, I mean, it kind of gives you information as to where they actually might be. If you bump into them and they're hiding in the trees somewhere, you know, I guess. It gives you a little bit of extra movement speed, a little slow, but yeah, not ideal for sure. But it also tells the enemy you're
hold on,
smoking.
who they found?
All right. Stroke. All right, but they've got more here to get some information on this top lane.
That's big, though. That means there is not going to be that dark portrait to mess with them now. And now Kalash needs to get himself away. He's got to be so careful if Zeal catches him. A kickback onto the Luna. That's a really good target. The Luna's going to get blasted down by the Eclipses. And that is exactly what they needed. That should force Malaysia back for the time being. It's not a turnaround play, but it's a buy yourself some time play.
It was a pretty good turnaround play. And LeBron, you know, he gives him the old tip and he gets the tip back. But yeah, Lina just... She got caught out hard, and Serbia were able to execute on that. And the thing is, Zeal as well, he's kind of breaking some ankles, right? But at the same time, he is sort of falling off. I don't know if he needs to itemize a little bit more. Maybe finish up this AC or the Shivas or whatever he's going to make with this plate mail. Maybe even a Lotus, I don't know. But there's Ponyo in trouble again. Oh no, double damage for Lina. This could be massive for Serbia.
I mean, what are they able to do with it? You know, Roshan, it could be up. They, as far as their information goes, it could be up soon. But they don't get to see the clock like we do, and that's...
just apply the pressure. Oh no, they want Roche. They want Roche despite the double damage. I was thinking you could apply some pressure to that bottom lane. Creep wave's quite far out. By the time you get the double damage on, you're maybe like 2 more creep waves in, but yeah, it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to go high ground off the back of it for sure.
That's the thing. There's no way for them to cleanly disengage from a high ground push on the side of Serbia. So if they if the buybacks do come in, then you're going to have a Spirit Breaker running you down. You're going to have a Medusa trying to chase you. It's going to get real messy real quick.
So there's an E-Blade and a Hex up onto the Lina now as well. And there's a gem on Visage. I'm not sure if it's the same gem as they had on the Spirit Breaker and they lost it, but I don't think they lost it on Spirit Breaker, right?
As far as I'm aware, that still has it. Spirit Breaker did die once, but I think he's good at the time being. So
yeah, so I think they both have they both have gems right now. Invoker looking for a scythe of his own, is he? Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's kind of about what this Invoker can get done in the fights. You know, we've seen some engagements where he jumps in, he finds a good engagement, just bring down like the Willow really early, and that is key. You know, if you can pull that off, fights are going to look pretty damn clean for the side of Serbia. But a lot of other engagements, you know, he's trying to get the EMP out onto the Medusa, and that's a lot harder. And if those BKBs come through, then he's most likely dead.
What I would say is, though, despite this 14k net worth difference, Serbia kind of feels like they're edging their way back into this game.
They do seem to be winning fights, yes. Like, the amount of games I've cast and covered this year, you know, I'm looking at the Serbian team and I'm going like, there's no way, right? But then every fight they take, and it's looking like they can play back into this.
You know, like a tiny, you know, do some, a little small chance. A glimmer of copium.
Indeed. And with the Tusk kicks coming in as well, you know, it makes that high ground pretty damn scary. That's been kind of their saving grace in the last fight. Little plays like that, maybe LeBron can bring them back with the help of Clash.
I mean, you'd have the Silver Edge as well, which could be really particularly good for initiation with the breaks. You know, I think Lina's probably the best hero to hit with it. You know, that's why she's dead, I suppose. Stop her from getting any of those, you know, stacks up at all.
And to be honest with you, I can see occasions where this Aghanim's the opposite is useful, where if you get this Medusa and you just kick her out of the engagement, then the rest of the team suddenly gets really weak because they don't have this big
instead
coming out
of kicking her into the base, you go and kick her out of the team fight and murder all 4 of her heroes, and then you've got a 5 versus 1 situation.
You can absolutely do that. I mean, being able to murder everybody is a bit ambitious, but you can definitely take down a couple.
I mean, it's only 4 heroes.
Only 4.
Easy. That's not just going to be tasked by himself. His friends are going to be there.
Of course. But, you know, the point is Medusa, she never went for this Hurricane Pike, right? So she's pretty damn slow. She's not going to be able to just immediately come back into the fight if you do kick her out. And there is a slow component to the kick as well. So I do feel like we might see that later on in this game if that so happens to be the case, where kicking someone back isn't your initiation.
I mean, so we saw the weird shards, right, with the long pocket. He hasn't really managed to do too much with it yet, but I feel like I feel like that should have been like a bit of an eye-opener, like maybe 4-staff Hurricane Pike on the Medusa. The thing is, once you're this deep in on itemization, it feels super bad to go back, you know? Might just get a Satanic instead or something, I don't know. Not Satanic, but, you know, like another high-end
Satanic Medusa, let's go.
Satanic Medusa's maybe not the way to go when she only has like 400 HP, but you know what I mean.
I do.
Like a bigger bad item, maybe Daedalus or something, you know? She's going for Skadi though, right?
Surely she's got the Scadia by now, right?
Yeah, she was going for the Skadi.
40 minutes into the game.
She actually has a Lincoln's instead. And a Skadi.
Yep.
So yeah, now she's going for the Swift Blink and Aghs. And then she'll eat the Aghs for the space. Swift Blink, what do you replace?
Oh, your boots. Power Treads go for that.
Yeah, of course, because you're going to have the mobility anyway, for sure.
But again, makes the kickback even nicer. At least take her out for 3 seconds. It can be the difference maker. No walking back in. I don't know. We'll see. I'm definitely exaggerating the point, but if they could be aware, if this Medusa does go flying in the wrong direction, then
it could be really good. But I don't know. They're going for the Roche potentially. He's up right now, so they're going to land on this exactly at the right time.
I feel like going into the pit might be a mistake from Serbia.
I really wish they had an Earthshaker right now.
There's a lot of boys in there. It's going down so fast. This is a 41-minute Roshan and it's just absolutely disappeared. Holy moly, that was so quick. I can't believe it. I thought for sure Malaysia were going to get a chance to at least contest that, but even a Spirit Breaker's not quick enough to come over and do anything about that one. My God, and they're just kind of in the trees here like, all right, let's see if anyone shows themselves. See if we get ourselves an opportunity.
Always feels so
Who got the
bad,
Aghs?
man, when you see that situation happening. He picks up this Aegis, you're like right there. You know, you're so close to them, you can almost, you know, smell the enemy, and then...
That was just ridiculously fast, though. Did you see who got the Aghanim Scepter?
I did not, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Let me have a look here. Well, they already all have Aghs, more or less, actually, so it must be the Luna that got it.
Luna didn't pick it up, I just checked it quickly, so...
Okay, well...
Maybe Invoker? Invoker didn't have one before, so maybe it was him. Either way.
He's eating it. He's just eating his Aghs now.
Okay, cool.
He had Aghs, but then he's eating... Oh no, he maybe just had it in his inventory.
Anyway, LeBron gonna take a fall. Once again, just...
Okay, that's not supposed to happen when you have the Aegis, though. You're supposed
Well,
to...
I mean, the enemy team aren't supposed to be this far down your lane, but Malaysia don't care about that.
No, I don't... Have they read the script? I don't think they've read the script. Okay, Gan, he's got this Invis Burb right on top. They go for the initiation, smash him down. Do you know what I'd really like to see on this hero right now? An Aeon Disc on the Dark Willow. Because even if you kill her still, she still kind of creates like some extra space. Maybe she gets the Shadow Realm off, gets an escape on or something, you know?
Yeah, you need some way to survive, but...
Oh, Ponyo.
Ooh. So Kalash doesn't quite land the click, and Tonyo with the quick reaction to get away. So
what did he get? Glaives on the Rubik. That feels kind of lame. When he did
you can
spell.
get. Oh yeah, I guess you can.
He did a spell steal.
I don't think I've seen that before.
I haven't seen it either.
That's hilarious.
I'm curious, like, because obviously he gets both elements of the spell, right? He will literally have the bounce as well.
All right, go farm, dude.
I want to see some ancient stacks from this Rubik now. No, he got Lucent Beam.
Oh, he got Lucent Beam.
She tried. She tried
My
to
day
make
is
sure he didn't
ruined.
get it. She's like, no, I'll do glaives. And unfortunately, it was in Viz, so couldn't get it done. Ponyo, going to deny this Rubik rune, regen rune even, by picking it up with Rubik.
If it's a green, it's a Rubik rune.
Obviously. All runes are Rubik runes, I think.
Not sure.
Double damage is a bit weird, but other than that.
Stretch.
Illusion. You could make a play around it.
Another thing which we'll see happening in the late game as well is there is a chance this Luna just gets annihilated by Lina. Like, the amount of damage this Lina packs is absolutely no joke. With his BKB is so short, she could just die.
I mean, they've lost about 7,000 net worth on the Malaysian side. Like we talked about, maybe Serbia starting to come into this, starting to make their way back into this game off the back of this Luna. And I feel like if they don't kill the Luna, they're just getting the Luna's just getting more and more gassed up, you know.
Yeah, she seems to be hitting a second win here, which I wasn't expecting, but certainly looking very strong in these fights. So much damage coming out.
Echoes of RTZ, Luna. So, you know, just keep pushing and pushing to the late game until you're actually so strong you can do stuff. Ponyo on the high ground here. Oh, the Lucent Beam for a cheeky stun into the follow-up, and that's going to be a dead LeBron Dota. Yet another tip coming out. This man is making so much on the tips. Well, he would be if tips weren't, actually didn't mean anything in lobbies like this. I think if it's on a ticketed game, they would. But
Hex is there. Damage coming in from Mixer from the sidelines. They need to finish the job here, and they need to do it now, and they will. Zeal is gone. Now they'll look for the sidelines. There's going to be a Rubik to bring down as well. Blink forward from the Luna. She goes in deep, trying to look for more. Chucky's going to be the target. It's a carry-on-carry fight, but with the gaze coming out from the Medusa, she's going to try and get herself away, but in comes a stun. In comes a Cataclysm. Is it enough, though? Teo Kalash fighting up into the Eclipse, comes down everything onto the Medusa, and she will fall. They have the damage. Luna, even though she had the Aegis, she doesn't even bother dying once.
She was not even bothered in that situation because of this Aegis, and she's going bait.
Now chasing, she wants more. Moon does get away this time around, so Zeglash can maybe look in, but look at their lanes. Thank you, Spirit Breaker. Their lanes are looking absolutely terrible right now.
I'm a little bit miffed.
What's up?
So after they take this big kill on the Medusa plus all our buddies, what I want to see is immediate transition down the mid lane and push in this tier 2 tower. But he sees the Lina on vision and he goes kind of chasing for it, and Lina is able to sort of break the ankles a little bit and make some space. They're still going to be able to maybe potentially take this tower without. So you let them have this tower, fortify the next tower, and then that way you preserve 2 buybacks maybe. But I mean, can you even do? Oh, nice sentry! Actually, he's going to find Lina.
They're trying to catch him. They've got the kickback. There it is, coming out from LeBron. The damage coming through, and the Lina is gone.
All 4 buybacks are coming out right now, surely.
We got 2 on pretty low cooldown. And at this point in the game, I really don't think the barracks means that much, honestly. But they are going to have to use it to save the game, that's for sure.
Well, they're in the base with a Medusa hitting with 4 attacks. So.
The Luna, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Luna, yeah.
Blasting them down. And there will be the big buyback coming out.
I think that's already enough. You got a full set of racks and the Medusa buyback. A disconnection from the Tusk.
From LeBron, yeah. Very unfortunate timing on this one, has to be said, but hopefully he gets back into the game ASAP. But yeah, I mean, almost it's like they buy back on the Medusa to save the Lina buyback. I mean, obviously you'd rather it be the other way around, but I don't think that Serbia back away if it's just the Lina buyback. So that's what they try to go for on the side, or they decide to go for on the side of Malaysia. And I think they'll be able to save the Moon buyback with this.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that the Medusa was the one that actually had to buy back, but he probably feels pretty good itemization-wise. Lina's actually ahead on net worth, though, as far as I remember, so maybe that was why they made that particular choice, but how would he know? He wouldn't necessarily know, right?
No, it'd just be about the fact that the Lina doesn't force Serbia. Like, Serbia don't care if Lina buys back. They're not leaving for a Lina.
Sure,
they're leaving for a Medusa.
Yeah, it's more about the control that that situation will offer. Bloodthorn could be the answer to some problems here, though, for Lina at least. Does Lina have the MKB online?
I don't believe so, but honestly, she's just not been doing a ton of clicking. It's
yeah,
very
she's
much
more of the Dragon Slave and a Light Strike Array kind of hero for just now.
Yep, and of course that Laguna Blade with the Aghanim's
yeah,
flying over the tree lines with her fiery skirt and just blasting someone apart is the aim of the game for the Lina.
Unfortunately, though, Swift, Blink, and Butterfly, just a little bit too much for them. And remember, the Medusa actually getting pretty close to a Swift Blink of her own. She's like 100 gold off from getting the Eagle Song finished up.
Yeah.
But now she has no buyback. I think that's fine, though, right? Like, because he's used his buyback.
Yeah, who cares?
So he can buy out for the Swift Blink now. Like, he's not going to. He's not punishing himself by doing it. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're getting at, but
look at this wave.
That's a juicy one.
Oh, what's that?
Spirit
like
Breaker.
650? No, 1,
Salivating.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6. So 350. 400, I'd say. 400, maybe 420.
All right, we'll see if the Spirit Breaker is able to collect that cash. I'm sure he will.
He's got Midas
patience
as well.
is rewarded. Look at this.
He's got Midas as well. So
he's staring at this delicious wave, being like,
he's like, why have you done this to me? Oh, here we go. The pause is unning. Let's go.
See the money.
Oh, cancelled immediately. He was ready to defend.
I've never been baited more in my life. I'm furious.
The terrorized doing.
Oh my god!
Literally nothing. Does he have
catch the Luna.
Rapier on Luna or what?
I mean,
just life.
Just a silly old hero. Hooray!
Hey.
All right, well, bottom barracks gone, middle barracks gone. Malaysia, I mean, who'd
they
have
know
thought?
exactly where Zeal is. They're gonna initiate
great
on it.
catch here. The connection comes in, the silence is there, and Seo Kalash is just playing a sublime game on this Luna in the ultra late game. You have no Spirit Breaker. He has got the buyback. Malaysia.
It's like we're going to a game 3, boys.
Very likely at this point. The Mega Creeps are coming out pretty soon. Buyback comes out from Zeal. How can they fight this? The Luna, she's down to about half HP. It's not bad, but they've also got a lot of damage coming through onto this Medusa. She's getting low. Tusk tries to jump in, get the kickback, can't quite do so. Seo Kalash goes down. Moon gets a damager from the sidelines. Oh man, you gotta be careful. They just overextend a tiny bit too far, get frozen solid, and then in comes Alina with the killing blow. Look at that damage.
They still broke the tier 3 tower. And they have double buyback available on the Tusk and the Luna. There's not much left in the tank for Malaysia right now.
Yeah, the buybacks are important on Moon and Zeal, and of course we had that Medusa one earlier as well. It's definitely not a comeback from Malaysia at this point, but
everything right now,
it's
if these guys die back, the game feels like it's pretty much over, but they've bought themselves another breath just, you know, to try and do something here. Here we go, the Burr, but he's a very tanky boy, getting himself to safety. Actually, he gets his courier out as well. Did he... Where's the other gem?
Visage has one at least.
I think it's in base of the Serbians.
They really want to force these buybacks, but they also don't want to lose the game right here. So
you got to
sit
force.
behind
You
your
gotta
Medusa.
force. This is good from Serbia though. Like they're very patient here as they go try and take down this one set of racks, and that's going to even things up, right? Somehow, some way, racks wise.
Yeah.
Well, they still have tier 3 tower bottom, but other than that, there's a creep wave in the base right now, and Spirit Breaker are going to have to charge down to deal with that. How much damage do they get in the meantime? Sure, certainly not enough for a ranged racks, right? But what if they were to have TP'd in there with the boots of travel? Because they do have that. And
I think that would be a suicide move, and
maybe you get the 2 racks. Maybe you get the 2 racks and you've got your buyback available. It's not too bad. It's Invoker that has the travels, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I mean maybe it's not too bad.
Either way.
Too late now.
Too late indeed. But now, Serbia, they really want to get just one more fight out of Malaysia. If they can force them into an engagement, they will be very happy indeed, rather than having to go up the high ground for it. And it looks like everyone's kind of, wait, what's going on with the portals here? They're running down. They're looking for the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker has a Wind Waker, though, can get himself across to the sidelines, but the Hex comes out onto him. All the same, Ponyo with the Force Off to try and get Zeal out of this one. Now Chucky glancing away. Oh my god! Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out from the Medusa. You get 3 heroes in a stun like that, and you are going to the grave quickly.
There's more. They go looking for the Visage here, going to get that one collected as well. Visage, very importantly here, does not have buyback. The other 3 do. They're going to be able to defend, but this is one where you can push up this off lane and potentially go ahead on racks.
Malaysia. I mean,
wait. Spirit Breaker charging across here, looking for the Grimstroke. Is he?
No,
he's just looking for the top lane.
Waves. He's just getting waves, but
choke him out.
They're coming up to the higher ground. They're going to force the buybacks. How many can they get? Probably all of them.
Yeah, Visage just came up with his buyback. That's 2.
And this completely evens the playing field. Completely. And now, Serbia have a huge decision to make. Do we save the Luna buyback, or do we contest Roshan?
I don't think they have to at this point. I think you already made the decision of Malaysia that you've equalized things as far as buybacks are concerned. Fallback gets set up for Roche. Yeah, exactly. Fallback set up for Roche. It's not quite there yet. It's a minute away. The timing is actually heavily in Serbia's favor here because in 37 seconds, Luna's going to be up, the buyback's going to be preserved, and you fell back pretty much for nothing.
But it's kind of torturous because they don't know. They don't know any of this.
The thing is as well, though, on top of that, like Malaysia has the advantage in the way that they are 1 game up in this series. So they can afford to play just a little bit more dangerously. So I would have maybe thought that would have allowed them to actually go in for that high ground push. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, okay, like even if they all buy back and then you lose heroes and stuff, like you have buybacks of your own to an extent. But it's difficult with the, what is it? It's the Spirit Breaker, the Lina, and the Medusa all don't have buyback right now.
I would really like to see the buyback status from both teams here because I feel like it's not too long until we've got this Medusa buyback. In fact, it might even be back already.
The buyback status at the moment is that no one has buyback. Oh, no, hang on. Dark Willow has, and so does Grimstroke and Rubik.
How close are we?
And now Luna's just came back up.
Okay.
Oh, she never used hers. She bought an item, though. What did she buy an item of? She bought a refresher.
Refresher.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, the little gold line here on the side of the face on the right-hand side tells you the buybacks up. There's also one when they're dead, I think, up top.
Yeah, there's one when they're dead for sure.
They got the Aegis though. Oh, this is awkward because look, it'd still be a pretty good trade if you trade the Aegis for these bottom racks, top racks.
I mean, it's
too late. It's way too late.
Serbia are a little bit lost on the map right now, giving away the Roshan. I mean, it's such a hard area of the map for them to engage in, especially with the TP location here on the Radiant side for the Radiant team. So
you literally TP and go through the portal, but the vision game has to be there.
Hold on. Ooh, a little bit of a backstab maneuver here. The final barracks almost dead for the side of Malaysia.
Oh, nice.
So
nice stop to the Spirit Breaker charge. He calls out that there are wards. The thing is, they fell back for this. Again, they fall back to try and defend this last set of racks, so they're going to give up on their own push potential here. The charge. Oh my God!
Luna,
the save though with the snowball. They're getting a little bit of help here as he goes back on in.
Big, but is it big enough?
The Spirit Breaker finds him.
She has the buyback. That's the important thing.
Sideline.
And Chucky, he's just chunking away at the high ground right now. They get 2 heroes down. Tusk doesn't have the buy at the moment. He doesn't have it. 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's
4 versus 5 with Aegis on the Medusa. Malaysia, they are so close to taking this.
This game on a knife edge right now, and Serbia, you have to maintain your cool. You have to maintain that, that calm. 84 seconds, no task. 68 seconds on the Luna, but I imagine she buys as soon as the 2 lanes kiss on this lane. The 2 creep waves kiss on this lane here. Hello.
In we go. Medusa Illusion with the Hex. It's doing work. It's doing work. Medusa, she's falling, and that will be the Aegis gone.
Luna buyback. She's coming in for the fight for the second part of it. The refresher's out into
Refresher,
the
Eclipse. It's a lot. It's a lot. Is it enough, though? Chucky trying to get himself away. Yules comes out to buy him a bit of time. A team that needs to come and help him out right now, but no one's coming.
It's
22 seconds
22
on the
seconds
buyback.
on the buyback. It's fine. It's fine. She has the money.
Yep.
By the time they get to the lane and take that final set of racks, she's backs.
Ooh, I can't believe Malaysia just let the Medusa die. I mean, obviously they know the buyback timing, so they're not too stressed, but they just let Serbia completely overcommit to it, and then they just want to kind of wait for the respawn on the Medusa. Now it's on Serbia again to come and force this buyback.
If Medusa doesn't buy here, though, if they can get away with Medusa not buying here, Serbia are in big trouble.
God, we're nearly at the 60-minute mark, and it's just like...
Ooh, 60-minute items. Any favorites?
I mean, I'm not sure we're going to get there.
We're not going to get
These
there.
2 teams are playing a way too high a pace right now. Both of them just teasing out any weakness in the other, and you can see this even though LeBron's not even back yet. They're looking to surprise him. They're looking to find something. The Bird's going over the top as well, but there's still the Willow inside the Shadow Realm, and she'll blink herself away to safety. All the Birds just completely killed off. Resummon will be used.
300 gold for those Birds right now.
And 55 minutes, I don't think anybody cares.
I care. If you're a support, 300 gold is good, especially if you get your buyback off the back of it. Rubik did not, though, sadly. Dark Willow is this ultimate glass cannon type situation, but all of Serbia are ready to kind of push in here onto these racks. They were like, no.
Sayo Kalashi sees it, but is he being too greedy here? You got to be careful. The Lina though, just unleashing onto LeBron. They're looking to try and bring him down once again. He's got a snowball to punch up straight away. That's on the sidelines. The Hex is out onto Lina. Cataclysm coming down. They take her out. Moon is gone. Buyback available. Rubik said as well has buyback. The Illusions trying to finish off the barracks here. Won't be able to do so. They do find the Grimstroke up on the high ground. He is gone. No buy available. The barrack stays alive. And that's going to be it for now.
They actually lost a tier 4 on Radiant side during that. The creep wave pushed in. Dealt with it in that situation.
Could be notable later on.
Wait, what is in there? There's like some creep. It's
a bird.
It's just a bird, but look at the state of the racks. I thought he'd got himself a helm of the Overlord. I was like, no.
Yeah, get that
the
bird.
old ways.
Nice try. Got to give him credit there, Mixer. Nice try. You got to try and squeeze out every little bit you can out of this game.
This is so wild.
Oh my god.
All right, so 60-minute items.
Yeah.
No, here we go. They're going for it. They're going for it right now. They're like, okay, no Tusk, no Grimstroke, 3 versus 4, and a cheese on Medusa. Surely that's enough. Let's find out as they go up to the high ground, start to push on this tower. The fortification going to get used. Invoker in a pretty tasty position, getting ready for that EMP tornado play. And the tornado will miss, but somehow Chucky is right on top of the EMP anyway, but he uses a swift blink to fall back.
Tower down for now. It's not much, but I think they're going to have to take it.
Tusk is up. Mixa looking for initiation on the birds. 38 seconds, no Grimstroke. Dark Will is eating rocks right now. Oh my god, the illusion might just finish up. No, Invoker makes sure that does not happen, but it's less than a whisker of HP on this ranged rocks right now. They want to even things up. They've been trying to even things up for what feels like the last 15 minutes or so.
Certainly does, but they don't have any cheap way just to send something to finish this off.
Double damage on the river.
Okay, if they find this, it could be huge. You see both
Either
teams
team
kind of
are looking for it.
running at it, even though neither see it, but...
Hello.
Zeal, great target here, Hex out onto him, but he manages to get on the bulldozer, so he's going to be okay for the time being. And Miniorg runs in for the DD, knows how pivotal this could be, and just diffuses the situation for now. Serbia holding strong.
Zeal, the only hero on the map right now with the buyback available. I mean, Rubik might have it in 200 gold or something.
Yeah, both the supports from Malaysia being a little greedy and not saving for that buyback.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Invoker has his in 10 seconds. Visage has his in 12.
They're going for the old low priority switcheroo as they go looking for these lanes each. All right, Zeal initiating out the way. Can they get anything to take the birds down? Now the gaze as they go in pretty deep. LeBron with another snowball save. Mixa is kind of stoned up. They drop that meatball
really
on
good
top.
tornado.
They're gonna get the Tusk though.
They will. Whoa, Sokalash commits hard to this one.
He's got the
BKB, blink onto the high ground, refresher orb available as well, don't forget. But he's being stunned up.
Refresher on
Zeal, locking him down. The refresher's there, but it's not enough. Luna's dead, no buyback. Oh no, Serbia.
Lord, Malaysian Kings.
They need to do something here, Serbia, but I don't think there's anything left
it's
to do.
done.
Alex is gone. 3 minutes is way too long to wait for the Luna.
No buybacks.
Yeah. Mixer, I mean,
and without Luna, I think they just cannot fight effectively at all. And once this guy goes down, they're going to go looking for Invoker, I guess. Invoker trying to make the space for the 60-minute items, but do you know what? They can't cut this wave while everyone's on top of it, and you just go for the throne right now, guys. Just throne it.
Even if we were looking at some sort of mixer, buyback, TPN base rate, their waves are fine on the side of Malaysia as well. I think this should just be the end.
Just go. Go, go, go.
Rapier on the Medusa as well, just to make sure.
All right, here's the buyback.
How long can you delay?
Oh, was it Visage's Rapier? Does Visage ever build Rapier? He's got space for maybe a gem.
Nice. It's Chucky with the Rapier.
Yeah, no, I thought he picked it up from the kill, but he's just bought it himself. And that's that Rock's going to get hammered by the greedy Dark Willow situation. They're going to clean up Miniorg. Time for towers, 52 seconds.
He's got the buyback. He's got the buyback on Miniorg. This is just good time wasting from him. Throw out the disarm, buy back into the game. 45 seconds. It might be too long. Well, the disarm will be required onto the Medusa here, but if they can just jump forward, they might be able to find it. Mix is here to help out as well. First tier 4 tower is gone. Chucky doing the work. Miniorg just jumps in again. Just trying to delay. 30 seconds now. Kick back as well onto Chucky. Chucky just getting him out of that tower in any way they can. LeBron.
Case the zone. And now the Rapier damage onto the Ancient. They are bringing it down. 61 minutes. It does not matter. 17 seconds for Luna. They need to get this done.
I think they might. Malaysia is showing caution here. They see that timer. If they can't get a kill, they might just go back.
So
Chucky, he can't decide. He moves forward, cross, goes forwards LeBron. LeBron, though, with that Aesthetics cap, just buying so much time. Kick him back, the Medusa. She's out of mana, though. It might have been a mistake. The kill might be possible. Miniorg, he's jumping in, trying to bring him down. Chase it. Miniorg! Can he bring down the Medusa? Will be able to do so. Rapier on the deck, indeed. Miniorg falls immediately afterwards, but Sarah Kalashi's back into it. He's trying to deal the damage onto everybody. Chasing the back right now. Looking at Ponyo, can't find a target, but they are still in the game.
Rapier's on Rubik.
Serbia. Why? Oh, he's managing to get it for his team. He's bringing it back for the Medusa. They didn't pick it up.
Ponyo has
How
it.
does he get away with that? Wait, Mixer might be able to bring him down. Luna's going to deal with the base. Can they get back the Rapier, though? That is a question. The fight in the river takes place right now. The fight in the river to the bottom side, trying to get the Rapier off the Rubik.
Alex looking for a way out. This Light Striker Ray connects once again. Now this Lina on the high ground goes hunting for poor old Luna, who's all invised up. And they're going to be able to hit him up here. He tries to break off. The Curse Crown is there. There we go. They're all dead on the side of Serbia. They don't know it yet. But Grimstroke, he's actually trying to back out of this. I thought they got hold of him. Surely this is the end of things. There's no buyback. The GG is called.
GG, game number 2. It does go to Malaysia in the end, but 62 minutes of back and forth Dota. I mean, Serbia, they could walk out of these games with their heads held high because that was a hell of a performance, but ultimately Malaysia continues undefeated.
They absolutely managed to just clutch it in the end there, but that was one of the closest games of Dota 2 I've seen in a long time. The buyback cooldown timers just staggered perfectly versus each other as they were, making play after play after play. And Luna, the comeback potential on this hero, she kind of came back for a whole 30 minutes before Medusa was then able to itemize back in and try and bring the team back into it, and eventually with this Divine Rapier, they make it happen. And Serbia, they go to the third place match off, but yeah, as you said, nothing to be disappointed with here. That was an amazing game of Dota from both teams.
You can see the smiles, the thumbs up, this team, they are happy to have pulled this one out because that was a great game. And yeah, just patience, timing, buybacks, just each team just making just in time the correct calls over and over again until eventually Malaysia just managed to catch up. I mean, it was just chaos at the end, honestly. It was mad. Both teams just trying to run it down each other, forcing buyback after buyback after buyback. And eventually...
Did they ever get any of those 60-minute items, or was it just hardcore fighting the whole time?
Tusk, the Spirit Breaker Midas to creep and got one of the tier 6 items. So that's it by Midas.
Nice.
So, technically we got one, we'll take it, but everybody else, eyes on the prize, get up that high ground, destroy that Ancient, and finish the game. That's exactly what Malaysia did.
Yeah, beautiful play coming out from Malaysia there. And, I mean, going into the grand final, you have to feel pretty goddamn confident. The opponent that they're facing, though, it's going to be Kazakhstan versus...
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, right. So, or Australia? What happened to them?
I'm not sure exactly what's going to be happening on the other side of the bracket, but I do know that that was just... I mean, only if I didn't feel like a 2-game series. Apparently it was a 2-0 to Malaysia. I didn't really feel that. I feel like Serbia put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, it did certainly feel like Serbia had maybe 2 or 3 chances to turn this around and turn it into that 3-game series that we so wanted for them. But yeah, I think Malaysia performed very well for sure. Who would you say was like the MVP?
Oh, that is a very difficult question.
Send it to the analysts and get them to figure it out?
I think that's a very good idea. Yes, we'll send it back to the desk to get further breakdown on this game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. An exhilarating game 2, a magical game which guarantees that Malaysia will be our first team entering the grand finals here at the Global Esports Games. This was not a game that you would have expected to see, did not necessarily go according to plan, but nonetheless, they still clutch out the victory. We're going to break it down for you here on the STC Play Analyst Desk, where I'm joined once again by B-Cop and Black. B-Cop, I know you predicted that Malaysia was going to get this W, but that was a sweaty game, and they almost threw it several times in that situation.
Yeah, it's as sweaty as it gets, You let the Luna get that much farm, you think everything's all fine and dandy. I don't even need a BKB, whatever. I could just win this game by brute force. Mm-hmm. That didn't work the first time. Then they tried to do it again. That didn't work the second time. And then the third time, I mean... everything but BKB was picked up here. It was very surprising. I didn't understand it. I really was hoping BKB would be the item of choice. I didn't want to say anything. I was going to walk into the booth, be like, guys, BKB. But, that let them get that close. I think BKB not being bought on the Lina or on your Medusa made big issues.
Talk to me about this, Black. Lina didn't buy BKB, Medusa didn't buy BKB, Luna only bought BKB 57 minutes into the game. Why were these players in this situation so allergic to getting Magic Immunity?
I'm really not sure myself. Usually it's a case where you don't really trust your teammates too much. More from inexperienced players, so I sort of expected it from the Medusa, but that Moon did it as well. It could also just be that he thought he was never going to get caught. He's very confident in his positioning. He has the Arcane Blink with very low cooldown. So maybe that's what he thought, but yeah, for Chucky, I think it was just an experience problem.
Well, the experience didn't necessarily help them all that much, but nonetheless, their performance was able to carry them over the finish line. Let's take a quick look at some of the replays from this particular game of Dota, of course brought to us by Savvy. And if I'm looking early on, right? So obviously, there were a couple of kills that happened in favor of the side of Serbia. They were able to leverage some of that aggression. But there were so many things going wrong, Bcop, for the side of Serbia. Their mid lane absolutely got trashed. The Medusa found herself being able to practically free farm for the entirety of the game. Even the Spirit Breaker, early Midas, all of the early items. But the one thing they had in their back pocket was this Luna. And we were talking about it backstage about how, you know, the era of Luna being able to solo carry games, I thought it was over. But this game, you know, she was really packing a heavy punch for the Serbians.
Yeah, to be fair, though, there was also a Tusk doing punching and kicking and trying to make it so, you know, this Luna had all the availability to have solo targets to just drop down the damage on, which was insane. Early on, Zeal was doing his job, right? Oh, my lane, I died. Okay, it's me who died. Sacrificing myself. I'm doing what Moon did in game number 1, right? Was as mid opened up and safe lane opened up, and it worked. Malaysia was at this point where it looked like, I mean, what does it say in the replay right now? 12,000 net worth, lead 35 minutes into the game. That's the halfway point. That's how ridiculous that is. Like, everything was going right. They don't have a top set of racks at this moment. It's just insane.
Where do you think the turning point was that allowed Serbia to start coming back into this game? Like,
I really think it's mostly the itemization. Like, especially the Dusa. I think Butterfly wasn't very useful this game. Perfect itemization would have been just go MKB into BKB, you have the Aegis timing, you end the game. Because at that point, Dusa will just completely shred the Luna. Luna can never fight Dusa. It's almost impossible, because you cannot initiate into the Stone Gaze. So that itemization mistake actually led to him dying a couple of times, which then gave Luna basically even net worth, and that's what created the situation of this game being this close.
Oh, sorry. Replay.
That's a
triple
brutal
LSA
stuff.
into a triple charge connecting. Like, you know, there were some, as much as we're saying itemization, there were some beautiful moments in this game from both teams. And then there were interesting moments like that.
Yeah.
I actually can't believe he just blinked into the base like that. I mean, overall, definitely mental composure was kept together much better by Malaysia. Also, I feel they picked Invoker, or rather they picked the Dusa into the Invoker, which I think is pretty risky.
Yeah.
He doesn't build BKB the entire game, but he gets deafening blasted like twice maybe. Literally, as Invoker, your primary focus has to be you blink onto the Dusa, you disable her. Deafening blast, 6 seconds, Dusa can't do anything. If he does that during Stone Gaze, Luna will have free reign afterwards.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen it. They just got outplayed by Malaysia in the end.
They did indeed get outplayed. Malaysia, though, had to play well in order to get that advantage for themselves, and that puts them into the grand finals, where they'll be awaiting a challenger between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. This was probably the hardest matchup that they had to go into. Well, we'll see up against either one of those squads on the finals day, but what do you think the primary lesson here they should take from this game here, B-Cop? What should they be analyzing the most to give themselves the best shot of winning the entire tournament?
Itemization. Definitely itemization. I mean, I say it in my pubs too. Buy BKB and you will have an easier time. I mean, that is just like, it felt like it was that simple, right? Just buy BKB. How many times do we say, oh, that spell would have been nothing to worry about if you just had BKB. That would have been great. And like, that was extending into the final parts of the game, even to the part where Dusa drops Divine Rapier, has cheese in the backpack. It doesn't heal through it, doesn't swap it out or anything like that. And I mean, itemization just felt like it left a lot to be desired, that's for sure.
What I kind of think about this game here, Black, you mentioned something in the previous game when we saw the Lycan taking a tumble, where he went for the Manta style first, right? In large measure, because of how good the game was going, he starts to think to himself, well, I can buy a couple of more carry items. Do you think that's maybe the trap Malaysia fell into here, where the early game was so good that they felt they could end the game 25 minutes, 32 minutes in without needing those BKBs?
That's probably most certainly the case, but it's also something you have to protect yourself against, because falling into that mindset is, for a lack of better terms, quite lazy, to be honest, because you just feel really confident, really comfortable in your positioning. That's why you take risks that really aren't necessary. Like, if both of them really itemized properly with early BKBs, this game would have ended at minute 30. I'm
when they were taking that original
certain.
high ground.
Yeah, I'm almost certain with that Aegis timing, the game just ends.
Yeah, I'm fully with you on that one. Of course, it did not end at that point. We ended up having
Not even close.
the longest game so far here at the Global Esports game. This single game was longer than entire series in their entirety. So crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. At the same time, though, B-Corp, yes, things didn't necessarily go as planned for Malaysia. Yes, they have a lot of conversations to have with themselves. But isn't it better to have this kind of trying experience before the grand finals to make sure that once you get there, you're like, guys, we've already gotten all of our mistakes out of our system. We're only playing clean Dota in the final day.
I think you are lucky to be having that conversation going into Grand Finals Day, because I think, again, I think when you're playing tougher teams or, other events where it's more chemistry on teams, I think making mistakes like itemization like that are so crucial, that turn your 30-minute game into a 60-minute game, it puts you in such a rough spot. Like, you need to look at this series and be like, we can't do this again. Has to be perfect. You go to the grand finals and think, hey, BKB. Like, the itemization has to be, to win everything, it has to be better. I mean, it just, I don't know. They got away with it, but they were lucky to. Like, the fact that they let that game go is even a testament to that, right? Like, that game seems signed, sealed, and delivered for them.
Yeah. Let's talk about Serbia for a little bit, because unfortunately they will not be able to continue in the upper bracket or the main portion of the tournament, but they still have to play the third, fourth finisher on a couple of days. Quickly, Black, what do you think is the positives they should be taking away from this particular matchup, especially like you mentioned, since there aren't that many Serbian players, so this is sort of a special experience for them.
Yeah, a lot of these players also didn't really have too much exposure yet on LAN tournaments, so that's definitely very good for them. Their drafts were good. Gameplay, I mean, as we said, Game 2 could have been anyone's game. Game 1, I still attribute it to one little draft mistake at the very end. But they are my heavy favorite going into the third, fourth decider for sure. Like,
Serbia, of course, played very well.
Yeah.
But despite them playing very well, the person who we need to be highlighting right now as the MVP overall of our series, brought to you by Kadir, of course, is going to be Moon, the mid laner of Malaysia, a man who has won many lands in his day, played this Lina. Outside of the BKB, the lack thereof on the Lina, this was a very good Lina performance. He crushed the lane. There was some point he was almost double the net worth at like 20 minutes, which, we've talked about this Invoker hero being hit or miss, Beacop, but that disparity in the mid lane doesn't happen all that often, even with a somewhat weak hero like the Invoker.
Yeah, the Invoker got pretty slapped. It was, I mean, again, it's a utilization as well. It was only the lane that made it so much worse when you're not hitting Deafening Blasts, like you said, going for the Medusa, trying to make it be perfect for you. And Invoker, we had spent a lot of this day saying it's the SEA Kryptonite, right? So to beat it must feel pretty good, because they were banning it pretty early on into that first series. It was first phase ban. I think game 1 of this series, it was an early ban as well. So it's nice to overcome something like that, taking out the Invoker. And I don't know, Moon played well. He played Sacrificial in game 1, and then pretty much what you need game 2 in terms of dominating the lane and getting into dominating the game. Sans BKB.
This must be so nice, Black, when you have a team who, at any given point, a different person can step up and be the one to take the game by the reins and say, all right, now it's Moon one game, the next game it can be Zeal. We haven't necessarily seen that much out of the carry player, but, we attribute that primarily to the lack of experience that you were mentioning. So if you're an enemy team looking at Malaysia, who the hell do you even focus at this point?
Yeah, it's very hard to shut down. Like, you might think it's the best to maybe focus on the quote-unquote weak link, which would be the carry player, but then the other two would just step up and make sure he gets back into the game. And truth be told, even the carry player, like when he played Ursa, his Ursa performance was really, really good. Nice itemization and really nice decisions on when to join the fight as well. So yes, he might be a little bit inexperienced and make a couple more mistakes than others, but you can rely on him in those late game scenarios, I think.
Yeah, certainly a reliable player to have in your back pocket when you do approach those late game scenarios. Sadly, though, that does bring us to the end of Dota 2 action for this particular day. But there's still a little bit of cover, because we have a couple of game-breaking highlights, the best plays that we've seen throughout the entirety of the day. And of course, those will all be brought to you by KFC, our sponsor here for these Colonel's Choice highlights at the end of the day. We really saw some cool stuff today, B-Cup. I'll be honest, I'm very jealous that I wasn't on the mic casting these games.
Same. Also, by the way, let me just say I love Colonel's Choice. my brother does branding, and he always talks about like the perfect words. Colonel's Choice, it's on it. If only Admiral Kunkka had been in any games, maybe we'd be seeing some even better KFC choices here. But I mean, it was some fun Dota. I liked what we saw. I think we saw a good amount of variety in terms of what came out in the mid lane, and I'm always a fan of seeing something different every game. When you're seeing that many heroes are viable, it's when you find the most exciting Dota.
Very exciting Dota indeed. We saw some Earthshaker plays. Ponyo still was playing pretty much out of his mind. Not necessarily the best performance in this final game, but still some really cool things happening. And I'm still perplexed, Black, because I'm looking at these games, these drafts. The only heroes that they've played more than once. They played the Treant Protector more than once, Dark Willow, Rubik, their supports. The only core they've played more than once is the Medusa. So drafting is not going to be easy up against this team going into that last day, just given how versatile they've demonstrated themselves to be.
Yeah, I mean, from those 4 games, it's very hard to collect a lot of information, honestly. Like, what are you going to ban? We're going to focus Zeal again. We've already said doesn't work. Going to focus Moon maybe. He has displayed multiple playstyles already. I think actually your best bet would be to focus the supports, because Ponyo, the last game wasn't the perfect Rubik game by any stretch of the imagination, but he definitely seemed much more uncomfortable than on his Treant. Which is not to say he didn't play well, he still played well, but compared to his Treant, you know.
Night and day difference.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, but they still end up being able to take out this W. Also, within this particular series, we got to see, for me, my personal favorite thing that I saw throughout the whole series was I just like seeing Luna's farm, man. Like, Luna's farming well and being like, guys, you know that air of inevitability? I'll get there, y'all. It's fine. I remember at TI, no, not at TI, at the Riyadh Masters earlier this year, Peacock, Team Spirit were talking about, I think it was Game 2 in the Grand Finals. They were down, was not looking very good. And apparently Yato just said to the team, guys, I don't know when we'll win, but just back me up. We'll be able to get there. And I kind of feel like the way that the Serbian carry is playing, yeah, it had that air of inevitability about them, even if they didn't get over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, open up the tank and gas yourself up, because when you say stuff like that, that is really the confidence that I wish I had in my Dota games. Guys, you do whatever you want. I got this. Whatever. You know, sometimes they'll say, like, so-and-so take the wheel. No, carry, Yatoro, take the wheel. And winning like that, I mean, that is just, I don't know. That must be one of the best things to say. You ever have games like that where you're just like, I got it. Just get me to 38 minutes. We'll be fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, 100%. Back then, especially, it was much more of a farm-centric meta. So every time, you know, a team goes like 0-30, I'm like, guys, I'm about to be ready. Give me 5 more minutes, and we got this. Most of the time it worked, not always. If it doesn't work, your team is like, what are you doing, man? You said you got us. Well, what are you doing?
What do you mean 5 more minutes?
Yeah, 5 more minutes.
But he lied.
The game is over in 5 minutes. Well, it's not my problem, you know.
Yeah, it came in too soon. You didn't give me exactly 5 minutes.
Exactly.
You know?
I said 5 minutes. According to my clock, it's 4:59.
Okay. Very carry of you.
Unfortunately, that was a fate that sort of ended up befalling the side of Serbia here, because they couldn't get the W. That puts them in the 3rd, 4th place position to try and compete for at least getting 3rd, getting themselves on the podium. Looking at our bracket here, we now know that our first grand finalist will be Malaysia. They are looking forward to a challenger from Saudi Arabia and or Kazakhstan. This is Saudi. We haven't actually seen them play just yet at this particular tournament, but you did see them last time out, B-Cup. So what do you think they should be, from the games you saw on stream today, what should they try and glean and take away in order to beat Kazakhstan? Because Kazakhstan, man, they dominated my team, man. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, every series was a 2-0 today. That is insane. But again, I'd like to see them probably focus Haemon the most, right? Like,
yeah,
I think he's so solid, but I want him to be in a comfortable game, right? I want him to have his heroes of choice. If they're going to be Kazakhstan, I think it kind of falls on him pretty heavily to make things happen. And we've seen him play really well before, and I want the perfect drafts for him. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I'd like to see Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia be on their best, and I think for Saudi Arabia, it starts with Haemon.
One of the things that Kazakhstan has done very well, or rather Violent, their star carry player, he plays a lot of Spectre, right? Plays at a very high level. Spectre didn't necessarily seem that effective today. Is there a situation where you can imagine tomorrow that Kazakhstan will try to play for the ultra late game instead of trying to play it quickly and just rely on their carry to end the show?
I personally think against a team like Saudi, who is very lane focused, your own focus should probably be to at least go even in the lane, which Spectre, truth be told, can do. You know, usually it's like a trade farm lane. So it could potentially work. And as you said, it's one of his best heroes. He plays it very, very well. But I just feel so many games currently are just won by laning. So Spectre is very strong in the mid-late game portion of the game, yes, but you just give up so much farm for how much gain, really. Because that's really what broke Serbia in game 1. That Spectre pick is going to haunt them tonight, 100%.
Did you say haunt?
You got it, right?
Because it's the Spectre. I see. Spectre, honestly, is one of my favorite character heroes to be able to play in general. I haven't been winning that many games with it, if I'm completely honest, but what can you do? In this particular situation, didn't happen for Serbia. We'll see how things break down tomorrow for Kazakhstan and them. For now, though, we are technically done with our business for the day, but the final word for the evening, before we really wrap up the show, should come from one of the people that has ensured that victory was possible for the side of Malaysia, as we are about to go to the stage very soon to hear from, not Ghost, not a haunting Spectre, but the twin of Ghost, a man who has come up right now. I have a good feeling that in a couple of months, we'll be seeing him on some Tier 1 teams. He's going to be expanding his repertoire, expanding his experience, and showing us what he's really made of. To that end, let's go over to the stage and hear directly from the carrier of Malaysia.
And ladies and gentlemen, what an emotional event that was. A game really, it was a roller coaster of a match. But again, congratulations for winning this match. عتيق ايش رايك في اللي شفته؟
اكيد الف مبروك للمنتخب الماليزي، تاهلهم الحين معنا الى النهائي، وهذا شيء نبغى نعرفه برضه معنا اللاعب لونلي تشاكي، نبغى نعرف شلون شعوره بعد وصوله الى النهائي.
Well, that is absolutely right. Well, Lonely Chucky, first of all, how do you feel winning this match?
We feel really excited because we knew it was a tough match, but we did it, and then we can't wait for the finals.
ما يقدرون ينتظرون للنهائيات. لسؤالك.
اي بالضبط صحيح، انتظارهم الان بعد تاهلهم الى النهائيات راح يواجهون اما منتخب كازاخستان او المنتخب السعودي في النهائيات، وهذه كلها راح نعرفها في الايام الجايه. لكن في نفس الوقت شفنا المباراه شلون كانت طويله للجوله الثانيه، والجوله الاولى شلون كانت فلولس حرفيا. نبغى نعرف ايش كانت الصعوبات في الجوله الثانيه تحديدا واللي خلت صربيا خصم جدا جدا صعب.
All right, now, not only me and the amazing co-host Atiq here as well, but a lot of people, when they saw the match, they were like, okay, the first round, smooth, all good, 30 minutes, done. But the second round, we were like, ooh, what's going on? What's happening? They respawn, they're back, they're going to lose, they're going to win. So it definitely showed us that Serbia was a challenge to pretty much not to underestimate at all. So what happened in the second round?
I think in second round, Serbia draft was pretty good. And then during the match, we did a lot of mistakes, maybe because we are nervous on the stage. So, but we make it through, we come back. I think it was a pretty tough match, but we did it, we're happy. And that's it.
And that's it.
بالضبط، وهذا اهم شيء هو فوزهم في هذه المباراه. كانت اجابته انه صحيح الجوله الثانيه كانوا من جد خصم صربيا كانوا جدا صعبين، وحتى برضو في نفس الوقت كان عندهم بعض الاخطاء، ويعتقد ان الاخطاء هذه صارت بسبب توترهم في المباراه. لكن الاهم من هذا كلها انهم واكبوا الاخطاء هذه كلها ورجعوا بكمباك جدا جميل وفازوا في المباراه، وهذا اهم شيء بالنسبه لهم. بجد كل التوفيق لهم. لكن الان نبغى نعرف اذا عنده كلمه حاب يقولها للجمهور كامل اللي في ماليزيا، نبغى نسمعها منه، وكيف حتى برضو رسالة اللي حاب يوصلها لهم.
Well, now, Loli Chucky, pretty much, I'm sure you have a lot of friends and family watching you right now back in Malaysia. Anything you want to say to your hometown right now, even in Malay?
Malaysia boleh.
There you go. Let's go. Well, Loli Chucky, I'm sure you and the entire team have a big one coming up tomorrow. So I guess for now, I would say get a good sleep. We'll be seeing you tomorrow for another match taking place right here in GAG 2023. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much لولي تشاكي. أعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه كانت مباراتنا الأخيرة لهذا اليوم، وإذا كانت البداية كذا كيف تنتظرنا باقي الأيام؟ حرفيا فيستيفال كامل موجود هنا من كل الأحداث، عندك من بطولات الإي سبورت، ألعاب كثيرة جالسة تصير، أحداث عظيمة، وحتى برضو مشاركة لثقافات دول كثيرة جاءوا من كل أنحاء العالم. فبكل صراحة الفرصة ما تتفوت، فاللي يقدر يجي معنا تذاكر مجانية راح تكون معنا إلى يوم السبت بإذن الله، ففرصة عظيمة. لكن هذا كان ختامنا لليوم الأول يا براء.
You got that right, Atiq. Thank you so much. ويعطيك العافية. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our first day right here at the GEG 2023, taking place right here at the host country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. The action today alone speaks for years. What's going to happen in the next 4 days, ladies and gentlemen, of course, big shout out goes to our amazing talents and everybody working behind the scenes, making this a beautiful show. 4 days to go, so ladies and gentlemen, Bless you all, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. And don't forget, keep your game on.
بالضبط. شكرا لكم جميعا اعزائنا المشاهدين، والان هذا كان ختامنا لليوم الاول. نشوفكم باذن الله في الايام القادمه من بكره برضو في نفس التوقيت. في امان الله.